In the late Ming Dynasty, Lü Kun wrote Groaning Words during a period of frequent illness and reflective solitude. This work, sometimes also called Words of Sighing or Shenyin Yu, is filled with meditations on human nature, the cultivation of virtue, and the ethics of daily life. The author's voice is both personal and philosophical. He was motivated by his own bouts of sickness to record insights he believed might guide others towards self-improvement. Over the centuries, Groaning Words has been esteemed for its earnest moral perspective, its thoughtful reflection on personal conduct, and its gentle conversational style. Preface. Groaning means the sound of pain. Thus, groaning words are words uttered in sickness. When one is ill, only the sick person truly feels the pain, and it is hard to convey it to others. In the midst of illness, one becomes aware of many lessons, yet once recovered, one often forgets them. I was weak from birth and prone to constant sickness. Whenever I lay in bed groaning, I jotted down my agonies and admonished myself, "Take care, so you do not fall ill again." But after getting well, I would grow careless, fall sick once more, and record yet another lesson. My range of ailments was so broad that they could not all be written down, and though one illness came after another, I never really learned. A saying tells us, break an arm 3 times, and one becomes a skilled doctor. I have broken my arm 9 times, and still I have not grown wiser. My illnesses linger, and my groaning continues as if it happened yesterday. Alas, being sick for so long, my body is never whole. Remaining ill for so many years, I can hardly breathe, and one wonders whether I am still truly among the living. Over 30 years, I have written these groaning words in many volumes, keeping them with me as my private remedy. Liu Jingze, a dignified gentleman who cares deeply for cultivating his character, never seems to groan because of illness, and I admire him greatly. Some time ago, when we both served in Yanmen, we spoke of our personal hardships. I showed him these groaning words, and he said, "I also have had my share of inward groaning, but never wrote it down." In truth, all of us suffer from similar afflictions. Since you have recorded yours already, why not share them with everyone? You can bring 3 advantages. First, if others who are gravely ill read your groaning, they may restore themselves from the brink of death. Second, those who share your troubles will see that each person's illness can be healed in its own way. Third, those not yet ill will read of your groaning and be extra cautious, hopefully avoiding future misfortune. Thus, through the pain of your one life, you may spare many others. Though you are still unwell, you can help cure others. Is that not a worthy outcome? I replied, but my words were written in moments of delirium. If their wildness should mislead someone, would that not be a problem? So I chose those statements that, though unusual, were not entirely unreasonable, and preserved them. If my breath endures, I should still hope for time to recover, trusting in good medicine to strengthen my remaining years. How dare I carelessly cast myself aside? Jingze, I pray you, do not abandon me, but treat me still. In the 3rd month of the Guisi year of the Wanli reign, I, Lü Kun of Ningling, styled Baodu Jushi, wrote these words: Nature and Destiny. A proper destiny means to preserve what is rightly ordered, and keep one's original vigour intact, never letting personal whims destroy it. Even if one dies in chains, that does not diminish the integrity of a just life. But if that original vigour is lost and true principle is no longer whole, then even if you depart this life serenely in bed, I fear it cannot be called a proper destiny. In cultivating virtue, the first priority is to be restrained and steady. Yet within that collected calm, one must also be clear-eyed and fair-minded. A person who is outwardly reserved but inwardly cloudy or deceitful is not truly steadfast. Someone who is shallow but quick to grasp things may seem bright, yet lacks the depth to store virtue. Someone asked, "Is it true or just an illusion when people on the brink of death see spirits and ghosts?" I answered, "If one sees them while awake, it may be a real vision, but in dreams it is likely a delusion. When the soul roams outside the body, it conjures up images, and that is external fantasy. When the mind's spirit is unsettled and merges with random influences, that is an inner fantasy. Thus, the truly enlightened have no dreams, and the very dull do not dream either, because neither has stray thoughts. People near death often resemble those in a dream state. The soul flies outward and the mind's spirit spins, so their breath scatters and fearsome illusions fill their hearts. They see all kinds of ghosts, but these are not real. Some think they see officials hauling them away. This is also a delusion. Wrong beliefs penetrate deeply, so near death they tremble and imagine things. Were it really true that death requires a messenger, then do cattle, sheep, mosquitoes, or ants all receive a summons? The transformation of living things is just one grand principle, without further complication. If, once in a great while, there is such a sight, it is but a strange exception. Energy never truly exhausts, while form must inevitably decay. True, insight and a genuine taste of principle must be nurtured and not spoken of lightly. They are boundless and defy explanation, so the sages remain mostly silent. The moment one tries to talk it all out, even a lifetime of words cannot capture it, and what remains becomes scattered, diluted, and loses its savour. We must not allow our inborn nature to be stunted, so the measure we aim for is always generous. We speak of fully exploring principle, exhausting our nature, reaching heaven, entering into the divine, and making our vision vast and bright. Yet we dare not let our passions run rampant, so the measure there is kept small. We warn ourselves to speak with caution, act with care, restrain ourselves, maintain a calm heart, eat and drink in moderation, and keep our appetites in check. Deep, weighty disposition is the finest capacity. Next come those who are forthright and heroic. Then come those who are clever and articulate. All beneath the 6 directions is a world of feelings, so creatures cause each other joy and sorrow. Only the truly enlightened do not become entangled. Human beings can reflect various energies of heaven and earth. A person who is broad and open exhibits the cosmic flow. Warmth and harmony mirror the breezes of spring. Tolerance and generosity echo the spirit of a summer's peak. Harshness and the urge to punish reflect an autumn chill. Hiding away and clinging too tightly reveal winter's reserved cold. Raging fury is like rolling thunder. Wild abandon is like a raging wind. Muddled confusion is a dim haze. Smouldering grudges are shadowy gloom. Calm ease and gentle grace are spring breezes and mild rain. Sharp perception and clear understanding are bright heavens and a shining moon. Each heart resonates with something it resembles. Our original energy may be no more than a hair's breadth when it starts, yet over time the acquired energies expand to fill their measure. In truth, that measure begins in tiny form. Without that tiny seed, nothing can grow. All manner of forms, colours, talents and dispositions prove this. A snail hides within its shell under a blazing sun for months and does not wither away. There must be something that preserves it. This is what we call the power of spirit, the kernel of heaven's creative pulse. Orchids owe their fragrance to fire, yet that same fire can also destroy them. Oil lamps shine by fire, yet fire eventually burns them out. Gunpowder roars under flame, then dissipates. In each case, it is fire that brings forth brilliance, but also takes it away. How often is that also true for the allure of colours, music, or rich tastes, which burn too brightly and leave us spent? Fire by nature rises, water by nature flows, wood by nature extends into branches, metal by nature is firm, and earth by nature is solid. When they foster living things, they do so in these ways. When one stands alone, one perceives one's true nature. When there are two, feelings arise. No one stays absolutely still in a pair, and no object remains silent if paired with another. Sound has no visible shape, so it needs an instrument to carry it. Fire has no stable body, so it needs fuel to burn. Colour cannot stand alone, so it lives in grasses and trees. Of all the 5 phases, only fire has no fixed body, yet its uses are endless. A person's mindset waxes and wanes along with the physical energies of blood and breath. Before 40, one is generally keen to advance, but not fully settled in understanding. In one's 40s, views become more measured, and after 60, one tends to withdraw, even if clarity increases. Not everyone follows this pattern, but it is a common one. Ancient custom let men start serving in office at 40 and retire by 60 or 70, having studied these natural rhythms. Of course, there are young men who shrink back from responsibility and older men who stay restless, but these are the exceptions. We should not assume all energetic youths are automatically fit to govern, nor that all cautious elders are automatically wise. In history, there have been quiet men of great endurance like Deng Yu, and vigorous older heroes like Ma Yuan, but such cases are rare. Destiny ultimately lies in heaven. Yet for a noble person, destiny also lies in one's own hands. And for a lesser person, it may likewise lie in one's own choices. The noble person follows the path of righteousness and does not chase gain in improper ways. Thus, destiny is nothing to fear. The lesser person pursues craving and battles fate, wanting at all costs what cannot be had. But fate will not yield. Hence, the noble person says destiny rests with me, and that is aligned with the true way of heaven, while the lesser person says destiny rests with me, hoping to seize a fleeting chance. As a result, the noble mind remains calm, while the lesser mind grows anxious. Our nature is the sum of both principle and energy. Principle is never evil, but energy is not always pure. Those who say human nature is good speak only from principle. Those who argue it is bad or mixed speak also of energy. So, the classics sometimes say each person's nature differs, and only Confucius himself showed no contradiction in explaining this. Energy and habit are twin barriers for any learner. Even the benevolent and the righteous can clash because of their differing dispositions. Even those who prize ceremony and those who value trust can fail to see eye to eye. These are obstacles of temperament. Likewise, a person wearing a tall hairstyle may laugh at another's simpler style, or someone in a long robe may mock short sleeves. These are obstacles of habit. If the Great Way shone clearly, it would guide all temperaments and habits under a single principle. Then, even those who do not follow it could not revile it. Similarly, if royal governance were consistent, everyone would share the same direction, and even those who fell behind could not challenge it. But who can carry this out? Parents give us wholeness in birth, and we should return that wholeness to them in the end. One who keeps hair and skin uninjured is a filial child, returning them exactly as first bestowed. Heaven gives us our lives, and we likewise should return them intact, with our hearts and natures pure from the start. One who does that is heaven's filial child. In the ancient Book of Yu, they do not insist that human nature is purely good, but say the human heart is precarious, while the mind of the way is subtle. The human heart is not necessarily the same as nature. Some ask, then, does it come from yin and yang, or from the 5 phases? The 6 classics also do not insist on strict goodness of human nature, but say, it is the august emperor on high who endows the common people with lasting dispositions. And when humans are born, they possess desires. If no one leads them, disorder arises. Confucius, likewise, did not claim that nature is purely good. He said, that which continues from one state is goodness, that which completes something is nature, and their natures are close to one another, but their habits carry them far apart. If they begin close, but can end up distant, they are not truly identical. Mencius also never said nature is purely good without qualification. He spoke of sound, colour, taste, comfort and ease, all belonging to our nature. Yet if nature were entirely good, why does the noble person rarely speak of that side? He also said we must move our hearts and endure our nature. If it were all good, why would we need to endure it? Dogs and oxen likewise have their dog nature or ox nature. Are these the same as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness? Obviously not. As Zhou Dunyi once said, of the 5 natures, some respond to stimuli for good, and some for evil. Cheng Hao said, evil too cannot be denied as part of nature. Hence, those who declare that human nature is purely good focus only on principle and overlook temperament. Mencius did so to refute other schools, and later scholars followed him uncritically, not fully observing the reality of heaven and earth. In truth, virtue is indeed heaven's gift, but so is our temperament. If it were not so, how would we explain that even the sage kings were not all identical in disposition? I have ventured my own words. The principle of virtue within us has no evil, while our temperament can contain both good and bad. Yet that temperament is also heaven's mandate, arriving with our birth. How can it not be called part of nature? As Chengzi taught, if we discuss nature but ignore energy, it remains incomplete. If we discuss energy but ignore nature, it remains unclear. Merely splitting them into two categories can feel awkward, and labeling them heavenly nature versus temperamental nature can seem disconnected. In truth, the entire cosmos is a single flow of energy, with principle within it. That principle is allotted to every living thing, and that is what we call nature. Our character for nature is formed by the parts meaning to give birth, and the heart, signifying the life within the heart. If there were no individual dispositions, everyone would be born a sage. All the teachings, laws, and reforms over the ages would be unnecessary. All the efforts of sages and worthies to restrain raw impulses and protect moral virtue would be pointless. Let me propose this as a working theory, awaiting challenge by later generations. The single nature is like a mother with 5 children, representing the 5 basic aspects of human nature. From those 5 aspects come countless emotional states. The single nature is utterly still, stillness is yin, while the 5 aspects move, and movement is yang. Because that one nature is so perfectly calm, it is said, at birth we are still and aligned with heaven's nature. The moment we speak of nature, it is no longer the pure original stillness, for all naming introduces movement. Song Dynasty scholars did well to highlight the temperament within nature, which spares us many arguments. Someone asked, do birds and beasts, grass and trees also have a nature? I answered, yes they do. And are they also born by heaven's will? I answered, all creatures come from the interplay of yin, yang, and the 5 phases. How could that not be heaven's doing? Another person asked, Confucius did not seem to teach nature as his first priority. Why is that? I replied. All the sage's words touch upon nature. His first word may be about virtue or behavior, yet it is all about nature at the core. Water on its own is clear, at earth, and it grows cloudy. Fire on its own has no smoke. It wood, and it smokes. Nature without temperament is pure, but once it attaches to temperament, it can become tangled. When the heart is fully integrated with virtue, with not a trace of selfish desire, that is the fullness of benevolence. If the entire body holds that perfect harmony, with no sickness or pain, that is benevolence of the body. If one merges with all space, seeing no barriers between oneself and the world, that is benevolence encompassing everything. Benevolence is the whole, lacking the smallest flaw. It is also pure, admitting no speck of corruption. It is naturally complete, free from all contrivance. Ordinary people divide their hearts and see them as foreign to each other. Sages unite the world and make it one with themselves. As I have said, between heaven and earth, there is no separation of self and other. Through all time, there is but one shared breath, cultivating the mind. Keep your mind balanced like scales. When weighing objects, the objects may move, but the scale beam remains steady. Once the object is removed, the scale merely hangs level. This calm, centered state is a source of wonderful ease. When retrieving a lost mind, do not chase it wildly like a person pursuing a runaway pig. Once you get the pig back in its pen, let it roam calmly within, not under constant, anxious restraint. If you worry about how difficult it is to catch, you might chain it so tightly that it is as bad as letting it escape in the first place. Both ways end in failure. A noble person's mind can soar like a tamed hawk or pheasant. It may dart swiftly, yet always returns to the master's arm without fear. In learning, simply pay attention in all things, refusing to be casual. Then your progress in virtue will flow like water. When you are not quick to anger, all matters become easier. Whether the mind is loose or held, we speak of right or wrong, not just of going out or coming in. Consider someone who lies high in the mountains yet keeps his thoughts on government halls, or one who dwells in troubled times yet dreams of sage kings. A traveller may yearn for parents, and a faithful wife may miss her husband. None of these states are minds wandering astray. If we only focused on outward quiet, that would be the discipline of silent meditation, but not necessarily a moral path. When asked, how do we rein in a wandering mind, I reply, the moment you wonder about it, you have already called it back. It is indeed quite simple. Once you wake up from distraction, you discover the mind is already here. Always keep your spirit in the space between your heart and eyes, and you will have a steady focus. If you drift off, you respond to things mindlessly, and may accidentally do fine. But you learn nothing in the end, like a dreamer who eats in sleep but never feels full. Holding back your desires is like rowing against the current. If you pause, you get swept downstream. Striving for virtue is like climbing a tree trunk without branches. If you stop, you fall straight down. Thus, the noble mind is forever watchful and reverent. When one good thought appears, do not simply praise it, seize it firmly. That single good thought can be the lure that draws forth 1,000 more. If good intentions come and go without being held, the heart becomes an endless relay station with no one truly residing within. Even after 1,000 days of building up righteousness, one careless moment can undo it. Hence, a noble person holds each instant in reverence, never letting it slip away, lest wrongdoing slip in. If you never do any good work away from watching eyes, you will not achieve any great deeds under heaven. A noble person never speaks idle words by habit. True speech rests upon sincerity. For without sincerity, what revision of words can there be? A single thought of discipline summons 1,000 virtues to join you. A single moment of reckless abandon lets 100 evils seize the opening. You can still flee the penalty of law, but you cannot escape the penalty of right principle. Your own heart will not permit it. Thus the noble person fears principle more than punishment. Someone asked, at the break of dawn, before meeting anyone, how does one do good? Zhengzi replied, simply keep a respectful mind, and that is already good. I say, for the sage, perhaps no thought arises at all. Yet for those less than sages, the moment we wake, at least one thought appears. Maybe we recall what we did yesterday, or what we must do today. let us observe whether that first notion is a good one. If it inclines to virtue, we stand near the example of Shun. If it inclines to vice, we stray towards the example of the bandit Zi. Even if the idea is good, but we hold it for the sake of being admired, then we are a bit like Shun on the surface, but truly Ji within. That can gradually draw us away from genuine virtue. Early morning is where the real work begins, removing evil while it is still minute, and holding firmly to what is good at its root. If your eyes have spots, you see them wherever you look. If your iguching every sound is distorted. If your mind clings to some notion, you perceive everything through that filter. Hence, the mind is best kept empty and free of clutter. Forgetting can be a failing, but overthinking can also be harmful. We want our minds to dwell calmly between presence and absence, neither forced nor drifting. Stillness is needed every hour of the day. If you lose it for even a moment, confusion creeps in. A door hinges open and shut all day, yet its pivot stays motionless. A mirror sees all manner of beauty and ugliness, yet its surface remains calm. So too can a person go through countless interactions while keeping the heart still. If we chase after each motion, we lose clarity. Even in sleep, if the mind is not truly still, stray dreams arise. If you sink your thoughts deeply, nothing is beyond your understanding. If you rouse your willpower, no task is beyond your power. But many learners try to observe principle with a restless mind, and approach action with a weary spirit, drifting through life. Calmness and balance. If these four characters settle, in your heart you can manage all things. The main skill lies in controlling the fire of your impulses. When the inner fire is steady, everything becomes clear, and your actions find their proper measure. Moments that might provoke anger, fear, exasperation, or delight are precisely where a person shows the depth of composure. Only a calm observer can taste the true flavour of heaven and earth, perceive the true mechanism of all events, and speak precisely of the heart's true feelings. Those who indulge in fuss and haste may occasionally find a spark of insight, but it is mere coincidence. No one who blindly indulges in personal joy avoids harming themselves. Only joy rooted in righteousness brings genuine peace. Asked, what does it mean to be watchful over what is unseen? I answer, first, recognize that unseen is the same as private intention. Even in a crowded hall, or among 1,000 soldiers, the heart is alone. If that intention is entirely upright, that alone is the royal way of heaven. But if within it there lurks even one scrap of self-serving motive, then carefully purge it. That is watching over what is unseen. I have spent 30 years trying to remove falsehood from my heart, and still I have not succeeded. Someone said, but you do seem genuine enough. I answered, falsehood is not just in outward words and deeds. If my heart is fixed on helping the people, yet I slip into a proud thought, that is a false note. If I set my mind on doing good yet quietly hope to be recognized, that is a trace of falsehood. If I must do something that principle demands, but I cut corners and give 99 instead of the full 100, that is false. If I strive for righteousness but with half a heart, that is false. If I do all good things by day, yet in my dreams have strange urges that is also false. If my heart is truly at 9 parts, while outwardly I make it look like 10, that is also false. I can sense my own falsehood, but cannot uproot it. My fear is that it seeps in further, and then emerges in speech and action. Conceal some measure of your own best traits, thus storing depth in yourself. Conceal some measure of another's flaws, thus showing great magnanimity. Patience is the key to foresight. Composure is the key to managing affairs. Humility is the key to preserving oneself. Forbearance is the key to dealing with others. Regarding wealth or poverty, life or death, routine or change as outside your deeper concern, this is the key to nourishing the heart. Within the chest, regard spring not merely as vibrant, summer not merely as expansive, autumn not merely as stark, winter not merely as barren. Only then does it truly become your own realm. A great person fears not other people, but principle itself, relies not on others, but on the way. In quiet moments, watch your worldly cravings. It is like a magic mirror revealing illusions. A restless mind and a shallow spirit, with narrow feelings and limited tolerance. These 8 words describe a major obstacle for those who wish to progress in virtue. Removing these 8 faults relies on a single approach. Calm your center. With calmness comes solidity, and within that calm you find room to grow. A true scholar must tend his spirit. When his spirit fails, no task is possible. This was the failing of Lü Kun, who could not bolster his own spirit. Firmly mastering inner calm is mightier than an army of 1,000 oxen or 10 tigers. The noble person polishes the heart until it is spotless, and thus sees no trace of dust anywhere in heaven and earth. The noble person broadens the heart until it is utterly complete and perceives no hindrance anywhere. The noble person steadies the heart until no fear remains throughout the 6 directions. The noble person fortifies the heart until no difficulty appears anywhere. If your mind never strays into license, you commit no major error. If your mind never lapses into carelessness, you forget nothing important. Free yourself from attachment. That single word can bring sweeping relief, as so much suffering stems from clinging. We may see clearly the right course, yet fail to cut away what binds us. To deceive others even slightly is to be a thief. If you speak uprightly, but behave crookedly, your actions steal from your words. If your heart is sincere, but your words turn false, your words steal from your heart. Even if your heart sparks a genuine thought, then suddenly welcomes a spurious one. That is your heart stealing from itself. People speak of hiding from your own conscience. Indeed, to claim virtue falsely is to rob your own name. If you hold an unshakable conviction, you might sacrifice your voice or even your life for it, rather than yield to others for convenience. The moment you tell yourself to sleep, you cannot sleep. The moment you order yourself to forget, you cannot forget. If you set aside thoughts of self, you merge with all under heaven and find no barriers. To do so, ask yourself, is this next thought for all creation, or just for me? Your eye cannot tolerate a single speck of dust, and your teeth cannot bear a single stray fragment. So how can your pure mind endure so much bramble and thorn? Hands, feet, ears, eyes, nose, and mouth each have their proper functions. They serve as maids and servants, all obeying the ruler, which is the heart's spirit. If the ruler orders them rightly, they follow correctly. If the ruler orders evil, they carry it out. They themselves bear no blame, for responsibility lies with the one who governs them. If your mind becomes lax, everything falls into disorder. If your mind grows distracted, nothing enters your ears or eyes. If your mind becomes stubborn and stuck, nothing flows naturally. Should you face a stern setting, a crowd of onlookers, or a startling scene, and your heart trembles, it is because your composure is not firmly established. If you stare too long at a single word, you may stop recognizing it. If you gaze long enough at a motionless object, it can seem to move. This shows that doubt confuses true understanding, and overthinking disrupts proper perception. Always let your mind be the master, and let outward stimuli be its guests. If you just treat them as equals, your mind loses its throne. If you follow them around, you become their servant. That is like a child letting cunning knaves trick him, or a true king being reduced to a mere follower. Shameful indeed, never living with mindful attention, you fail to notice your own errors. Yet, if you look carefully at your every move, speaking, resting, interacting, your missteps become obvious, for each act must align with heaven's principle. How can you afford to be careless even for a moment? Human life requires constant thought, speech, and action. Each of these has its rightful way. Whether we grieve, laugh, sing, sigh, gesture, or otherwise express ourselves, each has a proper measure. From early childhood to our final breath, we must hold fast to unwavering diligence, continuing day and night, seeking purity of heart and forgetting the fear of death. By returning to our origins in this manner, we fulfill our destiny upon earth. Otherwise, if each person only chases self-indulgence, we lose the essential difference between ourselves and unthinking creatures. Someone asked, "Is there a crucial method?" I replied, "Yes, it is to keep your heart aware." How do we keep it aware? By remaining still, so that 1,000 responses all flow by principle. Then, in everything, we do not err. The confusion of someone ignorant is easily remedied, but the confusion of someone who thinks themselves wise is much harder to fix. Once hearts trust each other, outer gestures like bowing and speaking hardly matter. But when hearts mistrust each other, even oaths and formalities can deepen suspicion. Thus, there are moments when you cannot prove yourself even by swearing. Hence the key is to unite hearts, not rely on superficial signs. The noble person fears heaven, not human threats, fears moral teaching, not state punishment, fears doing wrong, not losing advantage, fears prolonging life in shame, not giving it up for what is right. Nurture patience, and guard against anger. In these two words lie the gateway to fortune or calamity. Misfortune often arises out of unrestrained self-satisfaction. Thus the noble person grows most wary when everything appears to go smoothly, and feels anxiety even amid good tidings. There are many ways our thoughts move. A steady mind that pursues only goodness called a proper thought. A mind that chases only desires called a selfish thought. A mind set on gain beyond our rightful lot. called an overreaching thought. A mind that circles past and future in regret or worry, called a tangled thought. A mind that flies in 100 directions, called a drifting thought. A mind that doubts and hesitates, called a confused thought. A mind that worries over matters unrelated to oneself, called a wild thought. A mind that struggles against the impossible, called a futile thought. And finally, the mind devoted to daily duties, called an original thought. In daily life, we generally occupy one or another of these. The person who governs their heart well keeps close to the original thought, fulfilling what must be done each day while reviewing the day before and planning for the day ahead, never letting anything slip. In so doing, they steadily progress in virtue. Someone with an overly cheerful mind is often not a vessel for the way. A small person may also enjoy a carefree state, but that is due to having no moral scruples. Meanwhile, a noble person often experiences a persistent heaviness, always worrying about fulfilling duty. To clear away frivolity from the heart is the direct path to heaven's virtue. From the Han and Tang dynasties onward, few scholars manage to remove all shallowness. The burden of this path must be borne by someone in the world. If another steps forward with resolve, let me add what little strength I have, and die in the effort without regret. People often delight in small gains, or fret over tiny losses. But if we see how the sage regards even his own body as a small matter, how much less would he be swayed by trifles of property? Dreams reflect mental images shaped by feelings. Waking states can give rise to images that cause feelings. If there is no real trigger, and we still feel strong emotions, that is our own illusion. Human desire naturally seeks what it wants, and wise rulers aim to satisfy the legitimate part of that desire while preventing the destructive part from growing. Hence, laws and customs exist, not to harm the people, but to spare them from indulging ruinous cravings. Despising evil too fiercely can itself become an evil. Eagerly loving good can itself become a good. Someone said, "Suppose a fine fruit falls into filth. If we rinse it, then offer it to our guest, would he eat it?" The answer, he would not. But if no one knew where it fell, he might eat it without harm. Similarly, if someone curses me from a distant hill, I cannot hear it and thus feel no anger. But if he curses me to my face, I flare up with rage. This reveals how greatly our senses can mislead us. Yet, if we could remain unshaken whether we see or hear something, we could walk through black seas or sharp blades without fear. Cultivating the heart calls us to that. A slight flaw in clarity can leave one unsure of the true path. A small crack in commitment can undermine resolve. This is why the sages urge us to be precise and unified. Otherwise, conflicting opinions confuse us, and profit or danger sways us from the path. Like planting beans, you will reap beans. Like planting melons, you will get melons. If you store selfish thoughts, your deeds cannot emerge righteous. So, a noble person guards what is within. For if the source is correct, all that flows from it will be correct. When your final hour comes, none of your possessions will go with you. Only your heart's integrity accompanies you into the unknown. If you have let that heart degrade, you depart empty-handed, a sorrow for all time. We fail in our efforts only because our nurtured calm is incomplete or unsteady. Then we speak hastily or act rashly, out of tune with events. But if you maintain a still composure, it is like gazing carefully at the bull's eye before releasing your arrow, so each shot lands true. Settle in deep tranquility, and your inner world can match the expanse of the universe. Inside is an empty hush with nothing forced, yet when you call upon it, everything is there. The phrase "no one sees at night" is the root of countless evils. The worst crimes come from either deceiving what cannot see or disregarding what can see. The gravest wrongdoing arises when people neither fear watchful eyes nor heed hidden principle. Yet if they still have even a slight sense of dread, some conscience remains. All things under heaven take shape and return to stillness. The heart's true principle awakens from stillness and must return to stillness. Stillness is the storehouse of all truths and the hub of all transformations. If you spring into action without stillness, you veer from heaven's standard. Even the most reckless person has a lucid moment at dawn and a repentant thought after wrongdoing. Both come from returning to stillness. We rarely realize mistakes while lost in action. That is why a noble person upholds stillness and is watchful, in motion. When stillness leads, motion serves it. When we remain cautious in motion, stillness remains in control. Childish impulses, left unchecked, are ruinous. Shedding that childish heart makes one a true adult. By childish, I mean the impulses to excitement, vanity, showiness, impatience, or chasing empty fame. Ordinary people constantly think about gain or loss, praise or blame. Even their good deeds may stem from wanting gain or praise, and even their avoidance of evil stems from fearing loss or blame. The sage's goodness, by contrast, is as natural as eating when hungry or drinking when thirsty. Avoiding evil is as natural as not walking into fire or stepping off a cliff. Meanwhile, the worthy, but not yet sagely, primarily ask, "Is this right or not?" and proceed accordingly, with neither rest nor regret. So, can we entirely discard thoughts of gain, loss, praise, or blame? Indeed, Yao and Shun discarded such concerns as they governed without self-interest. But Jie and Zhou likewise discarded them, plunging into wickedness without shame. Therefore, for most people, these 4 words, gain, loss, praise, blame, are still used by the sages to guide and restrain. Keep the heart both empty and full. Empty means no clutter. Full means no falseness. Truly empty, so it is truly full. Truly full, so it is truly empty. If you ignore just one matter, you might fail in that very matter. If you neglect just one object, you might leave it in disarray. When you act with absolute fairness, you embrace the entire world. A scholar's life means putting heart into each task. Any moment your heart is absent, you move like a puppet with no spirit. The ancients were also mere humans. Why are we so far beneath their example? If we do not feel shame or strive harder, we show no ambition. The only difference between sage and madman is whether we act carelessly or not. I take great delight in the silence of the 10,000 hushes and a quiet room. Someone asked, "Is that not too empty?" I replied, "The limitless moonlight and breezes are there for me. Nothing is lacking." having no itch to do something rash, displays tremendous self-restraint. Even Master Cheng confessed to an itch when he saw a hunt. Each of us has places that tempt us. The key is to tame that impulse. Desire means forever pushing forward without pulling back. Principle means forever holding back rather than pushing forward. Learning well involves discerning when to advance or retreat. A sage remains open and clear, responding to the world without forcing it. This is like a mirror reflecting objects. When they appear, it shows them. When they depart, the mirror simply shines. But the sage does have a mind, only he is not enslaved by anything. A mirror is in that sense the sage of objects. Day or night, it stays bright and untroubled with no conscious effort. The sage constantly deals with myriad affairs, but is never burdened, for his heart is active yet unbound. A heart of empathy, carried to its peak, sees no wrongdoing in anyone. Too much caution can fail, but too little caution also fails. A wise path lies between them, neither neglecting care nor letting it become paralyzing. Even if you speak of true knowledge and keen vision, one small gap in your daily practice will reveal your deficiency when you act under sudden pressure. Ming once observed a refined friend. He was quietly poised, seeming gentle and unhurried, yet when unexpected needs arose among guests, he would reach calmly into his sleeve or call to someone, and the necessary items would appear. I praised him for never being at a loss. He replied, "I do not deliberately stock these things for daily use, but I prepare them in case of need. Preparation is a form of caution. Caution exercised in advance. In all the time I have prepared these items, I have rarely needed them, so they remain. Yet, if I relied solely on them, I might become careless. On the other hand, if I refused to prepare at all, I might someday be helpless. So better to prepare and not need something than to need it and be unprepared." I commended his state of mind and recorded it as a reminder to others who tend to be careless. If you wish to manage the entire self, start by managing your inner heart. If you hope to govern the world, begin by governing your single mind. Stillness leads to life. Restlessness leads to ruin. A person of virtue does not speak rashly, and then regret it, nor act in haste, and then try to undo it. This is because he has already deliberated in his heart. When my mind is truly upright, I align with heaven and earth, and even lurking spirits cannot menace me. Ordinary people have neither hatred nor vengeance against me. Why then would I fear that they can secretly twist my reputation? A gentle, balanced attitude acts like spring breezes, swaying tender branches, or drizzling rains, nourishing fresh shoots. How pleasant and mutually uplifting. Fierce storms and harsh frosts do harm. Someone objected, "Are you not lacking strength?" I said, "Imagine a piece of jade. It is always firm, yet always warm. That is how one can be strong without being cruel." I myself have been overly stern in the past, but lately I have learned to appreciate more gentle ways. Frugality ensures simplicity. Simplicity fosters every kind of virtue. Extravagance encourages indulgence. Indulgence opens the door to a multitude of vices. From emperors to common folk, stability or collapse hinge upon vigilance or laziness. When one is vigilant, one is careful, so everything is diligently maintained. When one is lazy, one does things carelessly, so decline sets in. This is the guiding principle for all. Each day, inspect how your motives arise. Do they come from your higher nature, or from acquired habits, from your knowledge, or from your desires? With time, you will recognize your true face. This is vital for beginners. A heart set on justice does not produce violent outbursts, though it may still show anger in a measured way. If you claim a sage never grows angry, that would deny the natural presence of the 6 emotions. Mistakes and oversights often come from lapses of attention. Lapses of attention stem from disrespect. If you remain mindful and thorough, you avoid mistakes and forgetfulness. Confucius said, "Attend to things respectfully." When he taught the rough-tempered Fan Chi, he said, "Hold your tasks with respect." When he taught the broader-minded Zhejiang, he said, "In all matters, great or small, do not be careless." Today, many people are simply lazy and inattentive. So how can they avoid constant error? At first, I feared that heaven was watching. Later, I ceased to fear that. Finally, I yearned only for heaven to know my heart. Yet I have not quite reached what need is there of heaven's witness. When energy surges, self-restraint goes missing. Steadiness, calm, peace, and reflection. The sage's heart never departs from these for an instant. Asked, what if joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure arise? I answer, even as these emotions move, the underlying calm never leaves, so the heart never gains or loses anything. One person grieves for the state of the world, another is oblivious. If they speak to each other, the oblivious man laughs, and the concerned man feels sorrow. The broad compassion of one cannot expect empathy from the complacent. The desire to gain is the worst foe of the heart. Even in old age, if one still cannot let go of personal gain, it is dangerous. Some fixate on success and achievements, or on cunning ways to maneuver. Such impure motives block the highest good. If you truly aim to be saintly, do not let gain pollute your every thought. Let a universal fairness guide your mind, and the realm from Hu to Yue becomes as one. Let a selfish motive in, and even father and son can become like enemies. Whether the realm thrives or falls, whether nations stand or crumble, or whether countless lives find peace or ruin, all hinges on this tiny pivot in the heart. In the lowest of places, such as the lavatory, you can still welcome worthy guests. In the bedroom, you can commune with the spirit of heaven. This is what it means not to behave carelessly. To right a wronged reputation or defend an innocent person is one of the highest moral imperatives. In tending the heart, the two most potent words are stern vigilance. Stern means firm boundaries, like a fortified wall with no gap. Vigilance means readiness, like a general with sword in hand. For many people, the mind is open on all sides like valuables left out in an empty field, easily snatched. And the mind is also timid, so it yields whenever desire pushes. How can we resist wrongdoing if we have no walls and no backbone? True calm is not merely silence or muteness. It is a depth of spirit that remains unruffled, whether the day is filled with endless talk or busy crowds. the mind remains settled and bright. Sitting quietly without a word, if your thoughts churn wildly, or you nod off in a stupor, you do not possess real calm. Genuine calm is awake and vital, containing all your energy within. Wise people anticipate where others might cause trouble, while crafty people hide where the wise might not look. Dealing in such suspicions fosters more suspicion and destroys natural sincerity. A noble person would rather risk someone's doubts than corrupt his own heart by playing such games. People sometimes quarrel in private rooms or city streets, each claiming to be right, sustaining their conflict with heated tempers. They would rather die than yield. Such arguments, though they seem petty, mirror the same pattern when worthy officials argue in court or learned men debate ideas. The root problem is letting the mouth run while ignoring the heart, combined with a craving to triumph. In the end, truth is lost. A person of principle would never trade a great righteousness for lesser profit. How much less would they discard a great righteousness for trivial gains? Let the greedy take heed. We often imagine that enemies or swords destroy us, but in truth, it is our own misguided hearts that deliver the fatal blow. An over-reliance on intellectual cleverness can rob us of the deeper mandate of the heart. To let the heart's natural direction lead is to trust the heaven-given spark. Each extra calculation we add can lead us further astray. If we pause our restless scheming, for a moment a fresh clarity appears. The person who fears exposure for evil, yet boasts brazenly about good, is truly lost. No growth can come from such a heart. Asked, what is the difference between emptiness and alertness? I answer, only if the mind is empty can it be truly alert. A block of solid metal is mute. Forge it into a bell, and it can ring. Fill that bell with random items, and again it cannot ring. A sage's mind holds the entire universe, yet because it is also free of clutter, it resonates with all that arises. Our entire body, organs, limbs, hair, nails, clothing, none of these have inherent guilt. They are, in fact, the same as those of the sage. Only our single conscious mind is to blame, for it can sink lower than beasts. For thousands of years, the wise have taught but one thing: tending to the heart, recognizing the heart's capacity, for harm is the start of wisdom. Left unchecked, the mind can become a vicious tyrant, destroying our health and our families. Conscience arises from an inborn knowledge of what is right, which itself comes from heaven's mandate. We must keep the mind both real and open. Being open means holding nothing extraneous. Being real means harboring no falsehood. The more open we are, the more real we become, and vice versa. We also keep the mind both small and large. By large, we can embrace the world. By small, we do not offend against it. When we repair something, we must repair it completely. When we tear something down, we must tear it down thoroughly. True, learning means never violating your conscience or polluting your will. Yet even as you follow what appears to be heaven's principle, you must ask yourself if any trace of bias remains. One may have the face of Yao or Shun, the posture of King Wen, or the gait of Confucius, yet harbour the heart of a bandit. The noble person does not value outward semblance, even if you look rather rough, but preserve a truly sage heart. That is infinitely better. Cultivating yourself always comes down to working with your actual mind and your ordinary feelings. We should keep the heart at ease, even if toilsome worries or difficult hardship burden us. The real danger is not so much bright and garish temptations, but that we become attached to them. If nothing had a chance to sprout, how could there be talk of growth? It is not too hard to hold your tongue when calm, but what if someone offends you and your anger flares? That is where real self-restraint is tested. We all have phrases we say without thinking, or gestures we make without noticing. This stems from not being truly mindful. A noble person plans carefully before action and remains focused in action. Then, if anything is still beyond his skill, he can regret it without shame. Everyone uses their minds, but many misuse them. We must learn to direct our minds to what is right, not what is wrong, to what is essential, not what is trivial, to what is great, not what is small. Once flew into a rage at a guard who had deeply offended me. I intended to punish him severely, but it took him so long to arrive that my anger was half gone by the time he did. More time passed, and I ended up only scolding him a bit. I later laughed at myself. Did my original burst of anger hit the right mark, or the next wave, or the final mild scolding? Which moment was the proper measure of anger? Only a sage's anger begins and ends in perfect proportion. Do not be greedy for more than your share of the world's pleasant things. Enjoy what you can handle and leave the rest for others. In the capital, some houses for rent are shunned because someone died there, as if that invites bad fortune. I say, the dead person's time was set from birth, not by the house. That house was only unfortunate to be chosen by fate. A truly wise person would not mind, as life and death rest in heaven's great order. Everyone can act like a gentleman when there is no tempting delight at stake. But once an alluring object appears, if we do not slip and fall, we may still hesitate. Lao Tzu said, "If you do not behold desirable things, your heart remains untroubled." That suggests shutting one's eyes or ears. But I propose we do our work amid all that we might desire. Like a mirror reflecting beauty or ugliness, it is unaffected once the images pass. So, if we can keep the mirror within us bright, no matter what appears, pleasure, fear, anger, confusion, worry, hatred, we remain untouched. That is the real test of skill. The one who stands firm is called a worthy person. The one who forgets the distinction altogether is a sage. I once wrote a verse. Standing on 100-foot pole, or tumbling amid 1,000 waves, if within your heart it feels as steady as a level road, you have found the path beyond fear. There was a man in my village who used to care only for personal advantage. Lately, he began doing generous deeds, feeding the poor and helping neighbors. I praised him. "What changed your mind to act for heaven's principle?" He replied, "I read the advice of Sima Wengong, who said, 'It's wiser to do hidden good deeds in the shadows, so your descendants enjoy long-lasting fortune.'" I could not help but smile. You see, you remain driven by selfish motives. Heaven's blessings will not truly belong to your offspring if your charity is purely self-serving. Such is the plight of the small-minded. They exhaust themselves every day. They want profit and also desire fame. They want to hide their wrongdoing, and also pretend to be righteous. They pile on pretense, afraid of seeming uncultured, but also hide their failings, fearing exposure. In wanting wealth and comfort, they are on edge. In fearing trouble, they are anxious. For all that strain, they gain nothing more than simple folks do. Why do they weary their hearts, never once giving their mind a moment's rest? Some people flaunt wealth at every turn, oblivious to how it looks. They are like children in the marketplace, proud of the cheap trinkets they hold. To a person of refinement, it is pitiful. They themselves see it as delight. Such is the calamity for misguided children of wealthy families. Many readers fancy themselves lofty, expecting others to respect them, or else they crave personal benefit in subtle ways. This reveals the most foolish and narrow mind. The 4 books and 6 classics do not teach us to be thus. A scholar's true worth is shown by real moral insight, not by seeking attention. True rewards in life come as follows. First, having a clear and unburdened mind. Second, staying poised when outward things shift. Third, keeping your household free from illness and trouble. Fourth, avoiding contention with others. When we become too fond of excitement or indulgence, hidden troubles form. Hence a gentle, moderate spirit underpins all blessings. When we grow lazy and unrestrained, we step into a world of selfish desires and open ourselves to all evils. In seeking the genuine tradition of learning, we should first revisit the mindset before Mencius and Confucius, ignoring the commentaries of later ages. In pursuing genuine governance, we look back to the earliest sage kings, unclouded by the ways of later dynasties. When we realize that this present world is illusory, losing one's body poses no harm. So, how much less do we cling to worldly trifles? If we truly trust our own mind, then even if heaven itself is silent, we do not worry about rumour and slander. The tender shoot of goodness, the moment it appears, must be carefully nurtured. Let it grow into many branches and leaves. The faint trickle of evil, however small, must be damned. Never let it flow unseen. Live without alarm at criticism or praise. If you are right, you are right. If you are wrong, you are wrong. Let people say what they will. Do not worry about fortune or disaster. Just do good and avoid wrongdoing, leaving blessings or misfortunes to heaven. In all you do, keep your thoughts worthy of heaven's view, fulfilling what is in your power. Yet do not cling to your own narrow opinions, but stay open to others' counsel. A shallow, limited heart draws trouble, and procrastination has misled many heroes. Fasting the mind makes its virtue clear, like washing away residue and hiding it in secrecy. Often we lie awake at midnight, imagining 1,000 years ahead. Or we awaken one morning, startled that life can end in a day. Test a stone to see if it hides a deep pool. A shallow place can still drown the unwary. When the mind is free of burdens, the world is filled with spring. Our spirit commands a 7-foot body, yet also unites with the whole universe. Eventually, we all must return whence we came. We do not know when. My mind is originally like still water. Worldly affairs are like drifting clouds. Ethics. In all creation, the strongest passions lie between men and women. The sage rulers did not wish to deny or violate this natural bond, nor could they. Instead, they allowed it to follow its rightful course, but also constrained it with rights and laws to ensure its expression remains proper and enduring. That is why in the 5 cardinal relationships between father and son, ruler and minister, elder and younger brothers, friends and husband and wife, only the last demands special caution. The fear is that unchecked passion can upend all order. A mother's love for her child is so natural that she hardly thinks about using love. The child likewise accepts this love, as if it were as normal as eating when hungry or wearing clothes in winter. Yet with a stepmother, care is more deliberate, and the child feels more gratitude. The difference lies in what is instinctive versus what requires extra effort. In a household, true harmony appears when younger members sincerely respect their elders. But to accomplish this, elders themselves must be worthy of respect. A child's duty to parents is first about serving their hearts, second about serving their physical needs, and worst is to serve their bodies but neglect their hearts. Worse still is to keep up only outward courtesy while failing even in bodily service. The truly filial serve parents like humble servants, yet also with gentle affection like small children. When offering food to a parent, be present but not overly pushy. When offering advice, speak reasonably rather than harshly. When you stand and serve, be agreeable rather than stiff. If a parent falls ill, show deep worry but avoid frantic lament. If you yourself fall ill, endure it quietly so they do not hear your cries. During a parent's illness, some children grow so anxious that they forget to eat, which may weaken them so badly that they cannot continue to nurse the parent. Better to keep up your strength. The same applies to mourning. If you ruin your health with excessive grief, you may be unable to carry out the rites. The greatest failing is to be unfit to serve when needed most. A well-governed court sets an example for ministers and people. That constancy is called the court routine. Each public office has its proper code to follow. That is called the official routine. Within a single household, father and son, older and younger siblings, seniors and juniors must keep a clear order, never changing or muddling it. That is the family routine. In daily life, rising and resting, moving and stillness, speaking or remaining silent, act with mindful correctness and do not neglect it. That is the personal routine. Where routines prevail, there is order. Where they fail, chaos arises. No one can safely ignore them. When rains become excessive, all crops suffer. When favour and indulgence exceed all bounds, one's servants and concubines suffer. When affection overrules moral principle, one's children suffer. When parents are joyful, their minds relax and their health often thrives, leading to a longer life. So, the truly filial child works tirelessly to avoid bringing a single worry to father or mother, tries to shield them from outer sorrows, and seeks to cheer them in all circumstances, wealthy or poor, esteemed or lowly, peaceful or troubled. If a parent goes astray, the child must still remain gentle and patient, using careful measures to convey concern without provoking anger. This is why Confucius taught, a child who cannot please his parents is not fit to be called a son. Sacrifices. To heaven and earth repay their vast gift of life. In these rites, we pray for blessings, ward off calamities, ask for peace in harvest, and express gratitude for sustenance. Filial children likewise make offerings to their ancestors who gave them life. Some think these rites are to obtain ancestral blessings, but a true filial child sees them as extensions of daily care and reverence. It is not about seeking personal gain, for that would reduce the meaning of such solemn devotions to mere transactions. The Book of Songs may contain lines that mention seeking fortune, but I prefer poems such as Gathering Sacrificial Ferns, which speak simply of devoting heartfelt objects and efforts without longing for rewards. When we understand this, we do what we ought and place no extra hopes on it. Friendship is vital, which is why it is listed among the 5 cardinal relationships. One cannot become accomplished without good friends. A ruler enforces laws and cannot always show deep concern. A father loves but does not sternly demand improvement. Elder siblings want harmony, not criticizing mistakes. Wives handle family affairs but do not accompany husbands to study or official life. Sons cannot easily admonish their fathers, and one's teacher, though revered, is not always present. Our daily bonds with siblings and household may be too close, making it awkward to be forthright. But a true friend is near at hand, bound by neither ceremony nor kinship. Friends can press each other to correct failings and improve day by day. Thus do men of virtue rely on friends. Alas, in these times many treat friendship like a fleeting pleasure. They chat idly, feast or flatter one another, and consider compliance the mark of loyalty. They even call it knowing each other's hearts, if they whisper together or slap shoulders in jest, following each other down the wrong path. This is how both sink into pettiness and never grow. Confucius said beneficial friends are those who are upright, sincere, and well-informed, precisely those who will not flatter us. Therefore, it is hard to find 3 such friends, and just as hard to be such a friend oneself. Yet if somewhere in the world you meet one true companion of the way, that is a joy in life indeed. When speaking with elders, listen respectfully, never contradicting them outright. If they directly ask your thoughts, answer frankly, but do not rush to say everything at once. That is how the young should behave. There is a false sort of friendship where one praises another's good traits to his face, while secretly encouraging his faults. This is the vilest betrayal. Like a demon wearing human disguise under a bright sun, it is a pitiful custom of our age. An old saying goes, "The emperor's palace is 1,000 miles away," meaning that personal distance or mistrust stands between them. But it is not only with rulers. A father can be 1,000 miles away if father and son do not speak openly. 2 siblings may share a house, yet live miles apart if they nurse resentments. A couple sleeping on the same pillow can be as distant as strangers if they quarrel. Conversely, people across the world can feel as close as next-door neighbors if their hearts connect. The best fortune is to meet physically and unite in spirit, as with Yao and Shun, or King Wen and Duke Zhou, or Confucius and Yan Hui. If distance festers between people, resentment is sure to arise. So in all bonds, ruler-subject, parent-child, spouses, siblings, friends, we must remove that distance. Otherwise, grudges or betrayals become inevitable. In a household governed by kindness, everything is gentle. Father and son in harmony, husband and wife in sweet accord, siblings in friendly rapport, and even servants in cheerful cooperation. In a household governed by severity alone, everything is rigid. Father and son exchanging harsh words, spouses tense, siblings fearful, and servants stiff and reserved. A caring home can sink into laxity if it has no firm boundaries. A stern home can turn cold if it lacks warmth. The sage's family masterfully blends kindness with clear structure, ensuring genuine warmth, yet avoiding chaos. Even so, the difference between men's and women's roles remains unwavering. Not even the sage would abandon that distinction. When a father is gone, a child remains with the mother in mourning, and vice versa, since the living parent's well-being takes precedence. A filial child will not let grief for the deceased endanger the living, nor cling to standard forms and overlook real needs. Observing the rites flexibly preserves the greater principle. The world cannot go a day without a ruler. Hence, the ancient sages did not condemn King Tang's or King Wu's rise to power. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and it would be impossible to govern. Similarly, the world cannot go a day without the people. So Confucius and Mencius endorsed Tang and Wu, reminding rulers that they depend on the people. The people need good rulers, and rulers need good people. Titles, ranks, and imperial favours may indeed be a source of dignity, but a sage never regards them as adding or subtracting from his true worth. Even so, when the court bestows them as an encouragement, he does not spurn them out of pride, for that would offend the throne and undermine the ruler's authority to reward good service. Thus, though the sage does not seek them, he still accepts them respectfully, showing that the emperor's power is rightly esteemed. A filial child meets a parent's anger with warm patience and mildness, like a gentle breeze under a cold iron sky. If parents rage like thunder or freeze like winter, the child responds with consistent spring. Eventually, the storm clears. Even a stern father, if met with devoted humility, may soften. Another effective approach is reverent caution. If you remain solemn and prudent, even a harsh parent may feel moved by remorse. In short, to melt a parent's anger, especially deep frustration, you must persist with tenderness or with unwavering seriousness. Only a child of true heart can manage this, for it is more challenging than a superficial display. In serving parents, the highest level is to sense their wishes even before they speak. The next is to follow what they have voiced, and the lowest is simply to share their common destiny in general. In that last case, if the parent merely thinks of something but does not speak, the child cannot fulfill it. In the middle case, if a parent has not hinted at a wish, the child cannot anticipate it. Only at the highest level do you please your parent's heart before they even realize their own desire. Someone asked, "How can anyone guess so finely?" I reply, "A child whose sole purpose is to delight a parent never ceases watching and pondering, so it is not so hard." Someone asked, "Whenever people serve the same leader, jealousy always arises. Why?" I answered, "Leaders naturally favor those able to serve them well, and are displeased with those who cannot. Those who please get closer. Those who cannot are pushed aside. Then the slighted ones inevitably resent those who succeed. When they resent them, they may try to bring them down. Meanwhile, those who are favoured also resent the unfavoured, fearing sabotage. If each side resents the other, conflict grows. How can that end happily? The solution lies in curbing arrogance when you are favoured, sharing good fortune with everyone instead of hogging it. And if you are out of favour, do not blame others, but reflect on yourself or accept it as fate. Then you remove jealousy at its root. In attending parents, you must not appear too solemn, or too aloof, or too weary, or too sorrowful, or too triumphant, or too ill, or too anxious, or too angry. Children raised in affluent homes are often idle and indulgent, making no progress. Ancients called this fattening them like animals, feeding them sweet foods and fine clothes, but neglecting their character. It is a disgrace for well-bred youth to remain so shallow, yet they feel smug, parading their luxuries before others. Truly, their parents or guardians do them harm. Men and women are kept apart, even within the same family. Parents and children, siblings, all observe of certain boundaries. Ancient customs separated boys and girls at age 8 for meals. Among in-laws, courtesy is even stricter, though in some families it is so extreme that people hide at the sound of footsteps, while in others they joke with each other like strangers on the street. The correct way is to maintain respectful distance without turning it into alarmed avoidance. A son or daughter, as a dependent, should not be too coddled by servants. They must learn to bear responsibility and humility. Only then, when they marry or serve outside the home, will they flourish. Otherwise, parents do them a disservice. When inquiring about the health of someone who is ill, do not ask the patient directly in a way that burdens them. Ask those who care for them. Funeral attire is guided by custom, shaped by human feelings, but also shapes social norms. Some rules draw closer ties, others keep a measured distance. All revolve around love and righteousness, but many details can seem puzzling. A truly observant person will see that in some cases we must adapt the old codes to present conditions. Clinging to ancient patterns blindly can undermine their deeper meaning. If we see an item the parent left behind, we might either keep it or destroy it out of sorrow. Better to preserve it out of longing than to destroy it out of pain. I advise my children, if our family's standing rises by 1 degree, temper your own pride by 10 degrees, so that you remain approachable. Just as Mount Hua yields only to the sky itself and is still scaled by travellers, do not fear that humility will keep people away. The greatest caution is needed at home with one's spouse and children. This is the root of order or chaos, fortune or calamity. Yet many ignore this, which is heartbreaking. We can rely on our parents or siblings to provide a home, but they cannot shield us from disgrace if we ruin our own virtue. We can rely on our father or mother for birth, but they cannot stop us from plunging into danger if we insist upon it. Thus, children must remember their own responsibility. People often blame the cruelty of stepmothers or the jealousy of principal wives, but rarely examine the child's own failings or the husband's misconduct. this is skewed. Perhaps a stepchild misbehaves, fueling resentment. Perhaps a husband is unrighteous, leaving his wife feeling insecure or betrayed. If the child is truly filial, the stepmother has no excuse to be harsh. If the husband is truly upright, the wife has no grounds to be jealous. Officials handling disputes must remember this. Households where feelings run strong and everyone wants something can slide into chaos if not contained. Hence, the ancients emphasized a father's authoritative role, calling him the stern lord at home, precisely to prevent disorder. Without the guidance of proper decorum, a household can turn upside down, culminating in tragedies or scandal. The head of a household is like a lord to his family. The best is to be both respected and loved. Next best is to be respected out of fear. But if he allows himself to be taken lightly, or even despised or hated, the family faces ruin. Governing a household is no small matter. Many focus only on making a living, forgetting to cultivate family discipline. Make your children hold themselves in check. Let them feel a bit constrained and watchful, with an awareness of boundaries. If instead you allow them every indulgence, you do them harm. This is a truth that foolish parents often miss. When you admonish someone until they are speechless, trembling and sweating in shame, if you keep pressing them still, you may feel triumphant, but it shows a narrow and cruel heart. A noble person criticizes without exhausting someone's dignity, leaving room for them to feel remorse and improve, which is far more humane. Twisted wood resists the carpenter's line, and stubborn stone defies the chisel. Be mindful in how you reprimand others. Kindness and courtesy spring from natural feelings. You cannot force them. Ceremony can be insisted upon to maintain proper forms, but sincere kindness cannot be demanded. The more you demand it, the more it withers. Many tragedies in families arise when people insist, "You must care about me," or "You must love me," turning closeness into resentment. Scholar Chung once said, "When clan law is well established, family order is strong." Indeed, it goes beyond the family. All under heaven depends on connecting everything in a coherent structure. Just as a tree has a trunk that supports branches that hold leaves, or a person has a body that leads the limbs and fingers, so does good governance flow from the ruler down to officials, from officials to local chiefs, from chiefs to clan leaders. Only when lineages respect their elders do we see stable order. If a clan's house elder is incompetent, chaos results. That is why the ancients combined the official clan head, the family senior, with the father's rightful heir, the principal son. Then, if the father's direct successor was weak, a senior relative of wisdom and virtue might help shoulder responsibilities, ensuring order. In this way, officials could hold them responsible for the clan's behavior, and matters could run smoothly. True friends do not expect what we ourselves cannot offer, nor excuse in us what they themselves condemn. This is the highest mutual standard. My mother is wise and kind. My faults do not come from her. A filial child remembers that. My king is just and bright. My crimes deserve no excuse. A loyal minister remembers that. A nobleman of official rank should have an ancestral hall, a formal living hall, and a gathering hall. The ancestral hall includes a room for meditation, a storeroom for sacred objects, and an altar for 4 generations of ancestors arranged with ritual vessels. The living hall is where memorial rites, funerals, or daily offerings to more recent parents are conducted. The third hall is for certain ceremonies, like weddings, coming-of-age rites, or receiving guests. Each hall has its proper arrangement of steps and positions. Even if one's private rooms are humble, these halls should not be neglected, for they anchor the core events of life. Today, some esteemed officials content themselves with tiny, cramped huts, deeming that a sign of virtuous frugality. I admire their modesty, but I value correct ceremony more. If it is within your power to create proper spaces for rites, do so. There is no shame in lowering yourself when ritual demands it, but it is shameful to stand above what etiquette requires. The family's greatest harm arises when the younger members chase their desires without limit, and the head of the household indulges them. Another great harm is letting petty servants spread rumours, while wives or concubines believe them. Prevent these 2 harms, and you will have harmony. Just follow what is right, and you need not consult omens or astrologers. If your cause is upright, how can fortune or misfortune deter you? Some say, we must avoid ill omens to protect ourselves, but consider if the ruler or parent is in danger. Would a loyal subject or filial child avoid ill omens rather than rush to help? You see, if you truly face a hopeless moment, you accept it calmly, like a doctor confronting a fatal illness, or a loving child still pouring medicine at the last breath. These are done out of duty, not obsession with luck. Be careful in speech, not just with strangers, but even with your family, close friends, wife, or servants. At times, it matters most exactly where we feel safest, for from there, words can leak and lead to ruin. On discussing the way. The Great Way has a single main road, and the progress of entering that way follows distinct steps. Sages teach people a straightforward method, letting each person grasp as much as they can. Only when someone fully understands one step will the sage reveal the next. For if you are missing even an inch at the first stage, you cannot advance to the second. Confucius once told Zigong there was only one thread binding everything, but he first tested Zigong on whether he had studied and memorized many teachings. As for the deeds of the truly benevolent, Confucius said, Zigong, you cannot reach that level. These days, some immediately speak of lineage and original substance, as though this could guide new learners. It is like telling dreams to a person who knows nothing of dreaming. In the Confucian school, there is no such teaching method. There are 5 constant virtues in ordinary situations, and another 5 for times of change. The first are the plain norms everyone knows. The second are the flexible norms known only to those who truly grasp the way. For instance, not seizing a man with grey hair does not necessarily define kindness, nor does shedding rivers of blood mean one has violated kindness. Just look at the example. Do not seize anyone with white hair was not labelled benevolence, yet in certain battles blood flowed so much that wooden pestles could float, still not negating benevolence. And while 2 sons travelling by boat was not said to exemplify righteousness, the punishment of Guan and Huo did not negate righteousness either. If we tried to list all such examples, there would be no end. Alas, many lack true discernment. Some get stuck on the usual norms and cannot adapt. Others only see the special norms, but fail to understand the underlying constants. Both are harmful to the way and block success. Who besides the person who studies carefully and seeks a middle path can apply these principles? And who else can truly perceive them? When speaking of the way, even the most refined explanation needs a listener who earnestly strives to understand. Such a person might leap from their seat or exclaim in shouts and tears, because the words instantly relieve their thirst to know. When those words land upon a heart without yearning or sensitivity, it is like pricking numb skin with needles and getting no reaction, let alone scratching it. I regret that many words are lost on those who do not care. Hence, the great way is often quietly kept, not because sages begrudge sharing, but because preaching it to the unreceptive accomplishes nothing. This is why sages respond only when asked, shaping their words according to the seeker. Temple music is the ultimate simplicity, so plain that it contains no self-serving desire. Where there is no desire, one touches the divine. It is also the height of plainness, so free from adornment that it connects to the original source of all. True vessel needs no polishing. Polishing it may produce a false shine. A true feeling needs no embellishment. Embellishing it becomes a pretense. Within a family, if a father and son walk into the hall without courteously insisting the other go first, that is not rudeness. If one eats until satisfied without someone urging more, that is not greed. That is simply being real. Only when people start saying, "after you," do they end up not entering at all, or refusing to eat even if pressed. Those are artifices. Still, we cannot throw away ceremony altogether, but when outer show covers up genuine feeling, ceremony turns into a thief of propriety, and the noble person does not respect it. For the ruler to see the people settled in their places is his great peace. For the minister to see them thriving is his. For the common folk, a bountiful harvest is theirs. For a household, mutual harmony and respect bring peace. For a child, having parents free from illness is peace. And for each person's heart, being free from worry is peace. The subtle marvel of the highest way cannot be grasped merely by thought. How could words capture it? Whatever can be plainly stated is just the shallows of the way. If you speak of the unfathomable, you still might not convey it. Indeed, even the wise dragon lord could not fully articulate the deeper layers, for he too is contained within this mystery. The more one tries to pin it down, the more it hovers beyond words, yet in truth it lives in the daily knowledge and conduct of ordinary men and women. Stray beyond that, and you head into hollow illusions. Apart from the principle of centre, the lineage of the way cannot be firmly established. Even a being considered supremely holy in a side tradition cannot compare to one who walks the proper road with grounded virtue. Hence it is better for a person to serve as a humble attendant in the house of true orthodoxy than to be heir to a deviant line. Someone asked, "Does a sage have any self to conquer?" I reply, only Yao, Shun, King Wen, the Duke of Zhou, and Confucius truly had nothing in themselves left to conquer. Other sages still had personal edges. Yi Yin had to restrain that sense of responsibility. Liu Xiaohui had to restrain his inclination to harmony. Bo Yi had to hold back the drive for austere cleanness. Each person tilts towards some side, and that tilt is their self. This self is simply the small me that cannot set aside personal bias. Such self is what we call human desire. If we cannot overcome it, we are not solid or resolute. Natural is that which, once stirred, cannot be blocked nor easily forbidden. Yet the sage stands on what is morally right, shaping even the natural, so that effort is required. You might say the sage's work is forced, yet in the end, knowledge and skill bear fruit. Even if only a fraction of that path is reached, the sage can handle the hardest challenges without quite the same struggle as others do. Words cannot easily describe the difference. Yao, Shun, the Duke of Zhou, and Confucius all worked with human feelings and the reality of things, drawing from what is already there. They did nothing that seemed bizarre or harsh. Thus, few can match them. People since then, failing to equal them, have reached instead for lofty or extremely difficult feats, or used dark, cryptic expressions, or clung to strange, eccentric illusions to surpass them. They do not realize the sage's great wonder lies in an ordinary simplicity. Look at the 6 classics and the 4 books, how straightforward their language is, yet still they are the writings of great sages, lacking no clarity or completeness. Alas, so many subsequent thinkers, whether Buddhist, Daoist, Yangzhu, Mozi, Zhuangzi, the legalists, offer just a fragment of what a sage is, overextending their theories into something odd. Future students, lacking discernment, abandon staple grains for powdered jade, scorn plain cloth for fireproof silk, neither of which truly nourish or protect them. Indeed, it leads to strange ailments. Venta is a wondrous concept beyond heaven and earth, beyond the 4 directions. It is like the emperor who stands alone in the south-facing seat of honor, while benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith stand as ministers at each side, and myriad virtues stand in front, acknowledging and receiving. Who could have imagined that among all under heaven there is such a sublime word as centre? Once you have it, every other principle can be let go. Without it, even the 5 constants or countless virtues are merely partial goods, no real way at all. Truly foolish people cannot hold the way, but neither do they do much harm to it. Instead, it is the sharp and clever who often corrupt it, because they overshadow the true centre with their brilliance. The world sees only that centre is plain and unremarkable, drawing no fame, so people treat it lightly. This breaks the way. And it is not only the clever who are at fault. Those who overexalt cleverness share the blame. The doctrine of the mean was composed precisely to teach such gifted people. Mean is enough, but it also adds the word common, pointing to something deeper still. It is hard to explain this to those fixated on twisted niceties. The way is a universal principle, belonging to every person in every era. The way itself is not private, nor do sages claim it as their own. Yet many scholars keep calling it the sage's way, insisting everyone must quote the classics and do exactly as the ancients did, calling this protecting the way. This is a major obstacle through the ages one few dare to challenge. but the way has no boundary, and the sage's words cannot contain it fully. Affairs also shift with time, and no ancient system alone can cover them all. Later ages might see a truly enlightened person appear, revealing new insights that the sages hinted at but never fully spelled out, or achieving tasks the sages themselves would have done if in that situation. The sage would rejoice. The narrow scholar is aghast. Such a person can speak to the open-minded, but since Han and Tang times, few have walked that path. The truths of the Book of Changes fill the whole body and the whole horizon. They fill every corner of space. The Changes has 384 lines, but the sage merely picked that many examples to stand for the interplay of yin and yang. If 100 sages each wrote a Book of Changes, each might choose 384 different examples, but none would go beyond the same yin-yang principle. Later learners seek the changes within the text alone, forcing interpretation upon interpretation in hopes of attaining enlightenment. But Changes is a living system, while they treat it as dead. Changes is formless, yet they treat it as fixed. If you want brevity, the heaven and earth trigrams alone may suffice. If you want inexhaustibility, you could write 1,000 volumes and still not express the changes in full. 384 lines are hardly the limit. The single character center does not only imply moral inevitability, it also shows that even climate and seasons cannot stray from the middle if they are to form proper cold and heat. Disaster and fortune alike deviate from the center at their peril, and our body falls ill if our eating and sleeping depart from balance. Thus, when the 4 seasons each stay in their rightful time, and the 5 organs do their proper work, we call that centered. 1 hair's deviation brings 1 hair's result. Hence, the sage clings to center to govern heaven, earth, and all creatures. A student should realize that every event and object in life reflects the way, and only then will your heart feel truly open. In the swirl of worldly life, find a separate flavor that few appreciate and keep it quietly for yourself. That is the real delight. Take care not to share it indiscriminately. Holding to it is a treasure. When colors become too strong, they obscure each other. Even if you layer them carefully, you cannot hide each stroke. Only black, if it covers something, leaves no trace. So black is the storehouse color and the key to containing all. This is why the Tao of emperors is often compared to black. It preserves and shelters indefinitely. Similarly, the sage's heart is described as black, for it can harbor and merge all principles, gathering brilliance inward, nurturing vitality, and concealing the heavenly mechanism. Thus, Laozi said, "Know the white, guard the black." The Cain Book of Documents praised Shun for his dark virtue rising to fame. To be outwardly obvious is a shallower expression of the way. Confucians say, we hold black within, but wear white without. Black as the essence, white as the function. Daoists say they keep white within, but wear black outside. White for personal cultivation, black for dealing with society. The way pervades the universe without limit. Those who work harder with their minds can grasp more, while those who slack grasp less, and some remain in total darkness. Even if everyone were a sage, there would still be enough way for all. and if everyone turned into thieves, the way would remain undiminished. In truth, it only finds its lord when a sage arises who can then put it to use. From Han and Tang times onward, debate has grown messy, while core truths got muddled. Thus we revere the Song Confucians. Yet the Song Confucians, striving to clarify the way, sometimes forced tenuous connections, losing the straightforward approach. Therefore, we in turn revere the earlier sages' words. Yet the sages' words were partially lost in the Qin fire, or jumbled among many schools, with fakes mixed in. Because later learners fear to doubt them, the best we can do is revere the way itself. If a new statement genuinely aligns with the way, then it harmonizes with every sage of every age, since the way is one. Someone asked, is the way of center handed down from Yao and Shun full of hidden wondrous secrets? I sighed. Let's look at ordinary things right here. Suppose we drink wine without measuring, yet never become drunk. That is being centered in how we drink. Suppose we talk without being totally silent or becoming wild. That is being centered in how we speak. Suppose we bow or kneel without fussing or rushing. That is being centered in our gestures. Succeed in a single matter, and in that one area you mirror Yao and Shun. Extend that to every matter, and you fully become them. Once you reach that ease everywhere, you truly attain their completeness. Form and spirit do not leave each other for a moment, just as Tao and its manifestation do not part ways. The way has no higher or lower, so dividing it that way is false. Once, while drinking with a friend, I pointed to the dishes on the table. Their placement must have an orderly principle, an inherent way. A careless servant who sees just one dish might shove everything around, not knowing the right arrangement. But to one who sees the pattern, it is obvious. New dishes up front, older ones behind, main foods on the left, utensils on the right, stacked but not hidden, arranged in neat layers. This is a so-called rough matter. Yet if you say the lofty wonders of life and spirit are not found here, then where are they? And if you agree that the principle of spirit is present, does it need more work? Look at the farmer ploughing or threshing, the cook steaming or stir-frying. Each activity can hold the secret of sustaining life's spirit. Students make it too abstract, calling matters of daily life coarse, and spiritual transformation profound, and so never connect the two. If you truly see the principle, you realize that in this layout of dishes there is the entire realm of past and present, all events and objects from top to bottom. Indeed, everything we tread on or use can be an expression of spirit's transformation, and it is not complicated at all. There is a small one and a great one. The small one unifies myriad differences, while the great one unifies even that small one. The great one is single. The small one divides into countless forms. Without the great one, the small one remains scattered bits. Without the small one, the great one stays formless. In quiet, you see that heaven, earth, and all creatures vanish into emptiness. A disciple once came to me repeatedly demanding to know about infinity, the supreme ultimate, and whether principle and energy or nature and destiny are refined or coarse or truly good. I said I could piece together what earlier scholars said, adding my own flawed opinions, but it would not address your current needs. Even if you suddenly realized something about life and destiny, you would only add your name to the chain of commentaries. Future academics would compare your text to others, praising or refuting it. How would that help save a nation in peril, or assist the livelihood of the people, or aid your own moral struggle? Let me give you a plainer approach. Focus on preserving a pure heart, controlling desires, handling affairs well, dealing with others kindly, governing the family, and bringing peace to the country. Tackle each issue in good faith. Once you are steady in that, we can talk further. He asked, Does that mean we can never discuss principle, energy, nature, and destiny? I replied, Those things appear plainly in front of you day by day. If you try to scatter them into bits of speculation, you lose the unified sum. Yang is the guest, yin is the host, movement is the guest, stillness is the host, having is the guest, lacking is the host, the myriad are the guest, the one is the host. The path of principle is direct, bright and open, while the path of desire branches into many corners, is dim and cramped, and leads to anxiety and vexation. True principle is pleasant and freeing, whereas desire brings worry and trouble. Without the 10,000, the one has nowhere to land. Without the one who unifies the 10,000, we cannot separate them. Some fixate only on the 10,000, forgetting the one. Thus they end up with partial truths. The correct stance is to hold firmly to the one, ensuring that the 10,000 do not turn chaotic. To hold to order, ensuring there is no disorder. To hold to balance, preventing extremes. To hold to life, so there is no death. Under heaven, there are 5 major boundaries: between ruler and subject, between civilized states and foreign tribes, between men and women within a household, between principle and desire within oneself, and between authentic lineage and mixed lineage over the ages. Even a small leak in these boundaries can burst into a flood. Degenerate Confucians, at their worst, do little better than other deviant schools. Yet a doctor who is brilliant can identify a disease's root cause, and a great Confucian can pierce through twisted ideas to heal error. But if they misdiagnose, the disease flares worse. The deviant mind will seize on any flawed argument to counterattack. People know that heterodox teachings can harm the way, yet they do not realize that misguided words within Confucianism can do the same. If reasoning is hazy, if one's speech merely masquerades as truth, if one clings to biases that disrupt a lasting foundation, if one fosters petty doctrines that erode the bigger moral barriers, and if one's position or fame gives them the chance to spread such errors, then that person can harm later generations far more severely than an obvious heretic. Hence, there is the deviance of the deviant schools, which is clearly wrong, so less dangerous, and there is the deviance within our own Confucian school, which seems right, and thus is more damaging. Any who love the way must not fail to distinguish them. Everything under heaven arises from a real principle. Without a real basis, no thing or event can emerge. The illusionists rely on tricks that have no true purpose, luring people through appearances. If one fails to look beyond those appearances, searching for the genuine foundation, one is easily misled. When high officials argue at court and someone says, "The emperor has decreed," everyone falls silent, leaving no space to uphold what might be right. and when scholars debate in a hall, and someone says, "Confucius spoke on this," all freeze, not daring to differ. Thus, among all earthly powers, principle and authority stand supreme, but principle is higher still. For if principle is invoked in government, the emperor's might cannot override it. Even if it tries, principle will still echo across the land and through later ages. Hence, authority is the monarch's privilege, while principle is the sage's privilege. Without principle, a monarch's authority can fail. Thus, authority ultimately relies on principle for survival. Where unlimited authority holds no checks, the Confucian sense of duty steps forward to champion the way, as though enthroned itself. Yang gives birth, Yin nurtures. Those who face sunlight bud first, those in shade wither last. When correct learning is ignored, those with clever minds fixate on a corner of truth and call it a complete doctrine, fragmenting the way into 100 tracks. Each may have something right, but all are partial. In Confucius's circle, however, even a bent tree is placed under the carpenter's line. Any bit of crookedness is straightened. Zen teaching speaks of a barrier of reasoning, but in truth, principle itself has no barrier. It is our own mental fixations that form the wall. If we did not cling to such fixations, how would principle block us? The core of the way lies in lessening self-interest, and the urgency in learning lies in correcting our biases. All 7 emotions are forms of desire. If we keep them upright, they become heavenly principle. All 5 aspects of our nature are forms of benevolence, and if they lose that central kindness, they become destructive cravings. All sounds in the cosmos are natural and thus true. Each being voices its own truth. The question of heaven or man, past or present, hardly matters. The 6 classics are each a note in the grand symphony of truth. Yet from Han and Song times onward, many fix on a single note, insisting there is no other, like insisting a single comedic line is the only cause of everyone's shared laughter. In reality, each person laughs for reasons that please them, so a variety of tones can still produce the same mirth. As long as no words conflict with the 6 classics, each new perspective can be seen as an echo of the way. There is no need for uniform phrasing or identical approaches. Energy is the essence of form, while form is the residue of energy. Hence, form contains energy, and energy, though intangible, carries the potential of form. One never exists entirely without the other. When starlight falls and becomes stone, we sense the bond between shape and spirit. All is well in the cosmos when there is harmony. How liberating it is if everything attains that balance. Zhuangzi and Laozi noticed that the way naturally refuses all forced manipulation, so they dismissed a great deal of human effort. But if all is left to chance, what kind of world results? The sage, fully aware of nature's flow, still arranges matters so they align with what ought to be, letting nature do the rest. Partial kindness that indulges only one's favourites can injure true benevolence. Boldness that rushes ahead carelessly can injure righteousness. Obsequious ceremony can injure true propriety. Cunning, nitpicking suspicion can injure wisdom. Stubborn guardedness can injure trustworthiness. These 5 thieves damage the way and corrupt the virtues. Sages denounce them. Yet later Confucians sometimes praise such behaviours, failing to discern the harm. We can speak of two aspects of what is so: that which we ourselves must do, the ought to be, and that which belongs to heaven's own design, the naturally so. Many people confuse them, burning effort on what heaven will decide, anyway, while neglecting what truly falls on our shoulders. That is straining on heaven's behalf, leading nowhere. Meanwhile, they abandon the tasks they themselves should fulfill, discarding the human way. The sage accepts what heaven truly bestows. If it collides with moral duty, the sage simply will not accept it. Let us be clear on these two categories, holding them steadfastly, and we will reap boundless benefit. Energy expends form, but when form is gone, energy remains. Fire burns wood, but when the wood is gone, the fire itself is not ended. Only that instance of fire is spent. Thus, heaven and earth use the intangible to shape the tangible, and only fire among the 5 phases has no fixed form. When one's energy surges, it can overshadow composure. Even flood-like noble energy only arises from delicate breath, in and out through the mouth and nose. It is not endless. There is a heavenly desire and a human desire. Roaming among flowers or admiring the moonlight can be called heavenly, while craving possessions or indulgent pleasures is human. Heavenly desire cannot be absent, otherwise one slips into empty meditation. Human desire cannot be allowed to thrive, otherwise it grows filthy. The heavenly desire is but the good aspect of human desire, and human desire is the corrupted aspect of that heavenly drive. Jushi said, "Do not seek acknowledgement from people, but seek acknowledgement from heaven." That is good advice for beginners. The noble person does good simply because it is natural to do so, or because the heart cannot allow otherwise. They do not even think of whether heaven sees it. If we harbour a single thought of seeking recognition, it is false, and if we fail to obtain it, that false aspiration withers. From the narrower perspective, the body is within, and all else is outside. Thus, if wealth or power come in improper ways, a noble person will not accept them. But seen from the deeper perspective, even the body lies outside, and only the heart stands within. Hence, a noble person might not decline poverty or oppression if it aligns with the way. There is no personal reason to refuse. Someone asked, "What is the method of reverence?" I replied, "Outwardly, it is a neat and serious bearing. Inwardly, a quiet and honest mind. In reading, keep your mind on the text. In work, keep your mind on the job. Do everything with a focused heart. Or as the old expression goes, when you leave home, treat it like meeting a grand guest. When dealing with the people, treat it like officiating a sacred rite." The questioner said, "But in casual conversation, singing, feasting, or hurried moments, wouldn't that seriousness become stiff and unnatural?" I answered, "True, reverence is grounded but open, never drifting from the right. On a day of fasting and ceremony, you may sleep in your proper garments, even dreaming of the spirits you honour. On an ordinary day, you take off those robes. Yet, as long as your mind does not wander into wickedness, you remain reverent. If you cling too tightly to solemn postures, you could never do tasks like digging with a hoe or driving a cart. Yet sages did all those things, sometimes in a relaxed manner, without losing their reverence. Think of Confucius resting on his arm, singing spontaneously, or Yan Hui enjoying a carefree moment by a stream. They did not break true reverence because their thoughts remained aligned with principle. If your mind strays 1,000 miles, chasing any desire, yet your body sits stiffly, that is not reverence. Indeed, the classic instructions for women speak of slow steps and soft voices, training them to be chaste and loyal. But a woman fetching water or cooking cannot always move so gently. Still, she remains chaste if her heart is correct. So, reverence does not depend on person, place, or time. It hinges on the heart remaining upright and one's actions matching the way. Difficulty first, gain later is the central rule for establishing virtue and merit. Recognize this facing hardship first and stick to it, whether the world scorns or slanders you. Even if months and years pass without obvious results, do not be shaken. Eventually, it must bear fruit. Let your practice follow a steady course, letting the outcomes unfold in their own time. Anyone who wants quick progress is like someone yanking sprouts from the soil. They only harm them. Only the one who gazes calmly perceives the pure essence of creation and the subtleties of destiny. People who stay busy and frantic end up confused all their lives, never seeing clearly, like muddy water that cannot reflect the moon or stars. Filling your heart with compassion means filling all space with that compassion as well. A noble person seeing the well-being of living things, whether fish, birds, insects, or the tiniest creatures, feels a warm delight as if sharing in their welfare. If they sense anything out of place, they feel sad as if it happened to themselves. That generous resolve to bring all creatures into harmony is never set aside for a moment. All living things are born from their natural essence, yet often die from too much feeling. So, the highest wisdom either transcends feelings or keeps them upright. Average people merely let their feelings flow, and petty people indulge them to the fullest. Seeing that these emotions can undermine life, the sage remains in the calm land of tastelessness, staying unmoved by worldly excitements or alarms. This can bring physical hardship but inner joy. To the outside, such a person seems unusual. Within, they find clarity unknown to others. Our bodies must blend with the world, seeing no separate shapes or boundaries of space. That is called transformation. Within this merging, we remain distinct and unblurred, adhering to proper principle. That is called precision. It is pitiful for a person to go through life without ever hearing the way, to want your own success and help others succeed, to want your own rise and help others rise. That is a sincere benevolence that sees all under heaven as one family. To perfect it, we must extend compassion, even to birds and beasts, then to plants and trees. If within one's family itself, people scramble to beat each other or to shine first, how can they spare a thought for the rest of creation? Heavenly virtue is simply the absence of self. The kingly path is simply caring for others. Rank these four in descending order. The way first, then virtue, then meritorious service, then fame. Naturally existing is the way. Embodying the way is virtue. Achieving things for the world is merit, and maintaining a pure life that benefits all is fame. Anyone only writing for themselves likewise draws from one of these four. Less than this, one does not even enter the discussion. Whatever moves heaven and touches creation must be utterly pure. Whether the energy is extremely strong or amazingly gentle or perfectly balanced, if it is truly pure, it resonates swiftly, like an echo. But if it's mixed by even a thread, it loses its effect. All things differ outwardly, but the sage's mind does not cling to differences. The sage simply responds. It is like sunlight shining on countless objects, or water flowing along countless channels. Though the shapes vary, sun and water remain single in essence. If we tried to carve them up according to our little concepts, we would get lost. When we speak of lower learning and higher reach, it is really the same pursuit. Lower learning means studying what one will eventually reach, and higher reach means reaching what one has studied. Magnanimity and resolve describes the way of earth. The Book of Changes describes earth as containing and expanding, which is magnanimity, and ever upright, which is resolve. Without resolve, you cannot sustain magnanimity. Without magnanimity, you cannot carry all things. In the 6 classics, the sages simply present the way, not long debates. Debate started with Mencius. Then, in Han times, scholars annotated the classics without truly discussing them. Deep analysis began in Song times. The Song Confucians revered principle without overstepping, while later scholars have often gone too far. For the sage, inner cultivation and outward governance are a single whole. There is no dividing inner saint from outer king. Posterity, however, often treats moral self-culture and managing others as separate tasks. Unless one is a born sage, no one speaks without thinking. Better to speak thoughtfully, from a calm soul, hesitant yet steady. Then mistakes are fewer. By contrast, speaking in a rush of excitement is like a fountain bursting forth. Even if some truths appear, confusion mingles in. Whenever a single phrase is uttered, you face pitfalls in every direction. Talk cheerfully, and you may seem arrogant. Speak dejectedly, and you seem weak. Speak humbly, and you appear sycophantic. Speak bluntly, and you seem aggressive. Speak cryptically, and you seem deceitful. Speak openly, and you seem shallow. You may break a taboo unintentionally, and people think you meant it. You may speak without a hidden agenda, but people think you do. The only remedy is to keep your heart clear and your energy steady. I myself speak too much and too loosely, so I know this is my problem. May we all improve together. Know your opponent and know yourself is not just for warfare. It is vital for dealing with people and affairs in general. When you are truly quiet, the flavor can feel extremely cool or bland. Yet, once you step out to deal with people and events, it naturally acquires a bit of warmth. People used to strong worldly flavors may find that calmness cold and tasteless. But if it is so cold that no one can approach, or so bland it offends, that is not real depth. It is only lifeless, ash, or chewed-out wax. To understand essence is only worthwhile if it applies effortlessly. If it fails to apply, then what value is there in talk of essence? Nonetheless, if the essence is truly understood, application comes naturally, like a rooted tree producing countless branches, or a spring feeding countless streams. Heaven, earth, all creatures, and humankind form a single body and a single mind. If you truly see that storms, clouds, thunder and rain all surge within your own chest, and that tigers, snakes and even insects emerge from your own spirit, then everything in heaven and earth merges. Where is the world out there? Where are things separate from me? Everything has a single core, though 1,000 branches spread out. All words and deeds aim back to that single root. If you gain that one, all else follows. If you chase the many, you lose the one. Daoists speak of guarding the one, but Confucians know how to use the one. Buddhists, Daoists, and Confucians each teach a method of transmitting the heart, and it all returns to the principle of stillness. They all talk of restraining desire in the beginning and reaching no desire in the end. So they unite, at least in that. When Confucius said, "I wish to speak no more," that was not a refined statement. He simply meant there is truth beyond words. And when he said, "I hide nothing from you," that was not just about rhetorical style, but about revealing heart and heaven's way. If you truly see, you cannot hide it. If you do not truly see, you cannot say it. Heaven and earth never speak or hide. They simply remain open. That is why anything beyond words is simply the flow of daily affairs. Between heaven's clarity and the sage's bright heart, there is no confusion. If someone writes a lengthy explanation that leaves both speaker and listener feeling dull, is it because everyone is foolish? No, it is because the explanation itself is ill-formed. Speech that avoids metaphors and pictures is the highest mode. Speech that uses them is lesser. Speech that tries to be mysterious yet remains obscure is dark talk, signifying the speaker cannot find a direct route. Not understanding dark talk does not keep anyone from being a sage. The highest expression is plain, straightforward, transparent, like the earth's shape or the sun's light. It can guide endeavours and bring order to the world, proven by the ages with no drawback. Call that heavenly speech. The next level is simple, direct, precise, so that every ear can follow and every heart can agree. Call that human speech. Then there is deep or contrived language, full of strange flourishes, until you figure out the archaic characters or hidden rhymes. You cannot understand a word, and even if you do, you discover it is everyday matters in a fancy guise. I call that ghostly speech, for it haunts the way without nourishing it, like a parasitic growth on the trunk. It is ruinous for students and scholars, yet many love it for its novelty. The truly upright soul feels embarrassed by such showiness, but the authors themselves regard it as a triumph. Ah, how sad! In times of decline, society often prizes conformity. But in a flourishing age, people also value oneness of mind, like Emperor Yao's court, where everyone cooperated in virtue, removing any who would disrupt it, or Confucius and his disciples who worked together for moral development, rejecting those outside their circle. Thus, when the way is one, customs unify. Divergence from that is not the art of kings or sages. It disrupts normal life and fosters deviance. In a decadent era, conformity might mean sinking with the crowd. The wave of corruption can topple the central pillar, and if you remain sober while others are drunk, no one tolerates you. This was true from ancient times. Hence, in a golden age, it is good to unify. In a troubled age, it may be good to stand alone, yet not in the sense of seeking novelty, but of quietly keeping the truth in yourself. If the whole crowd were upright, your aloneness would match them anyway. Nothing in this world is worth clinging to, but since we were born here, we must engage. We do not invest our emotions too deeply, for that breeds endless yearning and endless sorrow. Settle yourself first, and then you can reflect. A still pond best reflects what hovers above. The noble person deals with matters by acting only where action is absolutely needed, and stopping where stopping is absolutely needed. In speech, likewise, they speak only where speech is truly needed, and stay silent otherwise, thus minimizing regret. If you express yourself off balance, the error begins not after you have spoken, but at the very start of that speech. A mere flicker of complacency in your mind shows in your face and leaks into your words. And a person of the way is ashamed by this. When your vision is broad, you realize nothing in the world justifies conceit, nor do you yourself ever truly arrive. What is there to boast about? Thus, the grandest virtue often appears modest. Your inmost heart is known in your own room. Do not shame yourself even where no one sees, is the stern teacher through the ages, while 10 eyes watch and 10 fingers point is the severest punishment across time. Sincerity, cheng, and skill, kai, are not two separate things. Skill must arise from sincerity, or it is not true skill. Where sincerity thrives, skill naturally follows. Today, people seldom lack talent, but few manage to acquire sincerity. When you can make a clear decision, your mind is unburdened. But when do I decide, one asks. I reply, decide after you have thoroughly weighed the matter, and likewise decide when the deed is done. The way reduces to oneness. Introducing a second factor is unnecessary. One who embodies the way never strays from the single path, for a second path is already partial. Heaven has one energy, creation one root, the mind one principle, and the world one rightful power. Holding to one gains the 10,000, chasing the 10,000 loses. The one, water from 1,000 rivers, can fail to hold back if you do not keep the single barrier. A tree with 1,000,000 leaves may still wither if it loses the single trunk. There is but one real truth, yet countless opinions distort it. So the more words pile up, the further truth slips away. There is only one right way to act, yet countless. Voices dispute it, so the more arguments multiply, the more chaos grows. Our group tends to place high demands on others while being lax with ourselves, focusing on words rather than real effort. How can we progress that way? The entire universe is originally one, but the moment you speak of unity, you lose it. Zhou Dunyi's diagram in the Supreme Ultimate shows a circle dividing into yin and yang, but it is not a complete severing into pure yin and pure yang. Such absolute splits do not exist in real cosmic transformation. Each is ever the root of the other. Speaking of naturalness is the highest level, doing without trying. Then speaking of duty is second, fulfilling the role one must. Then speaking of it cannot be otherwise is third, driven by thoughts of praise or blame. Finally, speaking of I dare not fail is fourth, driven by fear of harm or loss. Everyone knows that human desire attacks heavenly principle, but even wise men may miss how one form of heavenly principle can attack another. People nowadays suppose that compassion is always benevolence, courtesy always propriety, not taking something always integrity, generosity always righteousness, boldness always courage, or eager promises always trustworthiness. If that spark arises genuinely, it might indeed be heavenly principle, but the grand upright principle is overshadowed by partial forms, leaving it as clinging to a single side. Most so-called gentlemen fail to see through this. Thus, the way remains obscure. Two women in one household, yet their hearts differ. That line from the Book of Changes shows lone yang, meaning there is no balancing masculine element. Without yang, they cannot align. Conversely, two men in one place, yet they share one mind, suggests lone yin. But if it truly were all yin, men could not dwell together either. Hence, one yin and one yang define the way. Though each line in the changes is either yin or yang, they each form a complete symbol. A sharp blade against cotton, or a great cannon aimed at a waving cloth, can do no harm. A scholar approaching the way must first seek it, then keep seeking, then nurture what is found, and finally forget even that he has found it. Failing to nurture it means it slips away. Failing to forget it means it never fully merges into you. Once you truly fuse with it, it is not even something you found. Getting it suggests you once lost it. But if it is originally part of you, there is no question of losing or gaining. We never speak of finding one's ears or eyes, because we never lose them. Our hearts do wander. Hence, we speak of finding our hearts again. The sage's actions always use yin as the host and yang as the guest. Yin nurtures, and yang is employed when needed. Heaven and earth likewise favour yin. The Daoists amplify yin to cultivate pure yang, hoarding it carefully. The Buddhists deepen yin to guard emptiness as their treasure. People with more yin tend to enjoy long life and fortune. Those with more yang often face earlier troubles. Being off by the slightest thread still fails to attain complete realization. You have not fully steeped your sinews or bones in it. Different schools are not all truly different. It is just that their roots diverge. For thousands of years, only the line of Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, King Wen, King Wu, Confucius, and Mencius has stayed consistent. Others, Buddha, Laozi, Zhuangzi, Liezi, Shenbuhai, Hanfei, Guanzhong, Shangyang, even Bo Yi, Yi Yin, and Liu Xiahui are alternative. Aizhi, Zigong, and Zixia, among Confucius's own disciples, also drifted. They started at the same gate, but took different roads. At first, all was one. Yet, if you go west-south or east-south, you eventually land thousands of miles apart. So, we must define similarities and differences with precision, not for petty debate, but to prevent us from wandering astray. True insight always translates into action. If your action is real, sincerity naturally follows. Once sincerity is real, it flows into an unforced state. If that natural state reaches its height, you carry it on to the very end, never halting until death. This is what is meant by bright knowledge leads to sincerity. 1,000 ailments share one root, so we treat that root. All that governs creation is a single field of energy, which itself is principle, energy's own natural course. At the highest level of sincerity, even what once seemed artificial becomes sincere. But below that level, even sincerity still has a trace of artifice. Righteousness cannot be seized by force. Knowing that hardship and oppression, poverty and labour might truly be what you deserve, while comfort and success may be only your luck, helps you avoid mental anguish. Some plans are prepared in advance and succeed, while others fail despite all readiness. I myself have made sure preparations, only to find them useless when details failed to fit. Flexibility is needed for unforeseen changes. No single rule works in all cases. Amid all the swirling changes and surprising twists, everything eventually settles back into the normal. Goodness is one's nature, yet one's nature need not be all goodness. A weight is iron, but iron is not necessarily a weight. Some say, but Mencius claims human nature is good. However, Mencius also mentions basic bodily cravings as nature. Are these purely good? One might claim desire aligned with principle is good, yet Mencius also speaks of moving the heart and enduring the nature. Why endure a purely good nature? Confucius's commentary on the changes speaks of continuing the good to complete one's nature. But many later readers do not handle the changes well. Confucius says one yin and one yang define the way, meaning balanced yin and yang. If it tilts too far to yin or too far to yang, it becomes partial, not the way. Similarly, if you take pure benevolence or pure wisdom, you are focusing only on one side of your inborn energies, which is still a temperament. Much less can ordinary folk avoid partiality. People who see only the sides of benevolence, or wisdom, or righteousness or propriety do likewise. Zhu Xi erred in reading continuing as referring purely to heaven, and in assigning benevolence and wisdom to yin and yang. Consider that heaven itself can be split into a realm of principle and a realm of energy. Thus we receive both a virtue-based nature and a temperament-based nature. Mencius mostly spoke of the virtue-based side, ignoring the temperament side. Human cravings arise from temperament. Once we refine that temperament, there is no more talk of cravings. Your ears, eyes, mouth, nose, and limbs have no inherent guilt. Yao Shen, King Wen, and Confucius had them too. The world's alluring sounds, beautiful sights, wealth, and power are also blameless. They existed in ancient sage kingdoms as well. All wrongdoing rests in this one point of the heart. Mencius said, "The functions of hearing and seeing do not think, leading to illusions. That may overreach. But he had a point that you must first establish your greater purpose. Once the bigger goal is secured, the smaller urges become helpful servants. If the nest has no master, thieves can roam freely." But who places the master, you ask? The master itself must do it. By consistently practicing proper bearing, we eventually find sloppiness embarrassing. Those who are used to being wild, once forced to follow decorum, feel confined. Habit is powerful, so be cautious of what you grow used to. Measuring others by your own standard is partly about forcing yourself to show empathy. But the sage needs no measure, because his heart already blends seamlessly with others. Where is the yardstick then? or the measuring line? To shoulder benevolence as one's calling and not stop until death is a great burden indeed. But so is giving elderly people enough silk and meat to keep them warm and fed, so no one is cold or hungry. That is a splendid happiness. Some speak of nurturing both inside and outside, root and branch. This I do not fully understand. I only recognize the inside and the root. As for the outside and the branch, how do I manage them? It is not that I refuse to speak of lofty mysteries, but ancient or modern, no deeper mysteries surpass the Book of Changes or the doctrine of the mean. Seeing how they have been explained so obscurely today is like adding thick clouds to a moonless night. I beg my friends to pity learners in later generations. Let us speak plainly, letting every finger's gap be visible, and every window open on all sides, so you see me, and I see you, with nothing hidden. That is the clarity worthy of upright people. What is above form, and what is below form, are not two separate principles, nor is lower learning and higher attainment a pair of disconnected efforts. With worldly cravings inexhaustible and human energy limited, trying to fight the infinite with the finite leads to sickness and death. In the realm of cool simplicity lies boundless benefit. Many cling to burning intensity and never realize the harm. And even once they do, they hesitate to turn back. Then, if they do return, they still look back longingly. Such people cannot appreciate the genuine flavor. They are like those who cling to rotten odors. They are not the ones with whom to share the true taste. Even in darkness, you may become a light that reveals everything around you. If you remain unseen, that can be a deeper, inward perception. Hence, not speaking is not necessarily muteness. Not looking is not necessarily blindness. Not hearing is not necessarily deafness. Confucians warn against indulgence in sights, sounds, wealth, and pleasure. Buddhists warn against indulging in sights, sounds, scents, tastes, and so forth. Daoists speak of abstaining from wine, sex, greed, and anger. All these traditions aim to reduce craving. A Confucian in full regalia, who still craves too much, has no right to mock a Buddhist or Daoist who fails to curb desire. Revering spirits and ghosts was a major part of how sages maintained social teaching. Its meaning is deep, and its effect profound, but it should never be forced or spelled out too bluntly. The peace or turmoil of the world lies entirely in whether each person truly strives to do their part, whether society flourishes or collapses, whether states endure or fall, whether the people live or perish. All stem from the mind's workings. If there is no sense of me at the center, the sky is clear, the earth is calm, and the people rest secure with ample resources. One who has truly mastered the way can speak in the simplest terms. Those who resort to complexities or obscurities often lack such mastery. Nurture your mind with openness, your body with virtue, your fellow people with kindness, all living creatures with benevolence, and posterity with the way. The breadth of nurture is immense indeed. All things can make people foolish in some way, because people are prone to errors. If you are blind, you confuse colours. If you are deaf, you confuse musical pitches. If you lose your sense of smell, you confuse fragrances. If you are frantic, you confuse flavours. If you flee one peril and run into another, you confuse distances, yet none of these hamper me or hamper the way, and in fact they can bring benefit. Thus, the biggest hazard is letting your 5 senses run wild, which leads to trouble in the world. Energy can scatter in 3 ways: through suffering, through pleasure, or through sheer natural dissipation. The first 2 may still regroup, but that final scattering is irretrievable. Awakening can happen in a flash, but cultivating yourself is never instant. To aspire to become like Yao takes only 1 thought, or to speak a word like Shun takes only 1 statement, or to follow Confucius's example in a single deed, yet to become an actual Yao, Shun, or Confucius in full requires a lifetime of earnest work, even to death. Imagine a single man whose grandson calls him grandfather, but whose grandfather calls him grandson. His child calls him father, but his father calls him son. His maternal uncle calls him nephew, but his nephew calls him uncle. His elder brother calls him younger, but his younger brother calls him elder. His father-in-law calls him son-in-law, but his son-in-law calls him father-in-law. How many people is he? You might say just 1, yet all these names are correct. Likewise, the benevolent see it as benevolence. The wise see it as wisdom. How can the way be 2? A large, unrestrained spirit cannot be the resting place for the way, so the way congeals in calm silence. The sage designs compasses and squares, but does not confine people to circles or squares. He knows compasses and squares can create circles and squares, but the shapes themselves cannot produce each other on their own. If you never look in a mirror, you never know your face. At first glance, you might think it is someone else. Only by polishing and gazing repeatedly do you recognize your own appearance. Hence, a noble person needs true friends. The difference between light and heavy can hinge on a hair's breadth, as can short and long. A wise person sees the small as large, while a foolish person overlooks the large for the small. Heaven and earth revolve through unending cycles and endure for ages simply by never resting, yet moving gradually. The learning of sages works likewise. Even the keenest mind cannot skip the principle of gradual, constant effort. Where learning begins is constant striving. Where it finishes is supreme sincerity, unending. Entering the path of sagehood first requires conquering selfishness, and at the end, discarding the self entirely. Selfish desires obstruct helping others, standing at the fork between Shun and the bandit Ji, between life and death. In the quiet realm, you see your raw nature. Breaking it open reveals many flavors. In the deep waters of reflection, searching for truth sends up endless waves. Of all poisons, emotional obsession is the worst, and of all flavors, blandness is the most enduring. When fully buried beneath spring soil, all seeds eventually turn white shoots upward. Reveal any trace of them too soon, and they lose their mystery. Swallow the waters of all 8 extremes at once. Count the hairs on 9 oxen with ease. That concludes this extended section on discussing the way. Self-cultivation. The 6 directions belong to my own being, so who is another? And I belong to those 6 directions, so who exactly am I? There is nothing outside our proper bounds that is truly extra good. Even when occupying the station of heaven and earth, nurturing all things. One is merely doing what one's essential nature should do. Yet if a person performs just one good act, they may become proud and see failings in all around them, which I find shameful. To see some higher goodness as if separate from proper human measures is a grave mistake of those who fancy themselves virtuous. Such an attitude is not truly good. An artless, free-speaking person might seem to lack hidden intentions, yet often slips into rash words or impulsive behavior. Meanwhile, someone reserved and guarded in speech avoids open blunders, but risks an appearance of calculating depth. A noble person's heart is as clear as bright sky at midday, yet their words and actions remain alert, as if treading thin. Aikigs. Calmness and composure is the finest quality, for it shows the mind is quietly present, unscattered. But in our day, if someone sits alone with nothing to do, they find stillness unbearable. The moment they must act or talk with others, they give free rein to words and feelings. That is a kind of careless flamboyance, not the sign of one who stores virtue deeply. Anyone intent on mending their own faults scarcely has time to criticize others. Those who prattle endlessly at others' expense likely neglect themselves. Chekuai. Tasks and difficult tasks reveal whether we can shoulder responsibility. Favorable or adverse circumstances test whether we possess true breadth of heart. Moments of happiness or anger show whether we are well trained in self-restraint. Observing what people do in groups, when everyone is acting or everyone is pausing, tests their insight. Your body alone is your mind's realm. Your home is where you stand as master. A district belongs to its magistrate. Frontier provinces answer to their commander. 1,000 officials turn to the chief minister. The world belongs to the emperor, and the way belongs to the sage. These are the great undertakings under heaven. A true student should ready themselves to carry them alone. Such duties cannot be handed off or measured by anyone else's success or failure. Some people behave like the half-asleep, who open their eyes for a moment when you call them, but instantly fade back into slumber, remaining in a dream world. One must rise in the morning, wash face and hair, and greet the day with a cool, bracing clarity. That is true wakefulness. You find real benefit in having reserves of energy. If you speak until you have said every last word, if you do things until you exhaust every last drop of your intention, that is the mark of a fatedly short-lived person. A person of purity does not let external scenes sway the heart. A truly lofty mind remains untainted by the dust and clamour of the world. First steps toward being human. An official who does not accept bribes. A man who will not thieve. A woman who keeps her chastity. Only with that do you achieve a fraction of humanity. Anyone who fails even here is not worth discussing further. If one acquires a bit of upright courage, but displays it too aggressively in words and deeds, that is a serious flaw. When you discuss principles and learning with teachers and friends, you discover what truly resides in their hearts. When you strive for self-discipline among what people see and hear, you prove what you do in private. The bandit Xi was not necessarily the worst criminal, because he stole merely for profit and not for fame. Those who take both renown and profit are the bigger outlaws. One who is truly well-rounded has no forced conformity. One who is truly refined has no harsh or picky mindset. One who is upright causes no clash or offence. One who is quiet does not scheme in secret. One who is sincere and honest is not naive or crude. One who is bright and open is not shallow. One who is fiercely upright never grows inflexible. One who stands firm does not grow rigid. One who is quick and deft does not become flighty. Such is a well-rounded talent. Anyone with one specialty must watch out for that specialty's accompanying flaw. This is the key to good learning. Those who claim to do nothing may hide a drive to meddle. Those who claim to blend into the crowd may hide a desire to drift with the times. Sages reject such weeds. In ancient times, the common people each kept to their own work, spurring their minds and checking their thoughts, reflecting each night on what they had done by day and planning for the next. Noble people constantly strove in virtue. The smaller folk pursued practical tasks, each gaining progress day by day, rising at dawn and resting at dusk, never allowing themselves one breath of laziness. Hence, no one squandered their character or neglected their duties. Households prospered, resources abounded, morality shone, health prevailed, and misfortunes were rare. These days, it is not so. A family with 100 acres may not plant or labour. A government student may ignore duties. People while away hours gossiping or chasing amusements, indulging sights and sounds, dressing in fine silks, sated with meat and drink, or harbouring haughty desires. They barely notice what they do day to day. Moreover, the flow of resources sustaining them only feeds their indulgence, frittering away time. Such people call themselves human. No wonder hardships keep arising. The world delights in painting others' faults as huge and excusing their own as nothing, as if they were as upright as Yao or Shun. They fail to see that they are judging others by Yao and Shun's standards, while treating themselves like the bandit Zi. Mencius looked down upon the village worthy. But nowadays even the so-called self-righteous in the village are rare. We say valuing good name and cherishing personal integrity is a sign of one's self-respect. In youth, you should rein in your impulses rather than show them off. That serves to strengthen your virtue. In old age, you can allow yourself a bit more freedom, rather than keep it all bottled up. That better nurtures life. It is better to find one firm dependency than a broad but unstable one, and better still to have no dependencies at all, which means to rely on heaven. One who depends on heaven has an unspoken accord, so they can stand alone in the world without feeling lonely. If everyone condemns or slanders them, they remain unmoved. This is the mark of a real man. If everyone around you laughs and you alone look grave, or if everyone around you weeps and you look cheerful, that is just being contrary, failing both yourself and others. Even clarity must be contained within genuine depth. Most calamities befall the clever, 9 times out of 10, and it is rare for the truly simple and honest to incur disaster. Nowadays, people fear they are insufficiently clever, yet by forcibly chasing cleverness, they show real ignorance. Once you see clearly that you are right, just press forward and act on it. If a bit of slander can deter you, that is a feeble will, unfit to shoulder great matters. Some talk of minor compliance to gain major success. A sage or worthy person would never do that. Our way will flourish when it is meant to. One can hold to it, even if reduced to standing watch at a gate. Pine and cypress stand straight from birth, and a man of virtue stays upright even in dire straits. If someone says, "I am in a low position, facing hard times, so I must hide my light or swallow humiliation until a day of wealth," that person becomes two different people. The one who endures shame now, and the one who claims virtue later. How do we know whether, once they gain high position, they will not again abandon principle? If someone excels in talents or crafts, let them have. The fame do not compete. But regarding fundamental ethics and grand principles, you must push yourself and never stand behind others. Amid a crowd, you need not show off as some uniquely different person. Confucius taught, "Join the group without forming a clique." That means we share a large part in common, without falling into blind faction. Even in applying it, one remains in the group, but does not sink into partisanship. That shows self-control and genuine cultivation. Nowadays, people accuse many of craving reputation, as if it were a moral failing. They do not understand that reputation attaches itself whether you want it or not. Giving one's resources to help others truly depletes those resources. Teaching others truly drains your mind. A loyal official may forfeit his life. A filial child may likewise perish in devotion. One who refuses to take a single coin truly ends up with no property. Would others happily adopt those behaviors, simply for reputation? Suppose they try. Would they dare? So, if someone is truly seeking a good name, at least they are doing virtuous deeds. And those who do not crave reputation, are they Yao or Shun, or are they Zhi the bandit? If they are Shun, they are above mere love of reputation. If they are the bandit, they love an evil name. How tragic that in this world people use "you just crave a good name" to belittle the upright. And so even good people fear that label and hold themselves back. Thus is the way harmed. Noble persons, stand firm, remain true to yourselves. Do not be shaken by these idle voices. Broaden your mind to contain all things. Empty your mind so it can accept all virtues. Keep your mind fair in judging all matters. Hide your mind deep when observing all principles, and steady your mind to handle all changes in the world. In ancient times, if someone governed a town, they took responsibility for that entire town. If they governed a province, they felt that weight fully. If they governed the world, they bore the whole world's load. Day and night they toiled for the people, and could not rest if even one matter was out of order. Whether their abilities or rank were large or small, they tried their utmost. Only then did they sit calmly, receiving the ruler's salary, or the people's respect without shame. Otherwise, it was unearned profit, and the gentleman would despise it. The official Chong Yu was wrongly accused of stealing his brother's wife, and Di Fulun was wrongly accused of striking his father-in-law. In both cases, the accusations were so baseless that they were hardly worth refuting. No evidence existed, so in time the truth shone. If there had been suspicious signs, a noble man would have spoken up, because I cannot hide what heaven detests. Staying silent can sometimes encourage further doubt. A gentleman neither keeps himself too pure to incriminate others, nor taints himself to please the world. Listening to others' words without error is impossible unless you are a sage. People often lay traps using plausible language, pressing real or fake charges when we lack time to respond. Families can be torn apart. A father and son can become enemies, or a country can collapse. Half of such disasters stem from rumors and slander. A sage is above words. A wise one anticipates the trick. A capable person quells the spark early. A strong person prevents malicious talk from spreading. A patient person refuses to act on rumor. Failing one of these 5, you have no sure remedy. Honor or shame depends on your standing in principle. If you stand firmly, honor follows. Even if trouble arises, people cannot bear to dishonor you. If you lose that principle, shame follows. Even if good fortune comes, others despise it. Hence, a gentleman loves what upholds his character and fears what undermines it. When wielding power, do not push someone so far that they are crushed, and then keep hammering them. If they yield, do not keep raging. That is what wise authorities must know. And when bestowing favor, do not reward someone who did no work, nor shower them with excessive gifts. Going against these rules ruins the way. Speak well of someone. I too have good traits. Why be jealous? Speak ill of someone. I too have failings. Why be critical? Those skilled in handling success yield major credit to others and do not claim it all. Those skilled in managing fame step back from it. Goodness does not always result in blessings, nor wrongdoing in disaster. But a true gentleman, knowing this, would rather face misfortune than do evil, and would rather be poor than resort to flattery. This is not just a matter of principle, it is a matter of the heart's threshold, which cannot permit wrongdoing. When a man of high rank is so magnanimous and easy to approach that the worthy forget his lofty position, and the humble feel comfortable, near him you can see his quality. It is not especially difficult to go against the masses. What is really difficult is going against oneself. If you can conquer yourself, opposing the masses is nothing. Someone calling attention to my faults may not be faultless themselves, but if I insist on being reprimanded only by the perfect, I will never hear correction at all. Let me feel gratitude for their criticism and not concern myself with their own flaws. Being too detached can leave life feeling dry. Being too amiable can yield a greasy surface. We all want to be a person of complete integrity, yet regarding fame and gain, do not seize every advantage. Often we must leave some portion for others, accepting a little imperfection. That is because no enterprise can perfectly serve you and everyone else simultaneously. If I see something, someone else is deprived. The noble person values virtue, but yields fame, declining full completeness so that others share. In that humble posture, we find deep joy. Confucius himself was humble enough to class himself with ordinary folk. It is profoundly meaningful. To understand principles and simplify affairs is not easy. We could spend a lifetime practicing these 4 words. And the day we succeed, everything flows gracefully. A sure way to avoid confusion by others' muddled theories is to hold a personal understanding of what is right. With a core principle, you will not be swayed by popular opinions. The Book of Songs says, "They do not use the examples of the ancients, nor the laws of great governance. Instead, they wrangle over trifles." Someone who has spent years studying the sage's words will know where they align and where they differ, which path to keep and which to abandon. Without that, even if one quotes the classics, inside they remain as common as anyone, hiding a narrow mentality behind scholars' robes. It is nonsense to say, there is no good person anywhere. If you gather 100 people in the marketplace, each must have one virtue, and combining those virtues could form a worthy man, or each must have at least one insight, enough to decide great matters together. I am hardly better than every one of them. How dare I dismiss them all? One might cultivate broad learning or refined skill. These can be strengths, but in the grand scheme of character, mastery of letters or poetry is a minor art compared to learning to be a good person. At the precise moment a single crucial statement is needed, speaking one direct sentence can weigh 1,000 pounds. Yet it should neither be abrupt nor careless. That is the highest level of speech. Otherwise, it can be better to hold your tongue, even if 10 times over. Some people treat outdated conventions like a royal decree, clinging to them. Others treat the great sage's teachings like stale formulas, disdaining any alternative. Both are pitiable. Which is good for the world? The mind must always work. The body must always labour. The more the mind is exercised, the clearer it becomes. The more the body is exercised, the stronger it grows. Neither should exceed measure. If something is not quite right, hold back until it is right. And once a situation becomes properly balanced, do not let it tip beyond that point. You must find and maintain that just enough in daily conduct. When scholars gather, they should talk about self-cultivation, family and national affairs, social customs and shared virtues, or gently point out each other's failings, or inquire about each other's growth. Even in outings amid flowers and moonlight, we avoid vulgar banter or obscene talk. We always remember that the mind must not slip into wickedness nor the body into idle ease. But if every meeting is just frivolous banter or mischief, how do we differ from servants or lackeys? A mere difference of clothing. Be like a divine dragon, able to coil or stretch, shift or transform, calmly free. Do not let power, advantage, or cunning chain you. To be yoked and led like a cow or sheep with no self-determination is pitiful. Also, do not bluster or rant. People of great wisdom observe events keenly, but outwardly appear calm, going their own way within. No trickster can control them. We can test people by these 4: wealth, sensuality, fame, and position. Where they fail any one of these, smaller virtues hardly matter. Throughout history, those committed to honour and integrity guard themselves carefully in those 4 arenas. You must not relax your vigilance. High rank and standing do not imply you have no flaws to correct, nor are lower or younger people necessarily ignorant or undeserving of advice. Position and titles remain distinct from moral exchange, where we can help each other's hearts and minds. Alas, in later ages, powerful figures often pretend to have no faults, and young or common people, scorned for ignorance, have no chance to speak truths. Ask yourself daily, do my thoughts indeed serve my heart? Are my words and actions fair or selfish? How many points of moral standing do I truly earn for myself? Who has time left to scoff at others or delight when others praise me? There was a quote from my friend Xiao Yue of Mount Tai, about a fourfold way to stand in life, which I liked but felt incomplete. So I proposed these 8 landscapes for a true man: a body as firm as Mount Tai, a belly as broad as seas and sky, a visage as mild as spring winds and sweet rain, eyes shining with sun and moon, hands able to pivot heaven and earth, feet solid as rock and pillar, a heart always mindful of deep waters and steep cliffs, bones as clean as jade and ice. I feel ashamed of them and wish, with like-minded friends, to devote ourselves to them. Asking others for help is already difficult. Asking someone else to go request on your behalf is worse, and seeking favour in times of trouble by flaunting wealth or glory is most shameful for a true man. One can easily relinquish a reputation for literary style, for talent, for artistry or bravery. But a reputation for moral virtue provokes more jealousy than all the rest. Meanwhile, people can politely disown lack of style, lack of talent, lack of skill, or lack of courage. But to admit to lacking virtue brings genuine shame. So the noble person cultivates real virtue in secret and hides any name for it. Have it yourself before expecting it of others, and if you lack it yourself, do not condemn them. This indeed secures yourself, yet going beyond, even if you have it, you do not demand it of others. And even if you lack it, you do not blame them, creates a silent influence. The great learning addresses those in high positions. For a private gentleman, some of these words also help in storing up virtue. Heaven and earth are so vast. Surely there's a place to shelter me. If everywhere I go, people reject me, that "a" must mean I am the problem. It is foolish to run around crying, "No one will accept me," when truly I have made myself unacceptable. Titles, roles, and ranks are established for everyone's guidance. If they collapse, no authority stands, and no laws prevail. Sages practice the way by upholding roles, yet small-minded people try to twist the way to reject their proper place. They do not realize how even Confucius, mightily surpassing the lords of Lü, observed perfect ministerial courtesy in the chapter Village Feasts. Thus, truly upholding roles is not sycophancy, nor is dismissing titles mere arrogance. The corrupt scholar calls real courtesy flattery, while the petty man calls flattery proper courtesy. Both are misguided. The sage's way is in perfect harmony, thus nurturing all life. Even during autumn or winter, harmony remains present. My nature is narrow and lacks breadth, calm, gentle grace, or humble speech. So I wish to study and broaden myself with this way of great harmony. Each evening I examine how many words I spoke that day that helped my character, or how many actions benefited society. I feel self-contentment or self-reproach. If I have only drunk wine, stuffed myself, chatted idly, or laughed loudly all day, have I not wasted that day? If I speak wild words and take reckless actions, have I not done evil for a day? One single mundane assumption can ruin a life, and one pair of worldly eyes can misjudge a person forever. In youth, ask yourself, what am I doing now? What will I become? The regret and shame of that alone will prompt greater effort. Even a bright mirror cannot see a hand that holds it, only a face before it. We borrow mirrors to see our face, but to see our hand We merely look down ourselves. The mirror may shine, but it cannot see for me. Thus, a gentleman relies on self-knowledge. If you act only when others say so, that is like checking your hand in a mirror. To see what neither your eyes nor ears can reach, you need more than worldly signs. 3 pivotal concepts are righteousness, destiny, and law, giving rest to the noble person, yet inspiring wild schemes in others. Lesser minds try clever tricks, hoping for lucky gain, which a true gentleman finds disgraceful. If something is not righteous, destined, or legally allowed, forcing it cannot truly succeed, and even if it does, that success is no blessing. Dodging suspicion can invite more suspicion. Defending yourself can become self-slander if you lack authentic clarity. If your heart is open and your deeds limpid, people trust you. If some groundless charge appears, the entire community will defend you without your having to speak. That is true purity, unassisted by your own efforts, but confirmed by others. Doing good should be as natural as eating or dressing. No one abandons food or clothes out of fear of possible calamities or criticism. Why then do we abandon good deeds for fear of harm or slander? Only because our mind was never genuinely sincere. A truly sincere heart would persist in virtue, even if it meant risking cold or hunger. Indeed, they would prefer it. Something that has the likeness of a person, but no substance, is merely a painted figure with no power to act. A statue, solemnly worshipped with incense, likewise does nothing. A wooden puppet can move only when pulled. They lack blood or spirit, so I cannot condemn them. We have no inherent attachment to poverty, riches, nobility, or disgrace. One remains, oneself. Let affluence or hardship come and go, like spring breezes or autumn moonlight, without tying your heart. So the person remains forever the same. Yet the worldly mind clings to wealth and power, delighting if they are gained and grieving if they slip away, treating outer circumstances as intrinsic identity. Even the heretical schools laugh at this. As Confucian learners, how can we do less than break free of such illusions? This is our first task. I myself fail, but I advise friends to make the effort. The phrase "staying within one's due" is profound beyond words. For a gentleman, knowing one's due is vital, so no whim can add or remove a hair. For sage kings governing, letting the people each keep to their portion means no one complains even of death or disgrace. Filicidal or treasonous acts begin in a failure to accept one's due. 2 soft objects cause no sound. They merge. 1 soft alone is yielding. 2 hard objects shatter upon collision. 1 hard alone can gather strain. Hence, in the Book of Changes, 1 hard and 1 soft form the balanced pivot. Together they fulfill the affairs of the world and unite personal virtues. Never think yourself faultless simply because others praise you. The times may prefer a tolerant style, and everyone has an inner account of your doings. If your conscience stands true, no fear. If not, even thick layers of praise cannot hide wrongdoing. Outbursts of lust or rage are serious evils, revealing the failure to restrain the spirit or respect others. Some ask, shouldn't a cultivated person never get angry? Sages can be angry in a different sense. always aligned with principle. Wisdom or folly is defined by whether one studies and thinks. Fortune or misfortune is defined by doing good or evil. Poverty or wealth is determined by diligence or waste. Reputation or disgrace is shaped by whether one is humane or unkind. The ancient broadness of spirit was not mere moral obligation. It also brought practical benefits. Cherishing tolerance deepens one's virtue, curbs grudges, and prevents many dangers. Reading books and absorbing knowledge truly bear fruit in public office. A properly posted official can apply all one's hidden insights into policy, giving each person their rightful place. Only then does one fulfill one's allotted duty. If you find everything around you unacceptable, then you become an obstacle in the world. Others cannot please you, so you cannot please them. You are just one person, while they are many. No one who offends so many can be safe. Thus, the wise adapt without colliding with the times. The sage avoids clashing with the world. We each have a natural nature and functional duties within, while name-based social roles and established power exist around us. The first two lie in ourselves. Neglecting them leaves us incomplete. The other two rest above us. Obtaining or missing them should leave us content. Seeing the world as so filthy that I corrupt it, that's the bandit Xi. Seeing the world as corrupting me, that's the hermit Bo Yi. Ultimately seeing that the world and I do not tarnish each other is the lousy perspective. Let your heart have fortified walls. Let your mouth have proper gates. With walls, no enemy breaks in. With gates, nothing rushes out unbidden. Scholars advance only by applying wholehearted effort. Failing to do so is due to lacking shame or drive. But if one feels shame and resolve, one can reach sagehood. Words from one who has the way enlighten our minds, while words from one who has virtue inspire our actions. Words of the way are grand and expansive. Words of virtue are intimate and direct. Those with the way cannot remain silent, yet those with virtue do not rely on words, though they do speak when needed. Where there is virtue, there will be speech. When speaking, be concise, weighty, and composed. Follow the topic at hand without irrelevant flourishes. This is how speech itself can embody one's cultivation. Someone asked, if I never complain about fate or blame others, need I still be watchful in how I serve heaven and handle social relations? I said, yes. Heaven and other people each involve countless threads, yet we can handle it with a single method. Focus entirely on your own deeds, words, and intentions. If I do all well, I needn't fret about misfortune or slander. If adversity or slander still come without my deserving them, blame heaven or blame others. It is no concern of mine. Conversely, if good fortune or praise come that surpass what I deserve, I remain wary, not smug. Also note that heaven has limits to its power, and humans have limits to their knowledge. Have mercy on them. In all, be more afraid of failing to move heaven by your virtue, or shape others by your example. For if I lack that, I blame only myself. Heavenly principle naturally stands modest, while human desire tries to sneak in. If I stay distant from principle and cozy up to desire, how can I cultivate myself? To students I say, dwell near principle, first revering it like a mentor, then merging it like flesh and bone, until it fuses as one entity. Then no desire can intrude, energy must not swell, the mind must not inflate, and talent must not be openly displayed. Our 5 toughest opponents from outside are sensual pleasures, wealth, reputation, position, and either hardship or easy, comfort. The 5 toughest opponents inside are anger, vanity, entanglements, impatience, and ingrained bad habits. Many let themselves be ruled by these, which would surrender them to trivial courage. One with true courage conquers them. A lively and brilliant mind might become restless or ostentatious. A majestic grandeur might become shallow bragging. A broad outlook might weaken into emptiness. Only by steadying oneself in time can we avoid regret. Starting with zeal, but ending in sloth ruins, all training. Slowness at first, but sudden haste at the end ruins affairs. Moodiness undoes virtue. Harsh words and fierce looks undermine relationships. Yearning for fame breeds fakery. Holding a high position requires a consistent style, yet being a good person has its own consistent approach. When we see a good cause and refuse it, sometimes we excuse ourselves by going against the crowd. But that is a caution for those who want real action. Even if you quietly decline fame, you must still perform what is right, or you gain nothing. I confess this is something I regret. Respectfulness, caution, humility, deference. These 4 are obviously good intentions, while flippancy, scorn, arrogance, and contempt obviously reveal evil intentions. Everyone sees that. Yet negligence or sloth is a subtler fault, merely no intention to do wrong. Yet the old teachings place idleness alongside arrogance. For a lapse in caution leads to countless slip-ups. Treating serious tasks casually and ignoring distant goals, each encourages moral slackness and social decay. Confucius said, "Do not be disrespectful, whether in small or large matters, whether among many or few, which is to say, maintain reverence in all." That line defines the gulf between a sane man and a madman. It shapes the rise or ruin of nations, and life or death itself. Only one who plumbs it in quiet reflection truly grasps it. Our life's greatest sin lies in self-righteousness and self-interest. Ancient caution about speech includes, do not exhaust your meaning. Yet today, people spit out every last drop, or else contort the truth, knowing they are wrong, but forcing arguments until the other side yields. That is the opposite extreme of caution and makes one truly culpable. Often, the real things that bring us joy or benefit are those we barely use or notice, while we push ourselves to desperation for trifles, leading to heartbreak or even ruin. How tragic that so many never awaken to this. There is no shame in being poor, only in having no aspirations in poverty. There is no shame in being lowly, only in having no abilities in a low station. Age is not lamentable. Wasting old age is. Death is not sad. Dying without making an impact is. When sages hear good advice, they fear blocking it, so they respond warmly to encourage sincerity. When they hear criticism, they calmly invite the critic to speak, so they can correct themselves. Striving to improve virtue and rectify faults is of great benefit. That is true wisdom. The ancients sometimes invited hermits to serve, while modern men praise those who live at leisure. But the hermit of old retired to preserve the way, and left only when duty compelled. The modern retired posture is often a vain attempt at fame, ironically seeking to further ambition. Beware. Keep watch in moments of joy, moments of anger, times of apathy, times of indulgence. These are prime checkpoints for self-examination. Most lose their presence of mind at such times. One misstep, and regret is too late. Whether a country thrives or falls, or a single life stands or collapses, depends on who is in command. If worthy men lead, the world flourishes. If petty men do, chaos reigns. In your own person, if virtue and principle rule, you are stable. If raw temperament prevails, disorder abounds. What is hardest to correct? Habitual indulgences and old illnesses. If you tackle them, it is like placing a needle exactly on the afflicted nerve, or a hand on the itching spot. Try examining all the words you spoke today. How many were truly fitting? That reveals how far you have cultivated yourself. The ancient practice of carving notches in wood to record daily tasks reminds us that people once counted each day's duties, removing a notch when each was done. Nobody spent a day idly, nor dared remain jobless, lest they waste time. Now we drift in languid ease, arms and legs slack, achieving nothing, sinking closer to the level of beasts. We all rely on food and clothing from somewhere, then die. What shame! The ancients reviled someone by honest, earnest statements, or made satiric songs that were factual. But later times do not do this. When angered by one issue, they switch targets and craft another accusation to ensnare. Such cunning oratory can bury the real complaint, fooling people into trusting the slander, punishing the victim while the slanderer remains blameless. Even a gentleman of old might have feared such malice. Sages respond by improving themselves, surrendering outcomes to fate. When faced with material profit, some want others to be the gentleman while they play the rogue. But when seeking fame, they want others to be the rogue so they can appear the gentleman. Utter confusion. Sages yield profit, but also yield fame, staying tranquil and not at odds with the world. However vigilantly you posture, if there is no genuine basis within, you will show your true face in emergencies. Hence, a gentleman is watchful when alone. If one's inner core is consistent, there is no need for defense or pretense. Where ability falls short, the sage does not blame, but they never use "I can't help it" to excuse not trying. Someone asked, Confucius wore black robes of coarse cloth with a lambskin or fox fur, or yellow robes with a young deer fur. Is that not violating his position of simplicity? I replied, good question. A rigorous scholar might allow simpler attire and not mind, but the perfectly centered way is simply about what is fitting. If one truly has the means, yet chooses frugality out of place, that is no more correct than flaunting wealth you do not have. The sage is neither ashamed of seeming extravagant nor greedy for a reputation for thrift. He only wants propriety. Stinginess in emotional warmth is called cold, injuring normal closeness. Going too far in warmth becomes harsh, overwhelming people. Being thorough is earnest, but overdoing it becomes pressing. That is what a tolerant heart must avoid. The changes teaches the way saves the world, and we Confucians often speak of carrying out the way to rescue an era, save the people, bring them peace. Sages have always valued rescue. But if a boat has capsized, and you simply hold on to the idea of preserving the boat, calling that rescue, what sense is that? Anyone who truly governs must remember not to cling too tightly to his own skin. Everything thrives by knowing enough is enough. It perishes from endless craving. Excessive politeness, laborious bowing and scraping can be just as harmful to social norms as disrespect or irreverence. The sage's way has a middle path. Some village worthies, full of fear for name or blame, push courtesy to extremes for personal gain. Others, loathing such insincerity, tear down all formalities and create chaos. Both extremes are ruinous. Always sympathize with people's feelings, but always hold fast to heavenly principle. The more you strive, the more you see no progress. The more you check yourself, the more failings appear. Because if you never pay attention, you think all is fine. But once you do, you see endless flaws. Initially, you notice faults in your human desires, then even find defects in how you express heavenly principle, until you reach a point of no flaws in that principle, and become truly balanced. Then finally, you surpass any trace of contrivance. Only at that stage are you a sage living no errors. So when learners gloat over a single good deed, or rejoice in having fewer mistakes, they show no ambition. Those who strive urgently see only how far they must go and do not pause. The weed puller who sees endless weeds must keep working. Morality breaks down at first by a single careless thought, like people cutting across a field, seeking a shortcut for a few steps, leaving behind a path that others imitate until it becomes a major road. A gentleman seeing something that might violate ritual or justice remains unmoved, reacting as though confronted by grave punishment. The petty call him too rigid. Yet it is that little convenience that opens a breach that can never be closed. That is how evil grows. Grand deeds are crowned by filial piety, and lesser deeds by honest thrift. A gentleman must give diligence to both. Yet we see Sheng, who was overly scrupulous and was undone by not clarifying himself, while Shun took a gentler route by calmly proving his innocence. And Li the well-dweller was too direct about disavowing misconduct. But Goose the chamberlain accepted a gift, but stayed untainted. Filial piety and thrift must be practiced with discernment. Heaven grants fortune or misfortune. Men grant recognition or denial. Our own actions define our conduct. These three do not impinge on each other. It is easy not to offend the law, or it is hard never to offend principle. The noble person chiefly strives not to offend principle. All that is within me is my domain. All that is heaven's or mankind's is outside. In my own domain, missing even a hair's breadth is failing to be human. In the outside realm, even if I gain a small advantage, I should be content. When we listen to words, we measure the speaker's deeds. To accept beneficial words without inquiring about the speaker's character can be wise. Why dismiss good advice merely because the speaker is flawed? It's like refusing to buy embroidery because the seller's clothes are ragged. If you gather wise counsel but never act upon it, you remain the same ordinary person, like facing a feast but never lifting your chopsticks. One of real virtue seems deep and tranquil, full within, yet quiet without. If the face or bearing is obviously radiant, even without speaking, you are already letting too much show. Data is shallow. It is like someone who has no real capacity, but gets tipsy from a single cup and wears that flush on his face. Everyone can find a single phrase for lifelong use, if only they set the mind to it. Zigong, for instance, needed to preserve sincerity. Zhengzhen needed to guard against laziness. Zilu needed to choose goodness. Zixia needed to keep sight of greatness. The same words from a noble man carry trust. From a bandit, even repeated pledges raise suspicion. If you want your words taken seriously, first gain people's trust by consistent conduct. Otherwise, words become a burden. People love to mock others. Mocking them is one thing, but sometimes the target truly deserves it, which is more complicated. Then again, if someone truly deserves respect but is ridiculed anyway, that's worse. If someone rebukes me unfairly, I can learn from it. If I indeed have that fault, I will correct it. If not, the truth will emerge on its own. Getting angry only means refusing a lesson. Being too visibly shrewd and talented terrifies the world. Proclaiming it only brings trouble. Better to keep it low. The number one contemptible thing is a greedy, clinging heart. Sheep, horses, flies, ants, dung beetles are driven by that same craving. Thus, the noble person restrains desire. Among abuses of power, few exceed being judged by public opinion, which can be more brutal than any law. If one suffers a false verdict in law, fair-minded people can protest. But if the public wrongly condemns, no appeal remains for ages to come. Hence, the gentleman rarely censures others in public. Crowded around the gates of the powerful is rarely wise, even if you are an old friend. An old poem says, "All day in the capital, yet I know not the Lord's mansions." Let that be a principle for those newly arrived in official life. Hearing of injustice and instantly raging is the mark of a shallow, impulsive sort. A gentleman avoids that. Benevolence or cruelty, success or failure revolve around 4 gateways: mild or harsh character, speech or silence, diligence or laziness, sexual discipline or indulgence, each deciding your fate. Words come from the mouth. How can they harm the body? Yet rash talk can ruin you. Food enters the mouth. So how can it harm the belly? Yet unbalanced eating can sicken it. Again and again, lesser parts bring down the greater, yet people let them. Though you cover your body fully, your face cannot be hidden. That face reveals a public record. Even a solid appearance falters under sudden exposure. Hence, a noble person with a clean heart has no guilty expression. If one can wear only simple clothes from birth to death, never disgracing them, that is sufficient to repay creation. The dignity of official robes, what is that worth if it corrupts a person? Declaring it proudly only reveals how rotten the world can be. Yet society admires it. How strange! How many heroes could have done good but never did, because they would not pull themselves from old customs? Had they not feared gossip and slander, they could have forced progress, taking ancient sages as friends and heaven and earth as confidants. Then 1,000 calumnies would do no harm. If you are ever so quick to praise people, you lose sincerity, and if you never condemn people at all, it might be from cowardice. But real cultivation refrains from flattery or condemnation carelessly. Your body carries the way. The way does not rely on your body. Thus, if the way flourishes, your body advances. If it fails, your body withdraws. Forcing your body ahead when the way is blocked is like a merchant with unsold goods who refuses to pack up and leave, only incurring wasted expenses. Nothing is more precious than having human worth that stands side by side with heaven and earth, such that even emperors must respect it. And yet some trade that integrity away for trifling wealth or rank. This is true self-degradation. If you can accept your errors, you grow. One who denies them compounds error. Why disguise something wrong and add a second fault? A friend quarrelled, listing the other's failings. I asked him, "In all of this, is there not one fraction that might be your own fault?" He said, "I suppose I have one or two." I replied, "Then remove that one or two in yourself before blaming him." 20 years ago, I strove for inner and outer purity. 10 years ago, I set 4 lines for myself. Act with clarity. Let your names be clouded. Let your way progress. Let your body withdraw. Place yourself behind others in profit, ahead in risk. Indulge others' abundance, restrain your own. But nowadays, I find that rigid and extreme. Better to be natural and do what is fitting, leaving name to fate. A noble person does good simply because it is right, not for blessing or position. They avoid wrongdoing because it's improper, not out of fear of punishment. Yet in teaching common people, they must speak of blessing and calamity, reward and penalty. This is how heaven and the sage king guide the world, and the noble man honours that, sharing it with everyone. Lush forests summon fine birds. Filthy ponds breed noxious insects, like meeting your own kind. So do good men bond with righteous people, and devious men cling to rogues. Reflecting on archery, I see a lesson for speech and behaviour. In archery, you aim carefully before releasing, having a firm vision and steady strength. If we manage speech and action with that same caution, we rarely miss the mark. Today, most talk is like random arrow shots, hitting only by chance. Snails are caught by their own slimy trails, cicadas by their exposed bodies, fireflies by their glow. Thus, those who would preserve themselves do not crave gaudy fame. Extremes produce their opposites. Fury can turn to laughter, delight to sorrow, etc. Reverence contrasts with carelessness. Reverence draws inward step by step, until you reach a stillness within. From that state you can expand outward. Carelessness expands outward, feeding chaos. Having too many doors in a house creates drafts. Having too many words in a life invites calamities. You may polish bricks or build walls, but not paint them white, fearing to hide their true nature. Once whitened, people may think they're made of dung. Everything artificially decorated signals some lack within. The highest way is silent. The highest words have no ornament. The highest ornament has no rules. Bitter poison is easy to avoid, while sweet poison is deadly, just like the horse dancers of Jin, the music girls of Qi, or the children gold and silks of Yue. A fool takes them and thinks it sweet. Birds and beasts can do nothing but seek comfort, devour food, and fight for a nest. Humans share that capacity and claim higher intelligence. Should we not surpass them? Some animals demonstrate loyalty or valor that can shame us if we fail to do even that. All activities must be measured against their primary aim. Homes are for shelter, clothes for covering, food for hunger, tools for practical use, wives for bearing children. Once you see that, anything beyond that aim is superfluous. There are 10 ways that an official can ruin his descendants, including leading a lavish, idle life, committing corrupt favoritism, exploiting people's wealth or power, punishing the innocent, sowing resentment for petty gain, etc. If my children ask how to conduct themselves, I say, remain exact in your responsibility, neither lacking a hair nor adding a speck. People fail at that daily, coveting countless extra things. A wise person does not fight destiny, does not fight law, does not fight principle, does not fight prevailing circumstances. A learner must always blame themselves, never others. If others fail to meet my wishes, that is my limitless expectation. If I fail theirs, that is my own incapacity. By examining myself, I inevitably move forward. Minor problems in temperament are less severe than major problems in the mind. Both childish impulses and worldly manners shame a scholar. Unless you cast them off, you cannot tread the gentleman's path. Practiced gestures mean little unless rooted in true seriousness. Some people appear formally stern, yet are merely posing. Some claim spontaneity, yet act rudely. Only one with virtue can be free of both extremes. Your bearing must be poised and natural. Any hint of shallow display reveals you have not done the hidden work. It is not hard to accumulate virtue bit by bit. The danger is letting small mistakes accrue. 1,000 days of virtue can be undone by a single day of indulgence. A noble person guards against anything that erodes goodness. Words and deeds in the most private family quarters nonetheless spread throughout the land. If even palace walls cannot hide them, how can an ordinary home? So, if a man cares for reputation, he must guard every breath, every step, for no place is truly private. Wealth is virtue if used to give generously. Poverty is virtue if you ask nothing. High rank is virtue if you help those below. Low rank is virtue if you forget about status. Entering a shrine, we need no prompting to become reverent. Entering the court, we need no order to be solemn. A gentleman is vigilant about where he goes and with whom he associates. Meeting a strict teacher, he curbs himself. Meeting rowdy friends, he does not get carried away. The ancient poem, Ming, the Oath, is filled with remorse. Enough, too, warn scholars worth reciting thrice. Later lines and proverbs similarly warn that once something is done, it's irretrievable. Do not repeat the tragedy of too late. Be alarmed if your own friends cannot justify your conduct, or if your enemies find easy evidence to criticize. If I am innocent, slander is futile. If I do err yet remain undiscovered, that is shameful. Hence, a noble person prizes freedom from inner evil. Careful words and actions, simple concerns, and a tranquil mind free you from conflicts or dependence. That is a small liberation. Discipline your body gravely. Rest your mind firmly. Keep your face gentle, your temper calm, your speech concise, your heart kind, your will resolute, and your plans subtle. Those who skillfully maintain bodily health do not lose balance despite hunger, thirst, cold, heat, or toil. Those who skillfully maintain moral virtue are unchanged by death or life, honor or shame, safety or danger. Yet if you store up energy but vent it at the wrong time, you disrupt your equilibrium. Likewise, if you appear calm but flinch in crisis, or claim detachment yet crave luxury, you have not truly stabilized yourself. Inwardly, keep spry within the boundaries of caution. Outwardly, stay lively within the rules of propriety. If one's discipline is secure by age 40, it grows more solid with age. If not secure, then it worsens. A century is short, so a gentleman must cultivate virtue early. Cultivation can be likened to tending a delicate seedling. Examination is like rooting out pests. Conquest of self is like removing stubborn roots. Cultivation uses constant attention. Examination uses vigilant searching. Conquest uses firm decisiveness. Nothing is more worth craving than heavenly principle, which has no upper limit. We can practice it all our lives, never using it up. Every other desire is human craving, which must be tightly reined. Heaven gave everyone an allotted measure. Why overreach? Usurpation and chaos begin with dissatisfaction in one's rightful share. A learner should first learn to know his portion. Knowing your portion brings steady peace. Whatever comes, that suffices. The most important qualities for a mind are clarity and sincerity. For appearance, dignity and maturity. For speech, brevity and truth. A learner should focus on the inborn essence and the rightful duty all the time. Then the path to sagehood stretches before them. Everything else is dealing with external objects, vain effort. Progressing in virtue starts with not being careless, and that requires patience. People rush or become lazy, unraveling great virtues. Why do we fail to improve ourselves? Because of dullness or weakness. Dullness requires stillness to purify the spirit. Weakness needs resolve to strengthen energy. In all matters, simply treat them calmly. Once someone is used to indulging themselves, even if the law or their own conscience reproaches them, they cannot restrain it. To truly love someone, do not let them form such habits. Between heavenly principle and human desires, we must fight like experienced soldiers, risking death rather than surrender. How can we let the regal spirit be enslaved by craving? Let it stand proud. If someone privately asks me to speak honestly, I answer, my inmost heart cannot lie. Heaven sees me, the public weighs me, so lying would bring fourfold shame. How could I, for mere words, deceive you? A scholar aims to purify heart and virtue so thoroughly that even coughing or spitting seem like precious jade, and bodily wastes smell sweet. If a speck of defilement remains in the mind, it is like bitter poison that must be spat out. Then, having mastered purity, you can endure the vilest conditions or filth without harm. Better to preempt anger by cultivating calm than forcefully repressing rage once it arises. Better to forestall excessive indulgence by limiting desires than curb it afterward. Better to apply a subtle remedy early than struggle mightily later. We must bring out hidden strength to endure unpleasant frustrations. resist seductive enticements, face collisions without merely going along, rouse ourselves when spirit flags, and remain vigilant when laziness beckons. Nothing is more vital than perseverance in morality. With perseverance, one need not rush or force growth. Like heavens, daily turning, steady, precise, neither fast nor slow, yet enduring eternally. I've often failed at this, but the principle is sure. A noble man seeks only 4 authentic aspects: a sincere heart, a frank mouth, true ears, and true eyes. A sincere heart holds no false motives. A frank mouth utters no empty words. True ears do not crave scandal. True eyes do not see illusions. If a naive man is mocked, if a clever man is doubted, then be a mixture of both. The Book of Songs says, "No sage is without some foolishness," meaning if you are not somewhat foolish, you cannot be wise. When one brings keen insight, resolute will, and diligent effort, no goal is too hard. Many remain idle all their lives out of simple lack of ambition. Whoever makes sure one good but conceals one evil is still suspect. A gentleman does not trumpet his virtue nor hide his flaws. He err every day, yet I sense my mistakes the moment they appear, preventing them from going far. My conscience is bright enough to detect them at once. So why do they still appear? Because I do not constantly keep my mind on guard. If someone refrains from wrongdoing only to maintain a good name, that is for external show. If you fear inward defilement, that is, acting for oneself, then it would matter not if people were ignorant or suspicious. So the real difficulty is how to avoid self-betrayal in your own hidden heart. We do not grow in wisdom because we blame heaven or others. Sages and worthies forever lay blame on themselves. When they exhaust the blame on themselves, they have no space for complaining. If we are genuinely ritual vessels, nobody would stuff us with rot. If we are fine jade, no one would toss us to the dogs. That is how the world works. Hence, a person's honour or shame returns to what they have made of themselves. Never let a trifling issue incite your rage, cheapening your dignity. The real difficulty is not making everyone approve, but discerning whose approval matters. If principled men disapprove, examine yourself urgently. If those with different values do not approve, that may not matter. One who does not hate what is evil likely harbours that evil within. One who is lukewarm to goodness may lack it themselves. True benevolence adores good, exiling evil to the far frontier. Mencius said, "Without a heart that hates evil, one is no human." Yet hating evil does not mean personal resentment, but justice for society. Many people refuse all blame, never admitting fault. Are they Yao or Shun? Even Yao and Shun must have erred slightly. How can you insist you never do? Laziness and laxity are assassins to one's character. 1,000 virtues and deeds fail from idle days. The only cure is diligence and caution. One does not fear universal scorn. One fears being mocked by a single discerning person. If the masses dislike you while a few wise ones approve, no problem. But if you disgust someone who truly understands, you are lost. Thus, you do not seek majority praise at the cost of a single sage's scorn. Teaching people by the sage's way is easy. Governing by it is hard. Speaking of it is easy. Practicing it is hard. Beginning it in a burst is easy. Finishing with it is hard. Adhering to it among people is easy. Upholding it alone is hard. Hearing it by ear is easy. Entering it by heart is hard. Sticking to it when all is calm is easy. Sticking to it in crisis is hard. Overcome those 6 difficulties, and you stand near the sage's realm. When I served as inspector in Shaanxi, I placed a couch in my office with 2 inscriptions. On the left, you sleep soundly. Do you not consider that others journey by night, lodging in the dew? You lie warm beneath thick blankets. Do you forget the shoulders chapped and bare? The ancients did not take one night's rest until providing security for countless souls. Are we any less human than they? On the right, alone in a room, you avoid temptations, which lets you preserve your inner spirit. Alone, you speak little, which nurtures your vital energy. Alone in spirit, you remain unbound, preserving your consciousness. Alone, you lie without shame under a blanket, nurturing your virtue. Those who are cautious accumulate enough to help others. Those who are reckless cannot keep even themselves safe. Nowadays, many guess the worst of others. But if someone's track record is truly reliable, others will guess the best of them. That's why a noble man is mindful of how he establishes himself. A person who does not love themselves may do anything. A person who loves themselves too much will do nothing. Overcautious about self-image halts any action if it risks their advantage. Then nothing is accomplished for the public. Better to love hearing of one's own errors than taking delight in others' faults. Better to celebrate others' virtues than boasting of one's own. To know others, first know yourself. To know yourself, first see what the ancients were. The mouth can commit sins surpassing all limbs. Once words have gone out, they cannot be recalled. A family head who does not command respect finds no obedience at home. Who does not inspire affection cannot move hearts. Even if you grasp something in your own heart, you might fail to implement it fully. If you rely on second-hand knowledge, how much harder? Confucius described 3 cardinal virtues: wisdom, benevolence, and courage. Yet each must reinforce the other. You cannot rely on knowledge alone without compassion or bravery. You cannot do things for someone else's sake. You must do them as inherent to yourself. If you have truly recognized what is right, act upon it before the day ends. Sit all night if needed, not resting until it's done. Life's hardest thing is speaking appropriately. Asked how to cultivate oneself, I reply, few can persist to the end. And how to govern others. Never let frustration or disgust turn harsh. As a human, strive to be of use. If you lack the will or ability to be helpful, at least do no harm. Speaking is like writing. Plan the sentence silently in your mind, then let your mouth copy the final text. Even so, you might err. How much worse to speak on impulse without a resolute will. You cannot change yourself by logic alone. No matter how many times you regret, it changes nothing. If you become helpless even to govern yourself, you might as well weep bitterly. No blessing is better than being content with one's lot. No danger is greater than letting success fully intoxicate you. Nothing that reaches total fullness avoids decline. Even a small vessel should fear overflow. Take a moment of calm to see what sort of person you truly are. For youths, the greatest danger is inflated pride. In my days as sub-governor of Dongfan, a colleague observed I used a thick brush and large characters in my official seals. He cried, "What a pity!" And I held up the brush, saying, "Your thought is a blessing for the world." A single character's extra brush ink multiplied over days and years would save countless resources. Cultivating care in all matters can likewise save infinite waste. And where the mind is not extravagant, one fosters virtue. We do not simply avoid material waste, but also avoid depleting moral energy. If there is a major matter requiring expense, it is not extravagance. If we can afford to spend less without harm, it is not stinginess. When I was provincial chief, I did not hesitate to use paper, but I ordered staff never to waste it. I see many wealthy heirs pour resources onto the ground, never sparing, a thought for thrift, then boasting of their grand style. It is tragic. Children, remember this lesson. Unless you speak words that have 1,000-fold relevance, best keep silent. Now people fear any show of courtesy, thinking it loses dignity. But Confucius advised Zhejiang, show no contempt, whether in small or large matters, and the Duke of Zhou bowed to even humble folk. Where is the loss of dignity? Excessive kindness might kill someone by smothering them. Excessive goodness might do harm by overprotecting them. Hence, the gentleman never indulges the crowd, nor indulges the self. Domestic matters show a person's character. The respect of attendants shows a person's virtue. All revolve around never be careless. We need not join every debate among Song Confucians. Let us work on clarifying ourselves. If each person blames himself, heaven and earth rest in peace. If each blames the other, the world turns upside down. Nothing more imperative than refusing to be dragged by desire. That is the first task of a learner. Keep your hands formal and respectful, feet steady, head upright, mouth quiet. Sit like a corpse, stand like a ritual prayer, gaze thoughtfully. Do not dart your eyes or tilt your ears. Outwardly, you appear dignified. Inwardly, you keep your heart aligned with justice. You cannot be deeply poised within while visibly chaotic outside, nor can you spontaneously move gracefully unless your heart is settled. Once the heart is fully still, even if you bend your arms for a pillow, or sing by a stream, no conflict arises. This is reaching the far shore, so the raft is set aside. Heaven and earth's harmony, nurturing all things, only gathers perfectly at certain intervals. Maybe once every centuries or millennia. Reverence counters carelessness. Reverence withdraws inward, step by step, until there is nothing but pure center, and from there you can expand majestically. Carelessness expands outward, step by step, until it ends in disaster. Thus, the sages of history made reverence their key. Emperor Yao was respectful. Shun was respectful and calm. Yu was self-restraining. Tang rose by reverence daily. King Wen shone with dignity. King Wu triumphed by respect. And Confucius exemplified respectful ease. Many who teach learning these days ignore this essential piece. Where then is their method? Alas, our times, those above compound tolerance into timidity, and timidity into fear, and fear into utter paralysis. Those below compound disrespect into arrogance, arrogance into resentment, resentment into lawlessness, and lawlessness into daring. What is the remedy? Our sense of face undermines law and order. People value appearances over statutes. Once statutes fail, the order crumbles. In old times the law was abused. Now the framework is collapsing. Social roles are the backbone of the order, but minor officials belittle their superiors. Frontier soldiers despise their generals. Wives or daughters scorn parents. Pupils mock teachers, and novices mock seniors. Greed runs unchecked. True law can hardly survive. Ignorant people continue, making matters worse. Who can fix it? Heaven controls fortune and calamity. Rulers control honor and disgrace. People control praise and blame. But I alone control my goodness or evil. I manage only that. We must not pass our days empty, drifting like hollow shells. Some pursuits can be paused in extraordinary times, but character cannot go unattended a single moment. If you remove filth, the water clears. If you remove wrongdoing, propriety returns. Without clouds, the sky brightens, 7 feet tall, wearing the sky overhead and the earth beneath, yet one would rather yield to wealth or enticement than stand firm. That is shameful. How can the soul ascend to heaven, meet the Supreme Emperor, and explain, unable to bear slander, reveals a lack of self-reflection? Unless it is a direct legal crisis threatening one's life, best ignore rumors. The more you protest, the more gossip grows. Wait silently. If innocence remains unclear, heaven still sees. If you want to achieve great moral chapters, you must let your virtue unfold. Otherwise, you are a shoot that never blooms. It is not public virtue, but private vice that truly imperils someone. Be mindful of this. When evildoers flout all propriety, they act brazenly. Yet, if they tried to follow righteousness and ceremony, they'd feel embarrassed. That is the constant of fools. Yet, it is the great shame of any aspiring scholar to feel shy about rightful actions. Desire emerges from temperament. We cannot dictate wealth or rank. Heaven decides that. Whether we become a worthy person is up to us. No one forces evil deeds. No one stumbles into goodness as a default. Reflect on that. Do not let yourself become a servant to the 3 great masters: your inborn temperament, society's norms, or material cravings. A real man stands tall, not leaning on these. If you cling to them for advantage, you remain a slave, no matter how grand you seem. Praising your own mediocre virtue is self-deception. Praising a known scoundrel is deceiving the world. Both are shameful. Awareness and knowledge diverge. You might know something, but not feel it. Or you might feel it, but not truly know. People fail to do good because they remain unaware. Once you truly notice, you cannot help but do good. Following the natural course means not a shred of contrivance. Drawing on your original endowment leaves no room for artificial additions. We measure length with a ruler, weight with a scale, always aiming for no error. So too do the 4 beginnings or the extension of goodness have their precise measure. Seeing righteousness but declining it may stem from faint-heartedness. If you suspect you lack endurance, it reveals a shortness of spirit. Others see your flaw in a single act. Thus you become known for it ever after. The noble person must act with care. In conversation on self-cultivation, a friend said, I'm old now. I replied, do not give up. If in your evil days you once did a good deed, could you not redeem yourself now when a single breath remains? If you are determined to live in this world, be vigorous and upright, not pliant like earthworms or drifting like storm petals. A man who merely seeks backing wherever he goes is like a thread of fluff. There is a saying, those who are meticulous resent carelessness, the delicate resent rusticity, the chatty resent the concise, etc. So how can one please everyone? You cannot. Focus on the middle way, not letting others' words determine your path. Ritual is not merely for honoring others, it also shows that you value yourself. A gentleman's words are measured like a frugal steward's use of money. His embrace of duty is like a greedy merchant chasing profit. He does not slacken. The ancients were diligent, so they stayed bright and virtuous. We are lazy, so our minds dim. Hence the sage cherishes careful vigilance. In early ages, rites adorned genuine feelings. In later ages, they mask hypocrisy. Hence the ancient 3,000 rules never suffocated honest nature. While we might have countless fake bows and postures that ring hollow, it is tempting to proclaim our purity, yet that can provoke envy. Therefore, a gentleman avoids self-praise and hides others' flaws. If a duty calls us to confront corruption openly, we must do so, but always with clarity. Some make it a habit to mock or slander others. Let it be. Another's failings do not concern me directly, unless I must act. I myself often treated petty men without any softening words, sometimes causing offence. A friend, Wang Daoyuan, cautioned me. In official life today, we must enforce the law rigorously and handle money with fairness, but courtesy and mild speech are our own. Grant them freely. I took it to heart. Firmness and clarity can be stumbling blocks. Soften your firmness, dim your clarity, and you avoid trouble. That's how the world is. The noble person treads only two paths: the established norms of ancient sages, or the valid laws of modern times. Anything else is deviance or custom, which the noble person avoids. Being upright is not difficult, but using it well is. Using it well is not difficult, but steadily preserving it is. In dealing with oneself, be strict. In dealing with others, be lenient. In demanding of yourself, be generous. In demanding of others, be gentle. When seated among many, glance around before. Speaking, avoid shouting, blustering, or dominating the conversation. Our bitter moments require solemn restraint. Our joyful moments show free dancing. A deeper joy springs from toil. Those who joke and clown, and then glance about hoping for laughter, exemplify slick words and fawning looks. A trait of the petty. Let students beware. People who see a small error, but treat it as if nothing big, say, "It's no harm." A person dedicated to self-cultivation must see even small faults as a grave concern. One mistake is bad enough. Refusing to admit it is a second. Confessing erases both. Denying confirms both. A friend argued fiercely with someone, pointing out all his flaws. I said, "Of 10 parts, perhaps you are wrong by 1. He admitted, "Yes, 1 or 2. I said, "Remove that 1 or 2 from yourself first. In my 20s, I aspired to keep both actions and reputation pure. 10 years later, I summarized 4 lines. Keep your actions pure. Let the world see your name as murky. Advance the way. Let your own status step back. Yield advantage to others. Take risk for yourself. Let others thrive. Restrict yourself." But recently, I realized that was too rigid, too forced. Rather, I will do my best without fussing about my name. A true gentleman does right because it is naturally right, not for blessings or title. He avoids wrong because it violates principle, not out of terror. To instruct the masses, we talk of blessings or penalties. This is how sage kings guide the world, and we assist that teaching together. A dense forest draws fine birds. A foul swamp breeds nasty insects. People group according to kind. Good people find good friends. Cunning people find knaves. We can learn a lesson in speaking or acting from archery. You draw and measure carefully, then release. If your words and deeds are likewise measured and complete, you rarely miss. Today's words and deeds are mere random shots, hitting only by luck. Snails ooze slime and get caught. Cicadas show their backs and get trapped. Fireflies glow and are caught by children. Those who love themselves never chase a reputation too flashy. Extreme opposites often mimic each other. Anger that grows too great transforms into laughter. Joy that grows too great transforms into sorrow. Reverence is the opposite of careless. So if you resist carelessness, you cultivate reverence. A house with too many doors gets crosswinds, and a person with too many words stirs up trouble. If you plaster a rough brick wall, people might think it is dung. Artificial covering leads to confusion. Whatever is displayed outwardly reveals some lack within. The ultimate way has no speech. The ultimate speech has no ornament, and the ultimate ornament follows no formula. Bitter poison is simpler to avoid than sweet poison. Examples abound in history of luxuries luring people to ruin. All creatures prefer ease to toil and gratify their urges. We, claiming to be the most intelligent, should transcend that. Even animals exhibit loyalty or purity. If we cannot surpass them, at least match them. Each thing has its basic intent. Houses for secure living, clothes for covering, food for hunger, tools for use, wives for bearing children. Push these beyond their purposes, and you produce endless problems. 10 ways a gentleman's wealth can doom his heirs. Lavish indulgences, exploitation, bribery, abuse of power, nepotism, sabotaging the country for personal gain, etc. When children ask me how to live, I say, do nothing beyond your rightful duties, and miss nothing within them. People today do the opposite, neglecting their duties and grasping extras by the millionty. A wise man never wrestles with destiny, law, principle, or the times. A learner blames himself, not others. If people displease me, that is my exceeding demands. If I displease them, that is my lack of skill. Reflecting thus, virtue surely grows. The gravest illness of temperament is small, that of the mind is vast. Being childish or worldly is the double shame for a scholar. Unless we cast them off, We cannot join the gentleman's road. Trained posture and movement matter little, unless generated by deep seriousness. Many can appear solemn, but if it is forced, it reveals either vanity or slackness. Only true virtue can embody it, only true character can detect it. Your face should be serene and natural. Any puffed-up look is a sign you have not done enough hidden work. Virtue is not hard to build day by day. It is easy to erode with a slip. 1,000 days of accumulation can be undone in one rush of indulgence. In dark or hidden places, you cannot hide your words or deeds. Even in palace depths, no word is unobserved. If a man cares for his good name, he must remain spotless in privacy. Wealth becomes a virtue if it allows generosity. Poverty a virtue if you avoid begging. Nobility a virtue if you lower yourself to help. Lowness a virtue if you let go of rank. When you enter a temple, you spontaneously become reverent. Similarly, approaching the court. A gentleman is always aware of his setting. If you find yourself relaxing among subordinates but boastful with peers, that is not mindful. That ancient poem Ming is a lament of bitter regret, a warning. So too are lines about irreversible mistakes. Too late is too late. A man should dread failing so plainly that his enemies easily point it out, and his friends cannot hide it. If truly innocent, slander will fade. If actually guilty but undiscovered, one should toss sleepless in shame. Hence, a gentleman longs for no evil upon his conscience. Mind your words and actions, clear your concerns, rest in calm, avoid friction or demands, and you have a small spiritual release. One should be strict in body, firm in mind, gentle in complexion, harmonious in breath, succinct in speech, kindly at heart, resolute in will, and subtle in strategy. The best way to preserve health is to be unruffled despite outward changes of hunger, thirst, cold, or heat. The best way to preserve virtue is to be unmoved by danger, safety, honor, or shame. Some store energy only to vent it rashly at the wrong time. Others claim tranquility, but crumble in crisis. They have not truly nurtured themselves. We must remain lively, even within orderly limits, not letting carelessness creep in, and flexible within the rules of propriety without forced solemnity. If you firmly cultivate yourself by 40, you grow, steadier with age. If you do not, you worsen. 100 years is short, so hurry. Cultivation is like tending a tender shoot. Self-examining is like scouting for field pests. Self-overcoming is like uprooting old roots. You use constant diligence for cultivation, vigilance for self-examination, and decisive breaks for conquest. Heavenly principle alone is worth boundless devotion. Human craving deserves none. Heaven allots each person a certain measure. Why strain for more? Contentment steadies the mind and satisfies desires, all in rightful measure. True moral clarity, graceful bearing, and concise, sincere speech are prime. Attending to inborn nature and proper duty at all times leads straight toward sagehood. Anything else is a detour. Advancing in virtue means no pettiness, which requires patience. We typically lose patience and compromise, leading to huge failings. Why do some fail to improve? Because they are dull or weak. Dullness needs stillness to clarify the spirit. Weakness needs resolve to fortify energy. Everything is easier if done calmly. People used to indulgence find it unstoppable. If you truly love someone or yourself, do not let them reach that state. When principle and craving collide, fight like a warrior in 100 battles. No surrender, no compromise. How can the regal soul become a servant of desire? If someone says, "Tell me truly," I reply, "I cannot lie, for my conscience is here, heaven is overhead, the public is witness, and right and wrong are plain. One falsehood offends all four. Why waste my words? We aim to bathe our hearts in virtue, so even our coughs smell sweet. If we allow one spot of foulness, it's as if we swallowed poison. Then and only then can we enter any filthy place untainted. Better to quell anger by nurturing calm. Better to forestall excessive indulgence by containing it early, and so on. Press forward in adversity, hold firm in routine, maintain vigilance. Those are strategies to remain upright. Nothing is more precious than endurance in moral effort, like the sun's daily progression, never hasty, never slacking, yet eternal. A scholar aims at 4 genuinenesses: sincerity of heart, honesty of speech, clarity of ear, correctness of eye. Foolishness can be admired. Cleverness can provoke suspicion. The highest wisdom sometimes appears foolish. If we combine insight, firmness, and persistence, we can pierce stone or move the gods. People fail only from a lack of will. Whoever has done one obvious wrong finds that no amount of good can fully erase it from memory. So a gentleman must ever be careful. Daily I recognize faults. I do not let them grow, but they keep arising because my mind lapses. If I avoid evil just to preserve a good name, that is outward display. If I avoid it to keep my soul clean, even if unknown by all, I remain satisfied. We stagnate each day because we blame others. Sages and worthy men blame themselves. If we exhaust blame on ourselves, what is left to resent? A fine jade vessel is not used for common filth, nor is a holy offering used in the garbage. Everything is used where it belongs. Never be careless even in minor acts, for people notice, or at least the spirit world notices. If we are indeed spotless, let slander be. If we are guilty, even if undiscovered, we cannot sleep. Hence, the gentleman strives for no evil in the will, speaking and moving with caution, caring little for trivial pursuits, living peacefully, expecting nothing from others. This is a small liberation. Your body must show dignity, your mind serenity, your face warmth, your voice harmony, your words brevity, your heart kindness, your will steadfastness, and your methods skillful subtlety. Truly keeping healthy means never letting external shifts upset your balance. Truly keeping virtue means not letting external fortunes or dangers shake your purpose. If you claim steadiness but flinch at sudden changes, that is insufficient. In rigid boundaries, keep agile within. In external forms, keep easy grace. If you train yourself thoroughly before age 40, you shall be resolute in old age. If not, you worsen. Life is brief, so virtue cannot wait. Cultivation is like carefully watering sprouts. Introspection is like hunting pests. Self-correction is uprooting old roots. The teacher's metaphors go on. Everything else Earthly desires exhausts us. Only the way is limitless. Knowing your bounds calms the mind. You find steady contentment, clarity and sincerity in the mind, dignity in appearance, brevity and honesty. In speech, these are prime. Focus on your inborn nature and the duty it entails. Keep that in mind all the time, and you approach the sage's domain. Anything else is chasing external trifles. Staying virtuous demands vigilance, and vigilance begins with patience. We stray because we lack patience. Dullness or weakness hinder our progress. Dullness needs stillness. Weakness needs willpower. Handle everything with calm. Those used to indulgence become ungovernable. Love them by not letting them slip so far. When duty and desire fight within, we should defend like a soldier risking death. If not, our regal heart becomes a slave. Asked privately for honesty, I say, my conscience, heaven's witness, the public judgment, right and wrong, why lie? We aim to purify the heart so deeply that even cough or spit seems fragrant. If any foulness lurks, it's poison. With that purity, we can go anywhere without corruption. Better to quell harshness than forcibly check an outburst. Vexations test our patience. Seductions test our detachment. Collisions test our firmness. Exhaustion tests our perseverance. Numb laziness tests our respectfulness. The most vital requirement for reaching the way is constancy. As heaven never rushes nor lags, so we must pace ourselves. I regret failing at this. We want 4 truths in our daily life: a sincere heart, truthful speech, upright ears, and upright eyes. When a fool is mocked, or a clever man is doubted, sometimes the greatest wisdom appears foolish. Mere reading or brilliance cannot fail if supported by iron resolve and relentless effort. Many fail for lack of will. If someone openly showcases a bit of virtue, they likely hide some vice. The gentleman neither flaunts good nor masks evil. Each day I discover faults, but I sense them at once. They do not grow large, yet they keep appearing because I fail to maintain constant vigilance. If you avoid sin only for reputation, that's external. If for inward purity, that's true. We fail because we blame heaven, never ourselves. Sages blame themselves thoroughly. If you exhaust blame on yourself, who is left to resent? If you are truly jade or gold, no one will misuse you. Honor or shame depends on how you've shaped yourself. Never let minor annoyances ignite your temper. Being disliked by the righteous is grave. Being disliked by the corrupt is negligible. To not hate evil shows evil in oneself. To not love good shows no goodness. The benevolent push away evil, exiling it beyond the frontiers. Mencius said, "Without a heart that hates evil, one is not human." People often refuse any blame, as if they are Yao or Shun. Impossible. Even Yao or Shun might err in small ways. How can one claim to have none? Laziness and slackness are the thieves of personal growth. 1,000 virtues and efforts vanish if you slack off daily. Only diligence and carefulness can overcome them. Fearing universal scorn is simpler than fearing one discerning critic. If the wise person condemns you, you are doomed. Thus, disregard the majority. Teaching with the sage's path is easy. Ruling by it is hard. Speaking is easy. Practicing is hard. Beginning is easy, concluding is hard. Among people is easy, in solitude is hard. By tongue is easy, by heart is hard. In normal times is easy, in crisis is hard. Overcome these, you reach sagehood. I once wrote a small text on a daybed at the sub-prefecture, reminding visitors that ancient people never enjoyed a peaceful night until they served the masses, etc. I also wrote a second text about solitude as a way to nurture the spirit, vital energy, consciousness, and virtue. Those who act cautiously have surplus enough to aid others. Those careless might fail even themselves. Modern men often assume ill of others, but if your conduct is truly trustworthy, they assume good. So we must watch how we stand in the world. If a man is too self-protective, he dares nothing. If too reckless, he may ruin all. So moderate self-regard avoids extremes. Better to enjoy your own faults being exposed than hearing others. Better to celebrate others' goodness than praise your own. First grasp what you are, then see who others are. The worst sins often spring from the mouth. Once spoken, the fastest horse cannot reclaim them. A house's head who cannot inspire respect finds no obedience. Even if an insight is your own, carrying it out is uncertain. Depending on borrowed knowledge is more precarious. Confucius described wisdom, benevolence, and courage, requiring each to bolster the other. There is no separate path of living for others, merely being yourself. Having truly recognized truth, you need not wait the whole day. Finish what you must before resting. One of the hardest skills is speaking well. Asked for how to cultivate oneself, I say, few persevere to the end. For how to govern others, I say, resist anger or aversion to the obstinate. Living in the world, aim to help. If you cannot, at least do no harm. Speech is like drafting a text. You outline in your mind, then deliver it with your mouth. Even then, you risk error. People who babble without thought are mindless or reckless. Lacking a resolute will, no amount of regret or logic changes character. When you can't restrain yourself at all, that is tragic. No fortune is greater than being at ease with one's lot. No danger is greater than fullness. All fullness leads to decline. Even a small cup fears overflow. Take time to see who you really are. When young, the biggest danger is inflated pride. As sub-governor, I remember someone teased me for using a thick brush. He said, "Alas." I realized how saving a little, red ink each day can add up. The same principle applies to all resources, thus to virtue. If you cannot speak something with 1,000-fold urgency, better hold silence. People worry about losing face, but Confucius lowered himself before lesser folk to show courtesy. True rank is not undone by courtesy. Overly generous indulgence can harm someone, and so can pushing them too far. The noble person never allows extremes. One's private household reveals character. One's close attendants see how you live. All revolve around no irreverence. The disputes among Song Confucians need not trouble us. Let's mind our own progress. If everyone blames themselves, the world is calm. If everyone blames each other, chaos abounds. The first step is refusing to chase external desires. The hands must be respectful, feet steady, head upright, mouth controlled. outward rules lead the heart to calm. Once that heart rests calmly, you can do anything freely. Heaven's harmony seldom forms perfectly. Reverence and carelessness are opposites. The sage clings to reverence to unlock all. We see an era where rulers stack tolerance into timidity, officials stack laxity into arrogance, and so on, until the system topples. Who can save it? Face matters have become the enemy of real law. Once face is paramount, law becomes weak. We do not manage fortune or misfortune, nor people's praise or blame. We only control our virtue or evil. We must avoid drifting empty all day, a hollow shell. Some matters can be paused, but never the pursuit of virtue. If you remove mud, water clarifies. If you remove wrongdoing, righteousness returns. 7 feet of human body. Do not degrade it chasing ephemeral wealth or vanity. Unable to bear slander shows a lack of self-reflection. Unless it threatens actual punishment, ignore it. The more you defend yourself, the more they suspect. If you cannot form your life into a grand chapter, you are but an unformed draft. It is not glory, but hidden evil we should fear most. Outward fame reaches only so far. Hidden vice offends the spirits. Some who tread a crooked path are brazen, while attempting virtue makes them shy. That is the tragedy of a fool and shame for a scholar. Desire arises from temperament. We cannot decide wealth or rank. Heaven does. But being a gentleman is our own choice. No one commits evil reluctantly, and no one becomes good accidentally. Notice this. We must not be thralls to 3 masters. Inherited temperament, social norms, or worldly cravings. Boasting of trivial accomplishments is self-deceit. Praising known villains is deceit of others. Both shameful. Distinguish knowing from feeling. You may know a cut hurts, but you only feel it if you are cut. So people fail to do good because they do not feel it. Clinging to naturalness means no contrivance. Embracing original endowment means no forced additions. Measure length precisely. The 4 beginnings or extension of goodness each have their measure. Seeing the right but not doing it suggests lack of inner strength. One false step can define your reputation forever. A gentleman must be cautious. Daily failings recur, but I catch them early. Why do they keep arising? Because I fail to maintain constant awareness. We avoid wrongdoing not merely from fear of losing reputation, but from fear of defiling ourselves. We blame the world, but we fail ourselves. A sage blames only himself. If we were truly precious vessels, no one would misuse us. Honor or disgrace springs from ourselves. Never let a small annoyance inflame you. It's hard to please the upright if we're crooked, or the crooked if we're upright. One who does not hate what is evil surely harbours it. One who does not love what is good surely lacks it. People are confused, never accepting fault. Are they truly Yao or Shun? Laziness is the enemy of the gentleman. We can cure these by diligence and vigilance, not minding universal praise, but fearing a single sage's disapproval is wise. Applying the sage's way is easy to talk about, hard to enact. Though we pass by a daybed with instructions or wise inscriptions, we might fail them. A large portion of success or failure depends on one's resourcefulness. Some are wise enough to use little, others not. If someone aspires to high office but lacks virtue, or seeks a grand estate beyond their skill, it violates fate. Even Confucius and Mencius did not find perfect success. A single error can overshadow all your other deeds, so be cautious always. Once more a friend said, "I'm old." I replied, "If even the wicked can do one good deed unexpectedly, how much more can you while breathing? You must stand boldly in this world, not as a creeping insect or drifting fluff. People find fault in straightforward sincerity or quiet reserve. You cannot please them all. A gentleman stands by the middle way. Ritual is not just for closeness, but also for self-respect. The noble person's speech is measured like a thrifty steward. He sees righteousness like a greedy merchant sees profit. Ancients worked diligently, we are lax. Hence they refined virtue, we let desires grow. The old rites adorned genuine feeling. Later ages use them to mask hypocrisy. Some who hate hypocrisy tear all courtesy down, calling it plain sincerity, yet that tears social norms. Both extremes are ruinous. If you shine too brightly, you provoke envy and push others to degrade you, lack generosity. A gentleman refrains from bragging on good points, hides others' flaws. If forced to expose corruption, do so clearly. Speaking ill of others is a prime sickness. Others' failings are none of my concern unless I must act. I once treated petty men without soft words, sometimes provoking them. A friend said, "As an official, you can enforce law justly and handle finances frugally, but gentleness in speech is your personal resource. Why not use it kindly?" I treasured that advice. Firmness and clarity are often stumbling blocks. Gentle your firmness, dim your clarity if you wish to avoid trouble. So it goes. Thus, the noble person follows two roads only: the accomplished norms of ancient sages, or the codified rules of the current dynasty. Anything else is deviancy or base custom. Being upright is not hard, but using it wisely is. Using uprightness is not hard, but preserving it steadily is. Be strict with yourself, lenient with others. When in a crowd, glance around before speaking. Avoid abrupt outbursts. Endure hardship with dignity. Embrace joy wholeheartedly. True joy arises from surviving hardships. Slick humour that relies on scanning the audience for laughs is petty. People often dismiss a small error as harmless, but that mindset is a trap for those who wish to improve. Two errors occur. One is the wrongdoing itself. The second is denying it. Admitting resolves both. Denying both remains. A friend once raged in argument, listing the other man's faults. I asked if he might own a fraction. He conceded. I said, remove that fraction from yourself first, then you can truly judge. Years ago, I dreamed of spiritual clarity. I once summarized, your actions be pure. Let the world see your reputation as unclear. Let your way progress. Let your own body step back. Put yourself behind in advantages, ahead in dangers. Let others reap plenty, keep yourself restrained. But now I see it was too rigid. Let things unfold naturally. A gentleman does good simply because it's right, not craving blessings or office. He avoids evil because it's wrong, not to evade calamity. Yet for teaching the masses, we must speak of blessings and rewards. A lush forest calls good birds, a foul swamp calls vermin. Good men find good company, rogues find evil friends. We can learn from archery, Aim carefully and fill the bow, then release so the arrow rarely misses. So with words or actions, snails are caught by slime, cicadas by exposing themselves, fireflies by glowing. Hence, not flaunting yourself is wise. Opposites sometimes converge. Anger at its extreme becomes laughter. Joy at its extreme becomes sorrow. Reverence contrasts with carelessness. A house with too many doors is draughty. A mouth with too many words invites trouble. If you whitewash a clay wall, people may think it is dung. Everything outwardly flashy reveals a lack within. True speech is unadorned. Bitter poison is easily avoided. Sweet poison is deadly. All animals chase comfort and flee pain. We, claiming to excel them, must surpass that. All aims should trace back to original intent. Officials pass 10 ways to doom their heirs, etc. If children ask about life, I say, do whatever is within your rightful scope and never chase more. Never wrestle with destiny, law, principle, or times. Blame yourself, not others. Small defects in temperament matter less than deep evils in mind. Childishness and vulgar vanity are great shames for a scholar. Ceremonial postures matter little unless rising from deep seriousness. Your face should hold serenity, no trace of forced display. Virtue is easy to build daily, easier to ruin with a single slip. Your private words and deeds echo through the land. Wealth fosters generosity. Poverty fosters independence. High rank fosters benevolence. Low rank fosters humility. In an ancient poem, we read about regret for a single misstep. Let that warn us. Observe how your friend sees you. If good men disapprove, examine yourself. One who does not detest evil likely has it within. One who does not champion good likely lacks it. No one claims perfection except Yao or Shun. Laziness kills effort. We see how to cure it. Diligence and vigilance. Do not fear universal ridicule. Fear one wise person's disapproval. Talking about sage teachings is easy. Living them is hard. Thus ends this long section on self-cultivation. May these insights guide us all toward a more upright and serene life, on learning. Learning becomes clear only through mutual discussion, but discussion must suit each participant in order to be thorough. In Confucius's circle, teacher and friends never tired of asking and explaining in detail. They did not merely echo each other's words, but carefully questioned and debated, which is what inquiring thoroughly and distinguishing carefully means. Thus, at that time, Tao learning shone brightly, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a bright sunlit sky with nothing obscured. Such should be our approach to scholarly discourse. No stubborn pride, no dislike of straightforward critique. Reflect carefully, weigh thoroughly. These 4 words are the first priority for virtue and success. Rouse determination and put forth your utmost. These 4 words are the prime necessity for virtue and success. Build up gradually without stopping. These 4 words bring your virtue to fruition. Nurture deep concern for where you might go astray. These 4 words guard your virtue to the end. Quietness is the key to seeing the way. Only by calmly pondering can you perceive the mechanisms of movement in the 6 directions and see through them. Once you gain that vision, there is another key to preserving it: oneness. This one is the great root, yet in applying this one, you must understand how it adapts in context. A learner should speak only of practical downward learning, and not of lofty ascent, for if he has not truly ascended, it's wasted talk, and once he has arrived, there's no need to say it. Thus, Confucius revealed his single thread only to Zishan and the like who were ready. Some he addressed straightforwardly, others through hints, showing the subtlety of his teaching. The biggest fear among bookish people is when they recite the ancients' words but act like someone entirely different. You could lock yourself away for 10 years and master an enormous library, yet it accomplishes nothing if there is no genuine inner alignment. A keen ability to discern truth from falsehood is itself a great learning. People race themselves ragged for illusions, but over all ages there is only the true, indestructible and impossible to conceal, for gods and spirits guard it, thunder and wind uphold it. Without it, heaven and earth could not nurture life, nor could sages help creation. With it, even rotting scraps can become something marvellous, and beasts can become uncanny. This is the Tao, and to learn means to learn this. Someone asks, Confucius stayed in his station and avoided involvement in politics unless it was rightly his to manage. Yet Confucians write political treatises about kingship. Why? I answer, in ancient times, a student of 15 already attended the great academy, studying self-cultivation, family and national governance and universal peace. So, a man living in a rustic hut might discuss governing a nation. One wearing common dress might think about ruling. Zilu and Rankyo had ambitions for wealth and strength. Confucius yearned for the 3 dynasties era. Mencius took joy in establishing peace. None of them truly possessed it at that moment, but they held it as an aim. As the saying goes, if someone recognized you, what then? Implies we must know how we would serve if called upon. Better to explore these ideas in advance than wait to be appointed and flounder like a dreamer. Anyone who is unprepared during quiet days cannot transform into a competent official once they arrive in office. Preparing yourself is vital. Your learning never proceeds from the heart. It's superficial growth. If you lack vigilance in private, it's mere washing of the face. Such work accomplishes little. Follow the models of Yao and Shun in practical deeds. Follow the teachings of Confucius and Mencius in scholarship. These 8 words define the noble person's lifelong priority. Someone asks how to approach it. I reply, to take all heaven and earth as one body, that is truly Confucius and Mencius learning. To enable all things in heaven and earth to flourish in their place is Yao and Shun's achievement. Ultimately, both rest on the same single thought. If one suffers severe illness causing constant vomiting, no daily meal can restore them fully. So it is with knowledge that enters one ear and leaves the mouth, providing no real nourishment to the body or mind. All things under heaven proceed gradually. Principle and energy allow no overnight leaps. Some scholars like to speak of instant realizations, which is rootless learning. If everyone eradicated the ego, heaven and earth would be serene. The flood of expansive, vast energy is also a matter of subtlety. I say, the root must be planted 9 layers beneath the earth, while its crown must reach 9 layers above heaven, and its branches must extend beyond the 8 limits. Only then is the work perfect and boundless, with limitless learning. I trust myself, yet others may not trust me. so a gentleman avoids even the appearance of wrongdoing. If in my heart I am truly open, bright as a sunny sky, and warm as glowing embers, then truly what suspicion remains? Therefore, the first key is to embody sincerity. If one truly trusts oneself, all else becomes simple. Strive for personal insight, not by reading every text of the past, but by taking even a simple book, such as a 1,000-character essay, and extracting from it enough to benefit you forever. If you do not draw inner experience from reading, even mastering the entire corpus from the 3 ancient roles onward is just becoming a pedant, fueling clever talk, swollen vanity, and an inflated mind. A gentleman cares most about genuine insight. To be awake means my mind comprehends. Seeing my own mind is true awakening, clarifying principle and simplifying affairs. These 4 words are the key task of learner. Modern people fall short of the ancients mostly through lack of learning and knowledge. That learning must reach back before the Qin and Han dynasties to the 3 dynasties for authenticity and balance. Many rely solely on post-Qin and Han ideas to argue, which is laughable, let alone relying on today's popular chatter or one's personal cleverness. That is all the more absurd. A major failing in students is a narrow capacity. In opinions and arguments, small-mindedness is most troubling. The silent resonance beyond the 6 classics or the 1,000 sages unites directly with heaven and earth. Yet one need not speak a word to heaven. Simply gazing skyward in clarity, hearts become one. The biggest block in a scholar is an inflated spirit. One must hold the entire cosmos as a single speck, ungraspable, or exhale a tiny speck into the cosmos, boundless. That is the measure of a great man, yet he appears like an ordinary person, never flaunting himself. Let him yield outwardly and feel no lack within. When he speaks, all feel the power of goodness. We must distinguish among mindset learning, book learning, and political methods. Mindset learning concerns sincerity or deceit. Book learning concerns orthodoxy or error. Political methods concern royal or hegemonic approaches. Yet once the mind is sincere, the rest rarely goes astray. The heart secret of the sages' school is simply not being a thief. Asked to explain, I say, being a thief is deceiving others or pursuing self-interest. If you harbour even a tiny bit of those 2 hearts, what difference is it from thievery? Eliminate entirely the entrenched 2 words, temperament and habit, and you become a hero. When studying principle, we must quiet the mind to reach essence. Otherwise, it remains at the ear or mouth. When dealing with affairs, we consult records and precedents. Otherwise, we speak from guesswork. Heaven is my heaven. Things are my things. If absolute sincerity is achieved, there is no gap I fail to bridge. If I remain at odds, it is because my self-cultivation is incomplete. Only when I can move heaven and quicken things have I attained real learning. Failing that, I have no time to resent or blame. My time should be spent blaming myself. In the world, no matter how large or small, there is always some precedent from the ancients. If I must do something, I ask, how did they handle such matters? And if I must deal with someone, I ask, how would they handle such a person? The same goes for daily living, sleep, movement, speech, and silence. Practiced long enough, I align with the ancients, and each act conforms to the way. The essence is to keep the mind constantly aware. As you read verses or study the classics, think, "This can guide how I handle situation X," or "This can cure my flaw Y." Then, when an event arrives, you respond instantly, without hesitation. Refining your own disposition depends entirely on learning. No matter how naturally gifted you are, you cannot do without learning. Since the three dynasties, no one is a complete talent without some deficiency. A hero who stirs the world can still harbour many faults upon closer inspection. It's a pity that teaching a student is often done by dangling fame and fortune, or urging them to be good for the sake of blessings. How lamentable! Read deeply in texts that clarify principle and practical affairs. Read fewer about fancy rhetoric. Avoid frivolous trivia and destroy outright harmful works. A gentleman knows what he can know and understands what he cannot. Not to know what one might know is foolish. To insist knowledge of something unknowable is reckless. Some friend who chastises me for my faults has not seen me for 2 months, and when we meet I ask, "Recently, haven't you heard of any wrongdoing on my part?" He says, "You did nothing wrong." I reply, "That is a great failing on my side, for having a fault is a small error, but having no faults is a large error," suggesting I rejected correction or disguised my wrongdoing. Is that not a severe transgression? If I were truly a sage, fine. But I am not. So if others see no fault in me, I must indeed be gravely at fault. Our strength in scholarship emerges in quiet times, and our resilience is tested in intense ones. A towering mountain calling people to climb yields few who can ascend. So the sage's way is level and open, whereas the worthy's path is steep. A cramped alley beckoning entry also yields few who enter. So the sage's way is broad, while the worthy's is narrow. Relying on profit or harm to guide behaviour shows a shallow grasp of right and wrong. From the Son of Heaven to the lowliest, mortal, from Yao and Shun down to a common passer-by, each must be urgently devoted to something. Only then does virtue advance and efforts bear fruit. Mencius said that if you do nothing at all, not even a board game or gambling, Confucius would worry, because if you are not busy at all, you might fall into either extreme, divine sage or monstrous bandit. Today's gentlemen, even if they do nothing, won't necessarily plunge into crime, but they waste their days in sloth, neither living as hermits nor engaging with urgent duties, drifting in a haze. The Book of Changes says, "A gentleman advances in virtue and accomplishes tasks eager to seize the moment." That is what it means. If one claims reclusive purity or lofty gentility while actually wasting time, I don't believe it. Mencius's entire lineage of sages rests on the 4 words: earnestness, diligence, vigilance, and effort. Especially telling is, look up and strive unceasingly, day and night. If granted success, sit vigil till dawn. That applies not merely to high ministers, but to every job. When we are lazy or distracted, observe how we handle ourselves. When joyful or angry, see whether we remain contained. And in adversity, see if we remain strong. Today's civil service candidates often write about knowledge and action, but do they truly know or act in that way? Another prompt might be teaching and fostering the people, But what citizen have they taught or aided? If it's only lip service to impress, isn't that dishonest? We should be alarmed. The sage's teaching treats failing to do good when seeing it as cowardice. That is one of the three great virtues: wisdom, benevolence, and courage. The lesser teaching is that knowing but not doing shows ignorance. Yet from the beginning, Confucius recognized we must refine both knowledge and action. If it lacks thoroughness, your knowledge is a mere guess. If it's not carried forward, your action is half-hearted. Hence the saints speak of pondering, studying, clarifying, doing, brightening, pressing forward, inquiring, employing the middle, choosing the mean, and holding it. If you do not fully clarify goodness, you cannot make yourself sincere. Even if someone is born near sage in clarity, if they fail to keep forging ahead, they can still go astray. So the gentleman supplements insight with steadfast virtue, enabling him to live or die, for it is needed. Weakness and dullness are the ultimate obstacles to building a life. True progress in learning requires even the extraordinarily gifted to keep at it. Otherwise, any grand achievements are a product of temperament alone. A single test against the sage's scale can reveal flaws. Genuine learning means steadily applying the middle in every matter. A real learner, faced with boundless books and tasks, sees the days as too short, fearful of being promoted before achieving anything. So too an official, mindful of good governance, sees the days as insufficient, fearing transfer before finishing his reforms. In that sense of urgency, they find the real flavour of learning and service. Building virtue is for youth. Illuminating morality is for middle age. Perfecting righteousness and benevolence is for later years. If by age 51's virtue is not solid, one grows more slothful and dull, unable to do any great turnaround. No matter how splendid, there is nothing that justifies conceit. Skill in an art is unfit for arrogance. Virtue is merely part of your inborn nature, and unless you match Yao or Shun, you still fall short. Where is the basis for pride? There is aspiring to heaven, reaching heaven, conforming to heaven, and acting as heaven. The sage's path begins in constant reverence, reaching a state of solemn but at ease. A narrow approach to knowledge is unfit for magnitude. A mind burdened by trivialities cannot handle easy clarity. The subtlest principle and the hardest. Deeds can be mastered by quiet, steady pondering, free from impatience or greed. Even an average mind can do it, if only they refuse to rush. So the greatest priority in study is to tame restlessness. All learning's maladies are cured by quiet. Study relies on clearing the heart as its foundation, and watching your tongue as its crucial test. Reading can reduce your faults, not only by clarifying principle, but by keeping you aligned with the way, so stray impulses cannot slip in. One must act with no ulterior motive. These 5 words root the sage's learning. From the start, one must do so without fretting over praise or blame. But people's talk usually tumbles into self-interest by their second or third sentence. What you alone know is your convenience. What others do not see is your freedom. Yet the gentleman stands wary in every private moment, refusing to let self-indulgent thoughts creep in. If your spirit is watchful in solitude, then you can handle public scrutiny without forced poses. Ancient learners did their work in the heart, so their outward expressions signalled deep virtue. Modern learners do their work outwardly, so what remains inwardly is lacking substance. Every matter can be taken to its truth. Every word can reveal subtle insight. Each thing has its highest principle. Each person has a way to engage. A true learner studies precisely these things, everywhere, always, never resting until they have thoroughly penetrated all. Are modern students like this? Too many chase sprawling texts or rhetorical flourishes, learning trivial skills or showy manners, or else drift idly, as if they had no responsibilities. That is all pitiful. Hence, studying is good, but knowing how to study is vital. All heaven and earth and the myriad creatures share their emotion with me, and their principles all manifest with me. A gentleman will not utter words unknown to the classics or rootless in principle. In ancient times, people felt ashamed if they lacked ability, so they strove to learn. Modern men hide their ignorance instead. Having no talent or learning is a scholar's shame. Having talent or learning is also a worry, for one must restrain it. Talent and learning are precious in serving oneself and aiding society, not for showing off. If allowed to run free, they often bring calamity. History proves that none who flaunt it escape trouble. Everyone's nature has some good aspects and some bad. The whole point of study is to nurture the good traits and correct the bad. If Tao learning fails to advance, it is because we ourselves are not firmly grounded. Sometimes a man who tries to spread it receives no response, grows dejected, or is thwarted by the times. One needs the resolve of 10,000 warriors, ready to die if need be. Otherwise, it is all idle chatter. Rely on your own cleverness alone, and even a sage cannot surpass that. Enlist all the ears and eyes of the world, and even a commoner cannot remain ignorant. A scholar lacking solid cultivation may shift many times in life. Even with correct insight, if you have not steadied yourself, you can still turn into something else. So you must forge unshakable virtue. If firmly established, then adversity or ease, life or death, are all one. If not, one trial reveals your true face. So we do not lightly mock the ancients. Perhaps in their place we'd fare worse. 2. Practice real virtue. You must test it in the private chambers at home, letting it stand scrutiny from your spouse and family. Then we see if it is genuine learning. If you perform heroically in public while careless at home, are you truly virtuous? A gentleman might glimpse that real self. This life's breath is fleeting. Once gone, it never returns. Hence, the noble man cherishes time. But see how different people use it. Some chase glory, some chase amusements, some chase wealth for their heirs. Among them, only those with ambitions for real achievement show a bit of worth. The noble man realizes time is finite, while the way is infinite, fretting that his inborn nature might remain unfulfilled. That is true love of time, rescuing each day as if fighting a fire, or retrieving a runaway, striving to realize one's destiny. If we do not waste time, even if we died this evening, there'd be no regret. Else, a century would be a hollow extension of life. People who do not cultivate themselves fret incessantly about reputation or disgrace. That is the usual disease. if ice confronts blazing fire, we know it melts, but that melting proceeds gradually, and the water warms gradually, finally boiling away in time. There is no instant process, so skillful learners never rush. The core of study is to grasp heaven's way, human nature, the logic of things and worldly affairs, then merge them with the middle path discovered within the heart. Doing good for others is indeed a worthy thought, but if someone lacks principle, they never feel it. If they differ in outlook, they do not receive it. Hammering them only wastes time. Confucius said we teach those who are eager enough to figure out the rest themselves, not out of reluctance, but from the knowledge that otherwise it yields no benefit. Hence, grand music needs no flourish, and true instruction is not spread indiscriminately. Collecting 100 schools yields heaps of flowery words. Mastering one school can bring distinctive insight, but trying to master them all with shallow diligence is extremely difficult. Therefore, a learner must choose carefully. One need not create new topics for academic gatherings. Just bring fresh life to the 4 books and 6 classics until one's heart resonates with the wisdom of sages across time. That is true learning. Good learners advance like someone pushing through a crowded market, step by step. People with aspirations must cultivate all virtues and fulfill all goodness, not just cling to one type and grow smug. That prevents further progress. The great learning revolves around illuminating virtue. The doctrine of the mean revolves around cultivating the way. If your study or practice is off by one part, a part of you is blocked, like a dam that partially blocks a river or an unburned chunk of wood that keeps smoking. You must remove every hindrance until smoke vanishes. Apart from the word center, there is no principle. Apart from the word reverence, no learning. A heartfelt learner's path cannot be explained to those who only learn by ear. Conversely, mere verbal learning cannot fool someone with heartfelt insight. Even the slightest gap is uncovered. If you keep your heart balanced and your energy calm, that is progress. If you can be firm and decisive when facing challenges, that is solid character. The greatest treasure in learning is to know your allotment. We cultivate virtue by recognizing what belongs to our inborn nature and fulfilling our role. Outcomes we cannot control are determined by destiny. Enthusiasm in one moment feels promising, but if it halts or breaks off, you lose momentum. So the sage's learning never stops. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, and Wu all began with 4 words. They're not self-satisfied. Confucius was endlessly humble, criticizing himself, knowing that the way is infinite and he must keep growing. Mencius's sense of daring and self-confidence was accompanied by constant labor. None of them considered themselves perfect. Yet from Mencius's time on, many talk as if they are sages with no flaws to correct. How can they approach true sagehood? For an impatient person, practice reining in messy knots of duties so you learn calm. For a sluggish person, practice pursuing swift hunts so you learn vigor. Thus, each temperament is reversed until it reaches balance. Levelness and stability are worth pondering. Everything runs well when it is level, even though one can sometimes accomplish something by daring extremes. The noble person stands on ease. Around the equinoxes, where day equals night, it lasts only about a week. Around the solstices, the imbalance of daylight can last over 20 days, so even heaven struggles to hold the center, and extremes reign longer. Thus, Yao and Shun declared firmly, "Maintain it," meaning humans can surpass heaven's partial extremes by conscious effort. Within, if you have 5 parts, you can only show 5 parts outwardly. No more, no less. This is why sincerity cannot be concealed or faked. Do not merely follow in someone else's footsteps. Seek your own learning. In scholarship, a main trunk is straightforward, near to practicality. A side branch seems special or bizarre. The Osha main approach involves vigilance and respectful caution. The side approach involves lofty freedom. The main approach develops gradually. The side one claims sudden leaps. The main approach yields fruition at its own pace. The side one is forced or contrived. One asks, when benevolence, righteousness, propriety and wisdom arise, do they immediately match heaven's standard? Answer, for a sage, yes. For others, they often drift into excess or deficiency. A moment of sympathy can become reckless self-sacrifice that no longer matches heaven's measure. Expanding knowledge by broad reading or perfect recall is easy. Achieving thorough integration and insight is hard. Achieving total integration that spans all time and place is harder yet. Practicing selfless forbearance is the most uncomplicated method, feasible for most. If one cannot do even that, one does no real work. Wang Xinzhai taught learning joy, but the question remains whether one has undergone the grind of real transformation. Confucius forgot worries only after exhausting himself in study. Yan Hui never lost his calm, only after tireless discipline. Merely telling oneself to learn joy can degenerate into unrestrained looseness. I myself emphasize 6 words: heaven, earth, and all creatures in one body. Some ask, is this a different school? I answer, no, just Confucius's single word, benevolence. Without the practice of reverence in private, learning is false. Without real tests in the public realm, private reverence is suspect. If you talk all day but do not do these things, it is empty chatter. Cultivation must find a sweet, heartfelt taste. Then go on 100 feet of pole, pressing still further. Only then are you a genuine scholar. Once in summer, a few of us drank by a pool, pointing to lotus pods in the water. I said, imagine someone in the mountains who never saw fresh lotus. He might buy a bag of dried lotus seeds in a herbal shop and find it tasty. Another finds partly fresh lotus in a market. That tastes better. Yet how incomparable is the just-picked lotus eaten by the pond? And how much more if you pluck it while in a boat? Modern learning is like eating dried lotus seeds, or like swallowing a walnut whole, failing to peel off layer after layer until you get the sweet kernel cooked in honey. That is the difference between halfway knowledge and truly refined understanding, between a coarse approach and the subtlety of benevolence grown pure. No one attains supreme realization in one leap. Each matter has its higher attainment, from cleaning or socializing to daily chores. Each can reach a place of penetrating principle. Step by step, you grow toward a junzi, then toward a sage, and from there toward Yao or Shun. Even Yao and Shun might dream of realms before them. We fail to progress chiefly from hiding our flaws. Hearing a good idea, we do not ask for more clarity. Having a doubt, we do not inquire for fear of seeming ignorant. Confucius taught us never to fear asking below ourselves, but people do fear asking above. If we mind mockery, how could we handle harsh challenges? We become an object of ridicule anyway. Rather, better to risk being laughed at for a moment than remain ignorant forever. In study, just do what is right. Avoid mixing in extraneous impulses. If you do not concentrate, you become neither thorough nor genuine. Imagine exploring a mountain full of scenic spots. If you have one goal, don't wander aimlessly, or a valley of flowers. If you only want one blossom, do not get lost in them all. When evening falls, you race to the city gate. Arriving one step late, you're locked out. So learning must seize its season. Hanging from a cliff with a single root, release a single hand and you fall. So learning must use its full force. If we let slip our prime years, no second chance returns. The cardinal secret to learning is only 8 words. Nurture virtue, transform temperament. Hold to that and ask no more. Where is the ford? Or where is the ferry? Look over your doings each day. Have you no shame inside, no regret in speech, no disgraceful act? Then how free you must be! But we fall short, hence the gentleman's lifelong anxiety. Wang Xinzhai's lines about studying joy might raise doubt. Real joy is a fruit of exhausting self-development. If you have not removed the I, it is not real study. All genuine knowledge also involves external exploration. Even though the principle is within our hearts, learning itself deals with the world, ancient and modern, examining all to gather their fragments into unity. If you are too lazy to explore the old or too proud to ask others, how is that true? Study! The sages wrote thousands of words. The classics fill thousands of volumes, all teaching us to do good and shun evil. A single statement can suffice if we truly use it. If we choose to remain worldly, or even sink below that, reading the entire library since Kangji's time still means we have no learning. A merchant risking 10,000 gold pieces can wait calmly for a sale. A petty trader with nothing sells anxiously each day. A person whose learning is shallow frets over small obstructions. Someone advanced is unruffled. A good man has no twisted dreams. One never dreams of absurd things that do not arise from thought. Achieving that is enormous cultivation. We find it hard to command ourselves. Overcoming outward difficulties is easier. Everyone does it. Sages concentrate on self-conquest. My friend Yang Dayuan lamented how we read a book, and then, spurred by frustration, vow to improve. Yet, after a few days, we say, "Let me rest for now. Tomorrow I'll resume," repeating it a lifetime. Those 2 words, just for now and later, derail us. If we truly pressed on relentlessly, within 5 or 7 years, we would succeed in any virtue or enterprise. A gentleman speaks only what he has witnessed, not what he has not, and only what helps, not what does not. Talking among close ones, but needing no anxious disclaimers. Our heart is indeed bright. A learner's entire job is to reduce the for me impulse, letting kindness spread. Confucius said, "If you wish to stand, help others stand. If you wish success, help others succeed. That is sagehood. Or, what you do not desire done to you, do not do to others. That is humane. Yet, if you do the opposite, you are petty. Direct your energy to treating others as you treat yourself, and you capture the heart of learning. All human sentiment is simply liking or disliking. To build one's character, direct that liking and disliking rightly. To govern others, unify their likes and dislikes. If a husband and wife, father and son, or siblings differ too deeply in what they like, they become enemies. If all share the same fundamental likes, even strangers become family. Preferring study is near wisdom. Exerting it is near benevolence. Knowing shame is near courage. Even the least promising person can still achieve if they strive. Looking inward is clarity. Reflecting on self is insight. Conquering oneself is strength. Seeking everything outwardly leads us astray. A letter about teaching. Sunlight blazes overhead. Why look for a torch among ant hills? Gold fills the house. Why beg scraps in rags? A door poem at New Year. May new virtue grow with each year. May old failings end with the departing year. Even if we became immortals, eventually that ends. No place is unfit for burial. Why chase strange geomancy? On handling affairs. When you have idle time yet fail to prepare, then in emergencies you find yourself with no plan at hand. You muddle through, leaving success or failure to chance, perhaps regretful, perhaps not, only to return to the same old ways. This is the common habit of nearly everyone under the sun. If one prepares in advance, one stands firm. These 5 words deserve serious attention. In judging affairs, there is an eye of principle that discerns right and wrong, and an eye of emotion that sees only who is loved or hated. There is a material eye that sees nothing more than a blur, lacking any clear discrimination. When you are sure of something, be decisive, like chopping a nail or slicing iron. Act cleanly, free of muddled dragging about, never leaning on a wall for support. Human commitment truly can overcome fate. Yet people often leave matters to destiny and ignore their own share of responsibility. Winter's cold may not foster blooming, but a skilled gardener can make flowers blossom in the cold season. Birds and frogs, ignorant of human ways, can be trained by bird masters to play board games or to mimic teaching. How then can we simply leave our affairs to the heavens when a capable person's effort is possible? When correcting others for their faults, first consider whether they can accept correction. Then we ourselves must act in ways that both encourage strengths and rescue them from their errors. Do not choose only what irritates them. Do not list every mistake. Do not scold them before others. Do not speak with harsh abruptness. Do not talk endlessly. Do not repeat the same point over and over. If you break these 6 cautions, even good advice strays from the path of real goodness. If you do not succeed in guiding them, perhaps I too bear some responsibility. How then can I single out blame in others? At age 50, I discovered the taste of 5 sorts of not contending. Not contending in wealth with the hoarders, not contending in rank with the ambitious, not contending in renown with those who flaunt themselves, not contending in ceremony with the chilly and proud, not contending in right-wrong judgments with those full of swagger. The masses tend to blur everything together, whereas the worthy cling to the right distinctions. The worthy may be bound by certain rules, but the sage integrates them all fluidly. In doing benevolent deeds under heaven, you must still weigh virtue and capacity, assess the general climate, and choose people carefully. Pushing alone on a difficult goal is hard. Inciting mass displeasure is even more dangerous. Even if your heart is selfless and open, still you must handle people's feelings with care, illuminating the purpose so that everyone believes in it. Thus the outcome succeeds and endures. When Pan Geng moved his capital, or King Wu campaigned, against King Zhou, they proclaimed their intent 3 or 5 times, still fearing no one would heed. People often have short vision and think, it doesn't serve my private interest. So, they rise in opposition. Even fine policies can fail if the popular mind revolts. Such has ever been the case, so the gentleman proceeds with caution. When discussing learning or governance, if it concerns the common good of court and state, then we must drive the argument to the ultimate clarity, letting no vague compromise stand. We are talking about universal principle, about affairs of the country. Both must truly seek what is right. We disregard any personal advantage. We do not seek to defeat others, so there is nothing to concede in matters of principle. Yet we keep a level heart, our first rule in debate. The moment we raise our voices and show angry faces, we reveal a lack of self-restraint. In the 5th month, we reel silk to prepare for winter clothing. In the 8th month, we spin hemp to prepare for the heat of next year. Calm self-cultivation in ordinary days is precisely what equips us for urgent moments. If at a crisis we cannot rein in temperament or subdue desire, what did we do in calmer times? Harnessing ourselves is not merely to remain poised when nothing is happening. To try taming the horse only after it has bolted is too late. To mend a broken wheel only after the axle snaps is too late. If something seems too cautious and slow, it may in fact be preparing for a future need. Shallow judgment or biased arguments may cling to a corner of scripture or commentary that sounds halfway plausible. But when pressed to deeper details, it emerges as merely shallow talk. Hence, to weigh words properly, we need a perfectly firm measure in our own mind and a position of authority so that others heed it. Without that, we could spend our lives locked in debates with no one to decide. Tiny objects seen up close are obvious to anyone. Place a tiny object 100 miles away. Only a dragon with keen sight can still glimpse it. Slightly suspicious, matters can be recognized by the thoughtful, but subtle truths that push knowledge to its highest frontier are recognized only by the sage. So, if a sage uses his most delicate argument with a merely worthy person, even that worthy person is awed, let alone the common multitude. Thus, subtle speech rarely enters ordinary ears. Principle stated firmly, but with gentle tone, is the best kind of speech and the best approach. The single idea of adapting to circumstances is profoundly subtle. By adapting to benefit, we spend not a coin. By adapting to harm, we need no strenuous force. By adapting to feelings, we do not force a single reluctant thought. By adapting to words, we do not debate even a line. Someone might say, "Doesn't that become indulgence?" Yet here we are bending the situation inward to serve the greater good. Another might say, "Isn't that mere strategy?" But it is the wise harnessing of momentum. A sage is skilled at using adaptation. In day-to-day life, being somewhat too generous rarely hurts, except when serving the public rules of law, which cannot be overly indulgent. Throughout the world, whatever grows softly and gradually endures. Anything too violent or hasty soon shrinks. Fierce winds and sudden rains subside after half a day. Torrential floods do not rage for 3 days straight. Rushed drumming rarely spans 100 measures, and a racing horse in full gallop cannot sustain it for too long. We can compare that to a person's lifespan or fortune, often cut short by reckless speed. Let the impatient reflect on that. In tackling worldly duties, never grant yourself extra time too freely. Emergencies can arise, or deadlines might loom unexpectedly. Always keep a margin of readiness so you have resources to spare. Or handling affairs well can mean stopping trouble early, resolving it as it happens, or correcting it afterward. These reflect timely flexibility and real ability. Meanwhile, discerning trouble in advance, foreseeing its course from the start, and detecting its potential changes show long planning and refined insight. One must cover both aspects. All disasters arise from comfort and ease, yet can be escaped by worry and diligence. They come from indulgence and extravagance, yet can be averted by prudence and thrift. They come from boundless greed, yet may be removed by feeling content. They come from excessive meddling, yet are prevented by exercising caution. When entrusted with difficult tasks, hold robust strength without flaring temper. When dealing with challenging people, keep acute understanding without launching into speech. To shake something huge or unyielding, approach it gently and steadily over time. Remain silent but determined, or you will unnerve yourself first. Rash efforts can break you. A murky mind that cannot be guided, a vacillating nature that never decides, and a proudly inflexible heart. None are fit to help govern the world. A wise person penetrates the essence at a glance. A seasoned mind generalizes from one case to many. A less gifted but earnest person, by careful thought, can also grasp it. Yet if each only trusts themselves, and not each other's strengths, trouble looms. Any undertaking must be seen through to its logical end. Any plan must guard against how far it can go. Common minds only look at immediate convenience, while a gentleman looks further. Hence, sometimes we do not rage when others might expect, or do not rejoice though it seems good, or do not act though it seems feasible. The crowd sees the surface. The gentleman perceives what lies beyond. To be obliging in wrongdoing is worse than to be upright in guiding others to good. Yet better still is a gentle approach that steers people to good. Sometimes harshly citing law or principle can turn a person rebellious, but soft appeals to relationship or decency can inspire them to virtue. A persuader must know these ways. Those most skilled at handling people aim for others' honest feelings, not forced compliance. If you have that, what can fail? If you lose it, what can you save? This is not only for kings or lords, but for any two people travelling together. Observe, Words and faces measure virtue and capacity. These 8 words are constantly needed in dealing with others. Some people's words do not capture the fullness of their intent. Some appear in ways contrary to their true heart. Some, consciously, distort themselves in speech or bearing. A gentleman seeing a mismatch never leaps to the harshest conclusion. Better to err on the side of leniency. We can forgive rather than risk slandering a heart we do not fully know. All of humanity, across time, shares certain sentiments. The sage focuses on restraining them from running amok, establishing a middle as the target. Hence, rules must not be too extreme. Rituals must not be too severe, and we never press blame to the utmost. Otherwise, we drive people to rebellion. Affairs can be pressed swiftly, done patiently, pursued courageously, managed gently, stirred by anger, awakened by clarity, encouraged with reward, dramatized by emphasis, delayed by mildness, or moved by sincere devotion. Each method must fit the moment. Failure lies in mixing them badly. When discussing a current situation, let us focus on how to handle it now, not dredge up the remote past or speak only of distant possibilities. Even if such talk is refined, it does not help right now. If I become more clever, then others appear more foolish. If I become more skillful, others appear more clumsy. The distance grows, so frustration grows. A truly magnanimous mind forgives others' lack of knowledge or skill, recognizing that each has limits. All matters on. Earth find peace once a decision is fixed. Where none is fixed, people argue on and on, over words, over things. Setting a clear standard ends the quarrel. The realized person has no personal likes or dislikes. The sage's preferences are public. The ordinary man follows them blindly, and the petty man fabricates them. Among servants lacking sense, there are still some who gauge the mood well and do what suits the master's intention, but they are few. Those above often blame them, or punish them harshly for minor confusion, while they themselves remain ignorant of how to guide or patiently instruct. In that case, the fault is with us more than them, for we should have clearer minds and broader capacity. They erred unwittingly, but we erred knowingly in being harsh. Better to calm ourselves and direct them in measured tones. Then we both benefit, no suffering for them, smooth results for the task. As the Book of Songs says, though we are angry, let us still teach. The Book of Documents says, do not be impatient toward the stubborn. Indeed, controlling impatience is the first great discipline in refining temperament. A friend asks, what about the custom of exchanging gifts or courtesy among scholars and officials? I answer, it is ritual. In the old days, states visited each other with gift rights. Scholars had tokens, the community had them, even women did. That is not something to abolish. Yet modern times often ban or discourage it, because some abuse courtesy as a cover for bribery. True courtesy is not presenting lavish gifts where there is no genuine connection. If someone has no prior link to you, no present concerns, and yet appears with an overabundance, that is indeed a bribe. A true gentleman would not accept it, banned or not. But among friends with long-standing ties, to share a meal or exchange small tokens after being parted for years is indeed part of normal human feeling, not bribery. The wise official weighs it fairly, rather than imposing a flat ban on all courtesy, which can lead to more chaos, for the world is not so simple to divide. These days, people lean toward disliking others rather than cherishing them. When you dislike people, they become more willing to discard themselves. Seeing you as hostile, they refuse your guidance. When you truly treasure people, they find it easier to correct themselves, feeling you are close at heart. From a single leaf, one can guess the tree's state. From someone's expression, one can see if they are unwell. From a single utterance, one can judge their insight or ignorance. From a single deed, one can see their sincerity or deceit. When speaking of principle, be thorough. When examining a matter, be straightforward. When discussing a person, temper the edge with a bit of kindness. If you go too sharply into the personal realm, it wounds the other deeply. A gentleman never exhausts someone's wrongdoing, leaving them space to preserve dignity or change. This is like the inclusive breath of heaven and earth. Suppose someone saved my parents in a great crisis. Should I not be grateful? Indeed, it is an incomparable favour. But if, in my official capacity, that person seeks an appointment from me, can I fairly recommend him? No, because the monarchy's offices are a public trust, not mine to trade for private debts. If I also preside over the courts and find him guilty, can I release him? No, because criminal sentencing is a public law from heaven. I cannot bend it with personal grace, yet if he needs my personal help, even to risking my life or property, I must do so wholeheartedly. That is how I repay the debt. If something aggressive hits you, first ask how you let it happen. Then think how to address it rather than flaring your temper. If we both lose our temper, we degrade ourselves into petty conflict. Eagerness for flattery is a grave foolishness. Another uses sweet words and flattering ceremony so they can get what they want or dodge some penalty, while I, in my gullibility, appreciate their empty courtesy. Then I might fulfill their undeserved request, or spare them rightful punishment, which leads me to undermine public good or to rely on a person who manipulates me. That is the downfall of placing advantage above principle. People in high places must watch out. Also, note that flattery itself can harm the flatterer if they approach a gentleman. For if the target is truly noble, they see through it. So, flattery is a double trap. Suspicion is the bane of affairs. If you weigh every possibility by doubt, you cannot proceed. The sage has no doubts because he clings to principle. Where is the need to fear hidden threat? The worthy still wrestle with doubts of principle, while common folk mostly doubt according to mood. One might object, without suspicion might others deceive me. But if you are truly free of suspicion, you live in sincerity, and the sly can hardly bear to trick you. There are those who shape principle around the tides of circumstance. That is the ordinary mind. There are those who shape circumstance around principle. That is the worthy mind. There is the sage who, seeing principle, cares not for rising or falling circumstance. Some define poverty and low rank as reason to stand proud, and wealth or high rank as reason to stay humble. A worthy viewpoint, though the sage simply asks what is right by principle, ignoring concerns of fortune or hardship. A mind brimming with prior assumptions is the fixed heart. The sage's mind is wide open, neither prejudice nor bias. Ordinary people act from partial conceptions. Even if sharp, they remain hindered by preconception. When listening, first weigh the speaker's character, then their motives, then their understanding, then their temperament. That way, you avoid error in believing or dismissing them. Without a single word of self-defense or a single thought of contrivance, if you go on plainly sincere, in time you earn unspoken trust and silent rapport. Where salt grass grows, you can taste the salt by burning it. Where alkali grass grows, you taste the alkali. The environment pervades the outcome, and so does sincerity. People mostly interact face to face or mouth to ear. One's true heart can glimmer there, but much remains hidden. Therefore, human hearts are both the most fearsome and the hardest to read. They form traps leading to life or death. My personal method is to show utter sincerity, limitless kindness, perfect prudence, avoiding blame, shunning petty gains, and contenting myself with less. Then, even barbarians or birds and beasts may come to trust me. If I still face betrayal, perhaps I have not yet practiced those virtues completely. In dealing with the world, the single word forbearance is powerful. Take others' wishes as your own and treat them as if they were you. Yet that is not always enough, because sometimes others may want something we do not want, or vice versa. We must reflect carefully. There is boundless subtlety here. It is better to open the door of grievances than to open the gate of undeserved favour. Grievances can be hard to satisfy, but also easier to close than a flood of freehand generosity, which once let loose is almost impossible to rein in. If you can restrain grudges with compassion, that is good, but to close down thoughtless giving requires an even greater measure of righteousness, wisdom, benevolence, propriety, and trust, all together. When two people are upright, they do not fight, for they politely yield. When a gentleman meets a petty man, they do not fight either, for the gentleman is capacious. Fighting is only between two petty sorts. A wise man would not stoop to be one. Even if victory is sure, it is no honour to be known as a petty fighter. Then again, if the other is cunning, I have no benefit either. Too much stiffness and harshness is a grave failing in personal conduct. The sages always blend warmth and graciousness. Love the people widely. Balance harmony with independence. Gather, but do not join cliques. There is a spirit of oneness. A cold, distant manner makes one a barrier in the world. Even if you uphold strict principle, you show no capacity for public use, only a hermit's stoicism. When planning for all under heaven, one must start with broad vision. As an official, first work to uplift local customs. Lead from large foundations. Or when moral duty calls, do not haggle over profit. When judging a person, do not obsess over success or failure. A person covers his roof with tiles. Another covers his roof with thatch. The thatch man says, "You spend 10 times more, but both keep out wind and rain equally." The tile man answers, "Thatch rots in 10 years, so you must replace it 10 times a century, each requiring labour. Tiles can last a century unbroken." One sees the cost of long durability. The other sees the ease of cheap thatch. So do not cling to short, or long alone. A wise approach harnesses the best mixture of soundness and cost. If you simply chase fleeting advantage, you might waste resources or time. The truly sagely approach is plain but enduring, never extravagant in trifles. When exploring a matter, gather wide information, but never let partiality seize you from the start. Beware abrupt speech or hasty declarations when hearing others. A gentleman meets affairs with composure and clarity of purpose, yet remains flexible, with a broad ease that admits no rush. Then action flows step by step, quietly yielding real results, leaving behind no regret. People today, however, hurry to arrange things, or faced with obstacles, skip reflection, moving sloppily. Perhaps they succeed by luck, but it is not the true method. When cooperating with others, a gentleman handles it as a public matter, not a personal one. If it succeeds, you need not claim the merit for yourself. If it fails, do not blame it on another. In this world, some things are what ought to be, some are natural cause and effect, and some happen by chance. A gentleman devotes himself to what ought to be, accepts what is naturally so, and stays calm when chance events occur. The petty man clings to chance, defies nature, and abandons what is right. Alas, since chance rarely turns out as we wish, he loses even the rightful part. A pity, indeed, one who cannot be swayed by outer disturbances or fleeting objects can handle the greatest responsibilities under heaven. If a man's mood flares up or cools down at every comment, acting like a child, or showing the temper of a petty mind, how can he build anything lasting? He lacks the inner readiness. Strive for clarity and simplicity in your approach. Otherwise, you create tangles of cunning that ensnare even yourself. Water, when blocked by something rigid, finds its path in gentler channels. So a wise person, blocked in one plan, opens another way. If you keep forcing the same blockade, you labour in vain. To judge a huge matter, focus on the key pivot. You cannot chase every branching detail. Otherwise, like playing chess and worrying over every pawn, you forget the main objective. A skilled player sacrifices little pieces if it advances the bigger plan. By contrast, onlookers fret over these smaller pieces missing the larger design. Force, or momentum, is something the wise use to achieve success, while the foolish crash into it for ruin. Once force is at full strength, not even heaven or the sages can easily restrain it. Once it is spent, they cannot easily revive it. It is about harnessing that power, subtly shaping it to your ends. A scholar with talents for running a day, nation must first master 5 essentials: choosing the right people, judging the right time, gauging power, careful preparation, and adapting to circumstances. To scatter your energies haphazardly is naive. Empty pedantry from stale scholars, rigid talk from narrow minds, pedestrian sense from vulgar folks, rash demands from hasty spirits, contrived phrases from tricksters, cunning words from malicious men. These spoil endeavours and hamper wise decisions. Someone truly clever about great affairs might speak yet not act, act differently than they speak, or act first and speak later, or even never explain their reasoning, all for the deeper good of the country. Ensuring real success, adept people harness strength where they find it, harness status or intellect or resources, each in its place. This is called riding the wave. Missing that wave doubles your effort without result. While riding it, you have no hindrance and bring benefit to all. We must comprehensively and carefully weigh great affairs, with thorough reflection and far-reaching thoughts, like one who squares a house design. From high vantage and short vantage, near or far, up or down, left or right, only when it fits all dimensions do we fix the plan. Then we proceed. People who rely on mere partial glimpses remain shallow. How can that yield a stable plan for times ahead? Just because someone else has vouched for a document 3 times does not guarantee its truth. Just because a statement circulates among 3 tellers does not guarantee it's reliable. Excessive cleverness is the thief of balanced energy, the ruin of many things, the termite in one's heart, and a misfortune for finances. A gentleman does not esteem it. If a gentleman has already formed a sound conclusion, he does not rush to act. He double-checks the common sentiment and common opinions, comparing them with principle, and if both align, he proceeds. If principle demands one course, while public feeling diverges, he tries to reconcile them so as not to provoke alarm, while still upholding principle. Such is the synergy of Tao and tactic. Only the sage can manage it skillfully. Tackling grand ventures needs some boldness of spirit, but that spirit must be stored inwardly, not flaunted. It must be contained, not trumpeted. The highest achievement is doing monumental work without fuss or fanfare, letting no one be startled, like heaven and earth in spring and summer, generating a vast surge of growth. Yet it is silent. The wind or thunder appear in moments, but you do not see or hear nature hammering out each creature. Such is the masterful artisan. Some are poor at managing affairs, yet also unskilled in self-protection, which the truly wise avoid. Stand in a real, solid place. Begin with stable ground. If you yield too much to indulgence or linger too long on old ties, that is a failing. Though you might treat it lightly, it can ruin a major decision. At the same time, rushing or ignoring details can ruin big plans. You must unify thoroughness and decisiveness. One upright by nature can manage great matters. If you say, well, let them go for small matters, but let them show resolve in bigger ones, that is mere talk. If a pine or cypress is crooked from the start, it will not straighten as it grows. Yet if you claim you rely on cunning or adaptability, that is a separate question. To do no harm is sometimes to reduce. To do good is sometimes to expand. Sometimes smoothness must flow. Sometimes things must be blocked. In balancing the cosmos, we choose expansions or curtailments, but the king's personal spending might be trimmed, while the people's welfare can be enhanced. Affairs all have an essential shape. People's opinions, though infinite, must eventually converge. If I am sure my approach is correct, I act accordingly, even if it looks suspicious or invites misunderstanding. If we keep worrying about public chatter, or if the slightest protest makes us quit, that means we lack not only resolve, but the clarity of principle. The crowd seldom sees the same as me. The crowd can be dull. If one aims for real success, do not let that hinder you. Even if eventually it fails, at least we did what was right, so success or failure is secondary. We do weigh advantage or capacity, yet if principle commands we must do something, and it is feasible in time, the sage does not overcount success or failure. Surrounded by a city, you might fail to capture it, but your cause remains just. Confucius tried to rectify names in Wei. If that proved impossible, he left Wei. He was consistent in principle. Some measure everything by success alone, forgetting right or wrong. That stems from hearts attached to advantage. A truly noble mind does not see the matter that way. Asked, how do we respectfully defer to those beneath us? We note, if principle demands, we must indeed lower ourselves, as a child does to a parent. There is no shame in that. But we do not stoop to flattery or to supporting wrongdoing. We simply do not hold to a position above. One more step behind or one more step below is often more spacious. The behind or below vantage is broadest indeed. A true gentleman in official life discusses policy when at court, local customs when home, ritual when in ancestral temples, funerary rites in times of mourning, war or defence when on frontier posts. Speaking out of place is empty chatter. When treatise dealing with affairs under heaven, always leave a bit of margin at the start and leave some space at the end. Then things go well, and your mind remains free of strain. If you handle it exactly to the last crumb, regrets easily arise. This also applies to handling people. Giving them a surplus of grace fosters virtue. Leaving them an avenue to retreat fosters goodness. One must not assume first rank or sole responsibility for what could produce calamity or blessing. To press a cause that is only half ripe can give the seeds of disaster. Sages weigh carefully. If a cause carries great risk, either lead wholeheartedly or do not lead at all. Scruples matter. When a gentleman undertakes big tasks and it falls to him to lead, let him be prudent and decisive. If it falls to him to follow others, let him be wise and sensible. Wisdom and prudence do not mean cowardly avoidance. It means not forcing a cause that cannot help the public. Many people adopt an artificial posture, so-called cultivated manner. But the ancient gentleman cultivated virtue within, leading outwardly to sincere expression. If one sees a reason to be strict, they are stern. If one sees a reason to act, they act boldly. That is real moral bearing. If it is time to speak, the gentleman may talk all day without emptiness. If it is time to punish, they do not let trifles pass. Yet the modern mind hails an all-encompassing mildness as ultimate virtue, branding any strong stance as personal temperament. That squanders the zeal of those who want to remedy national troubles, forcing them into quiet corners. What if crises come? Who will stand forth? Let us not repeat the errors of earlier ages. In all that we do, keep the bigger picture first. If in office, prioritize the people's well-being. When moral duty arises, do not calculate self-gain. When judging others, do not cling to success or failure alone. Suppose one man's roof is tiled and another man's is thatched. The thatched man says, "You spend a fortune," but we both keep out wind and rain. The tiled man replies, "Your thatch rots every decade, needing constant re-roofing and labour. Mine lasts a century." It warns us not to cling to short or long advantages blindly, but to find genuine value. Chasing illusions of short profit can waste time or resources. The best approach is a simplicity that holds firm. If one tries to appear fancy but invests in nothing truly sturdy, it is foolish. Or if you always aim for fancy and sturdy at once, you must weigh whether that cost is worth it. The gentleman invests only where it truly helps, never for mere display. When you address a problem, you may first consult widely, but do not fix a single favoured outcome in your mind from the start. Never rush to speak when hearing rumours. When a gentleman manages affairs with calm dignity and a sure heart, he also remains flexible in method, thorough in scale, and steady in pacing. He then seldom laments wasted effort. But people these days, at the first sign of difficulty, become either sloppy or frantic, interfering with the outcome. Even if they luck out, that is no real method. When collaborating, a gentleman does not let personal advantage sway him. If the endeavour succeeds, he does not demand full credit. If it fails, he does not blame partners. All events contain what must be, what follows nature, and what occurs by chance. The gentleman performs what must be done, embraces what nature imposes, and does not dwell on coincidences. The petty man pursues random chances, defies nature, and abandons necessity. As chance rarely cooperates, he loses the rightful side too. Be unmoved by outer shocks, unimpressed by fleeting illusions. Then you can accept great responsibilities. Some rejoice or fume at trifles, childlike in mind, failing to build anything lasting, for they hold no readiness within. Deal with the world by clarity and simplicity. Otherwise, you weave tangles that trap even yourself in complexities. If water runs against a solid barrier, it flows gently around. A wise person who meets a dead end in one approach finds another path rather than repeatedly bashing the same wall. Focus on the key pivot. You cannot chase 1,000 side issues. Like playing chess, fix your mind on victory, not on every small pawn. Spectators fixate on each lost piece and fret. The true player sets them aside for the bigger plan. Or, if the player sees a bigger trade, the onlookers might panic at the seeming shortfall. They do not grasp the strategic aim. Force is the stepping stone of the wise and the downfall of the foolish. When it is unstoppable, not even heaven or a sage can readily hold it. We only adapt, shaping it to our advantage. That is the subtle mastery of events. Some scholars hold great talents for governing, but they must first know the 5 uses: choosing suitable partners, timing the plan, measuring the power in the situation, carefully launching it, and adapting means to ends. Without such clarity, they act like a child playing with big ideas. That usually fails. Empty pedantry or narrow talk hamper broad goals. People chasing trifles, speeches from cunning tongues or malicious hearts, these hamper any wise resolution. A truly adept mind might speak, but not follow the words exactly, or do something first and explain later, or never explain at all, merely ensuring success for the realm. The goal is always real achievement. Use your strengths well. Some harness intellect, some harness finances, some harness labour. Doing so gracefully is riding the wave. Missing it means double the toil, half the outcome. When we plan huge matters, we need thoroughly complete circumspect thinking, anxious reflection, far vision, like measuring a building from every angle. Those with shallow minds cling to a single side. Sure, they are correct. They cannot accomplish large, enduring works. Words repeated thrice by others are not necessarily true. A text read thrice is not necessarily accurate. Too much cunning can rob your stable energy, undermine many things, corrode your heart's integrity, and bring misfortune to finances. A gentleman disdains it. If a gentleman has formed a clear perspective, he does not act immediately. He checks how people view or feel, ensures it agrees with reason and the people. Then he commits wholeheartedly. If reason insists on one course but the populace disagrees, he tries to reconcile them without forfeiting principle. That is combining moral principle with practical method. Only the sage attains that deeply. To accomplish grand deeds demands a certain internal force, though we keep it hidden, not displayed. The highest mastery is to do earth-shaking feats without alarming ears or eyes, progressing neatly and steadily. Heaven and earth, in spring and summer, create a colossal flow of growth, yet quietly, with wind or thunder, only sporadic. You do not see it publicly forging each living thing. That is creation's subtle artistry. To be naive in practical affairs, and also poor at self-management, is a misery the wise try to avoid. Put your foot on real ground, and choose a stable handhold. Excess attachment or lingering in trivial ties is a big error. At the same time, reckless leaps or ignoring small details can sabotage big aims. A person of upright nature is suited to state affairs. If you say, he's lax in small tasks but might shine in big ones, that is only an excuse. A pine that starts crooked will not straighten. If you rely on craft or adaptation, that is another matter. But do not confuse them. There is no harm if it lessens the worthless, no harm if it increases the good, no harm if it unblocks what needs flow, no harm if it blocks harmful impulses. This is how we balance heaven and earth. Still, a king might be expected to reduce his own luxuries while bettering the populace's lot, to open the moral road while closing off harmful excess. In all matters, principle is stable. Yet people's feelings or opinions differ. If I see the best course, I do it, even if suspicious or easily misunderstood. If I fear gossip or try to justify each step, how can I manage you are not convinced? By reason won't believe me, no matter how I argue. People who trust me need no argument. If a major state interest is at stake, I should not keep silent, but carefully weigh my words. Outside of that, I should not exhaust myself explaining trivial rumors. Leave yourself margin in tasks, or else you cannot correct course. This is subtle. In dealing with yourself or others or any affair, having a bit left over is wise. Better to prevent mistakes than regret them. If we regret them, let us correct them, not simply moan. A man confined to his little region of 50 li, unwavering, may think he is sure of everything. Yet once he goes to the great capital and sees 1,000 li of the world, he feels lost. A man living in the present day, sure of his beliefs, might remain unshakable until he reads the classics of thousands of years and grows perplexed. So narrowness is fatal to broader achievements. Unexpected turns happen in all matters, even for the wise. Do not blame them for not foreseeing the unseeable. Trouble mostly arises by a slow build-up. suddenly triggered, or by accumulations over time. The first requires careful watch. The second requires patience. The third requires constant diligence. So a gentleman checks each possibility. In action, 4 things matter. At the boundary of crisis, be decisive, not timid. Once holding a task, be unwavering, not brittle. In planning, be deep and calm, not shallow. In adapting, be swift, not slow. A gentleman's major initiative might bring 10 benefits and no harm. Then it is worth pursuing. But real affairs rarely show a perfect ratio. We weigh the proportions of benefit to harm. If we see 7 benefits to 3 harms, we might proceed, trying to guard against those 3 harms. Or if a single benefit is overwhelmingly crucial, with lesser harms, we may still choose it. This is not for those with shallow minds. If a plan calls for waiting, do not resent a delay. The payback might be near. If you become impatient halfway, you lose all the prior work. That is a key caution. On the other hand, if you see the plan is no longer correct, do not keep waiting forever. Changing from 3 nuts in the morning to 4 in the evening, and vice versa, was once used by clever persuaders to fool monkeys. People's needs can vary likewise. You adapt if it fits the moment's urgency. The monkey was not stupid, it simply had a different priority. So one must not cling to illusions of stability alone. In truth, no calamity is random. There is often a hidden gathering of factors, a sudden clash, or an accumulated drift. A gentleman handles each kind accordingly, halting them early with vigilance, or tempering them with courage, or curbing them by continuous effort. Be certain in investigating a matter. Re-examination once is not enough. Examine twice, if needed, thoroughly. Then there is no lingering regret. Move gradually, as if always letting extra time pass, or as if preparing for an 11th possibility in a near-certain situation. That is how we avoid surprises. Facing the world requires surplus resources, so we can address every concern. Where we are short, we are easily overwhelmed. This principle applies to knowledge, finances, strength, spirit, and so forth. One might speak but get nowhere, or argue and face defiance. Some proclaim their name to shock the masses, but not arguing, not contending, and quietly accomplishing the goal can succeed without fuss. Others remain confused until it is done. A past adage says, "In silence, one arranges the realm under Mount Tai. Raising no alarm, one manages everything." Indeed, if you must fanfare and shriek, you cannot accomplish that. Many affairs occur unexpectedly. Ordinary folks only relax when it looks calm, but the wise prepare for the unseen. That is why they rarely face dire shocks. If you do not let external factors define your honor or shame, it is very freeing. But this requires having enough substance within. People letting others' compliments or slights sway them show that they weigh outer judgments more than their own heart. Unless we see through that, we remain in turmoil. When you rely on others' courtesy to feel joy or dismay at their neglect, you give them power over your feelings. Some measure every request or benefit by, "What is it worth?" That is nonsense. Often one might treasure a single grain, while another might gift a fortune lightly, if it serves the greater good. Talent is like a weapon. Wielded in a just cause, it becomes an army of righteousness. Wielded for aggression, it becomes robbery. Hence, a gentleman does not fear having no talent, but rather misusing it. Only virtue can guide talent well. Chund may hide a terrible danger behind a small enticement, or hide a great benefit behind a slight worry. Those who merely puzzle over trifles are trapped, while the truly wise sense the deeper stakes. People often lament seniors or leaders for not acting boldly enough, ignoring that these seniors might have faced complexities. Or we, if put in their place, might do no better. It is easy to blame from afar, so we must handle our own tasks. Well, first, then talk. Otherwise, we become idle critics. Competing over who is right or wrong is a petty conflict. One's capacity equals that of the rival. What is there to gain in such bickering? It's hard to speak with someone who lacks any vision, but perhaps even harder with someone clinging to a narrow vision. When two upright people meet, they do not clash, for they each yield. One upright person and one petty person also do not clash, for the upright one is tolerant. Clashes come only between two petty minds who insist on winning. Excess severity is a real flaw in dealing with people. The sage always fosters some measure of warmth. Love them widely. Gather but do not exclude. Join but not in cliques. Unify as though all under one roof. Being cold and forbidding just makes you an obstacle. Even if you keep a personal uprightness that does not help the world, only a lonely extremist stance. In planning for the ages, you must delve deeply, seeing far. The mass of people rely on daily perspectives. Some advanced folks may see half the scope. The able and seasoned see the broad pattern. The truly keen see a singular vision. The master strategist can shape it quietly, so that future eras cannot overturn it. That is true depth. People who catch random hints or borrowed words, then leap, up bragging, reveal shallowness. Calamities do not come accidentally. They can be a slow weaving, a sudden force, or a final accumulation. The wise plan for them all, refining virtue, being watchful, preventing outbursts, taming desire. Hence, we do not expand wrongdoing into unstoppable momentum. Twice or thrice clarifying a plan is better than a single hurried pass. Double. Checks leave no regrets. Caution does not always mean lateness. Sometimes we keep 11 possibilities in a matter with seemingly no dangers. Great affairs demand that thoroughness. In major tasks, if we do not have something extra to draw upon, how can we handle all shocks that arise? For knowledge, extra capacity ensures you penetrate swiftly. For talent, extra capacity ensures you fulfill tasks easily. For strength, extra capacity ensures you carry loads with no strain. For spirit, extra capacity ensures unexpected changes do not shake you. For health, extra capacity ensures no small affliction can sicken you. If your words are not heeded, or if an argument provokes strong resistance, do not just flaunt your renown. Instead, quietly accomplish the deed while others remain in the dark. The greatest skill is often silent. Accomplish it with no noise. Trust is won without words. Such is virtue in action. Unexpected events abound. Do not be lulled by calm. The wise remain watchful and well prepared. If you measure your honour or shame by what others bestow, you might find ease only if your inner storehouse is strong enough to ignore them. Many people appear joyous if you revere them, or vexed if you do not, as though their hearts weighed outside opinion more than truth. Such illusions plague them forever. Talent resembles a blade, used for rightful cause, or misused for wrongdoing. Hence a gentleman's concern is not lacking talent, but using it wrongly. In moral or practical planning, you might try to satisfy someone with minor gifts while a serious threat lies hidden. Or you might highlight a small danger while a deeper good remains obscured. A shallow mind fixates on the near detail, while a wise mind senses what truly matters. Some regret that older or higher persons are not more forceful. Do we think they did not likewise lament those before them? When we stand in their post, can we do better? It is easy to blame from outside. Let us ourselves act diligently. If tomorrow we avoid such lament, good. But if we only mock them, it is frivolous. Fussing over who is right with small minds shows we share their smallness. It is difficult dealing with someone who has no insight, and possibly more difficult with one who has partial, biased insight. When two noble people interact, they do not compete, for each yields. When a noble man meets a petty man, they do not quarrel, for the noble man can accommodate. Only two petty men fight each other. A wise man would never reduce himself to that. Even if victory is guaranteed, the name of petty strife is worthless. Being too stiff and stern is a failing. The sages move with a certain warmth, calling for universal love and harmony that does not degrade into pure compliance. If you remain aloof and cold, you become a stumbling block. Even if you hold fast to correctness, you lack the wide capacity to serve the world, just a rigid, solitary figure. When considering a grand plan for generations, one must be deeply thorough and far-seeing. Ordinary folk remain stuck in the present. Some see half. The truly wise see the big arc. The supremely able finalize it so that no later age can overturn it. Shallow minds, picking up a stray remark, trumpet it as brilliance. That is naive indeed. Matters repeated 3 times over do not guarantee truth. Hearing them from 3 mouths does not make them correct. Being cunning is a robber to your stable spirit, destructive to all. The gentleman does not value it. A gentleman with true insight does not act rashly. He checks popular thought and sentiment. If they match reason, he proceeds. If principle commands but the masses differ, he adjusts while staying on course. Only the sage can unify moral principle with practical approach so skillfully. Tackling great undertakings needs boldness of spirit, but hidden, not flaunted. To do world-shaking work without stirring alarms is best. Nature in spring, and summer grows countless things, powerful yet silent. This is the pinnacle of mastery. Be incompetent in small affairs, incompetent in self-protection. These combine to a misery indeed. Put your foot firmly on real ground. Start from a place that will not give way. Indulgence or oversights in trivial matters can undo big aims. Alternatively, ignoring vital details likewise dooms you. Each must be integrated. Uprightness in small tasks shows readiness for big tasks. If you rationalize ignoring little duties, saying you'll be resolute with bigger ones, you are fooling yourself. A crooked pine does not suddenly straighten in maturity. Reducing worthless acts or prolonging useful ones is how you calibrate the cosmos. If the king's consumption does not limit itself, or if you do not help the people effectively, it is a failing. Principle is stable in each matter, yet people have endless views. If I am certain I have the right approach, I do it even if it looks suspicious, for I cannot argue forever to pacify every rumour. If they believe me, fine. If not, words are useless. Only if the matter deeply affects the realm must I speak carefully. Otherwise, I keep silent. Leaving room in how you deal with people or tasks gives you a safeguard if something goes awry. One regrets, but better to have prevented the flaw at the start. If regret arises, let us change course. Man may cling to a small region, or to the present day, sure of his vantage. But once he glimpses past ages or broader land, he feels overshadowed. So do not remain trapped by narrow habits. Some events truly lie outside anyone's scope. Even the keen cannot foresee all. Blaming them is unfair. Calamities can form quietly, then erupt from an accidental spark or gather gradually. The first calls for preventive watch, the second for patience and fortitude, the third for constant caution. In handling big responsibilities, 4 traits are crucial: resolve at the edge, unwavering in the core, calm in planning, quick in adapting, fear being too soft, too fragile, too shallow, or too slow. A gentleman might see a path that yields 10 benefits and no harm. He can do it. Yet seldom is that found. Often you find 7 benefits and 3 harms, so you try to secure those 7 and reduce the 3. Or you find a single crucial advantage overshadowing lesser harms. Then weigh whether you can manage the harms. Shallow minds do not grasp this. If something calls for waiting, do not mind if it seems too long. Patience may soon be rewarded. If you become irritated too soon, you waste all prior efforts. But if you see no hope, do not wait in vain. 3 nuts in the morning, 4 at night, or the reverse, once tricked monkeys. But in truth, the wise person sees which approach best meets the moment. No misfortune arises arbitrarily. Some are knots of factors, some are sudden collisions, some are slow accumulations. The wise guard each possibility. Curb little slip-ups, subdue big flare-ups, keep desires in check. So wrongdoing never swells to unstoppable force. Addressing something once might not suffice. Address it twice thoroughly to avoid future worries. Be patient, as though you might always face an 11th possibility. Great tasks need that thoroughness. Then no sudden blow surprises you. Everything demands some margin of readiness. Without that, we cannot handle the unexpected. Where knowledge is ample, we penetrate quickly. Where skill is ample, we handle tasks easily. Where strength is ample, we shoulder loads unwearied. Where spirit is ample, we greet change unalarmed. Where physical well-being is ample, minor ills do not afflict us. Someone might try to persuade us in vain, or provoke us. Some brandish their reputation. Yet perhaps quietly acting with, "No fuss is best." The old masters said, "Silently accomplish it, no boasting of achievements." Indeed, if you must stir a big noise, you cannot easily fulfill the goal. Unexpectedness abounds. Only the wise remain vigilant, never lulled by calm, so rarely do they meet disaster. If your sense of worth depends on outside approval, Your heart lacks enough foundation. Strengthen yourself within. Letting others' flattery or neglect sway your moods is letting them rule your mind. Talents are like blades. In righteous cause, they serve society. In aggression, they become robbery. Hence, we do not fear, having no gift, only misusing it. Sometimes a minor lure hides a grave threat, or a slight worry disguises a big treasure. A shallow mind is tricked. A wise mind sees deeper. People may scold superiors for not doing enough. Those superiors might have had reasons. Could we fare better in their seats? Scolding from a distance is easy, so we must simply do our own job well first. Competing about who is right or wrong with small minds only reveals that we are small, too. It is difficult to speak with someone of no vision, and perhaps more difficult with someone of narrow, partial vision. Two noble people do not fight, for each yields. A noble and a petty man do not fight, for the noble is magnanimous. Only two petty men brawl. A wise man avoids it. Even if certain to win, the label of petty conflict is worthless. Hardness and aloofness is a major failing. Sages approach the world with warmth, calling to unify humankind. If you remain cold, you are a stumbling block. Even uprightness does no public good if too rigid and unyielding. For nationwide measures, thorough reflection is key. People mostly see the present. A rarer few see half the scope. The best see well into the future. The supreme among them shape it so that no future generation can undo. Meanwhile, small minds cling to fleeting claims. They do not see the bigger pattern. Repeating a rumor thrice, or hearing it from 3 sources, does not prove it true. Clever cunning erodes your stable spirit, disrupts normal workings, spoils your heart, and brings harm to finances. A gentleman disdains it. If a gentleman truly sees the right path, he still does not act rashly. He checks how the public sees or feels, aligning them if possible. If principle demands a different course than people want, he tries to reconcile. Only sages confuse moral principle with practical tactics so skillfully. Tackling grand tasks needs a hidden reservoir of boldness. Do not flaunt it. To accomplish tremendous feats in near silence is ideal. Spring's blossoming is unstoppable, yet the season itself does not trumpet each bud. That is artistry. Being both unfit at everyday tasks and at personal safety is a sorrow the wise avoid. Set your stance on solid ground, firmly. Vacillation about trivial indulgences can derail major aims. So too, ignoring crucial details can wreck them. Each demands balance. If someone is habitually upright in small matters, we can trust them with bigger tasks. Those who ignore small tasks are unlikely to handle bigger ones well. A pine that grows crooked from the beginning seldom straightens later. Balancing expansions or reductions can align with cosmic principle. If the king does not moderate his spending or lift the populace's burdens, it is amiss. Principle is stable, but opinions vary. If you trust your right course, do not be deterred by suspicion or rumor. Not everyone sees the same. Some have limited vision. If the matter is grave, you must speak calmly in council. Otherwise, best keep silent. We preserve a margin in our efforts with tasks or people, so we can correct or recover if needed. It is useless merely to lament. plan better from the start. If a mistake appears, fix it rather than brood. People living in a restricted realm see only so far. Travelling to a bigger place or reading older texts can humble them. Let us not remain in narrow ruts. If something wholly unforeseen happens even to the wise, do not blame them. Widespread troubles often develop, gradually or suddenly from trifles or from slow accumulations. The wise plan for all three: watch, endure, contain, or dissolve them in time. In bigger responsibilities, 4 things are vital: bracing yourself on the brink, standing firmly once engaged, being deep yet subtle in readiness, and being swift to adapt. Fear the extremes of softness, brittleness, shallowness, or slowness. Gentlemen might consider a course with multiple benefits and 0 harm. That rarely happens. So we weigh how many benefits outweigh how many harms. Or sometimes we weigh how a single benefit might overshadow lesser harms. We do not proceed casually. If we see a path calling for patient waiting, we wait without irritation. The reward may appear soon enough. Becoming impatient prematurely undoes previous investments. But if truly hopeless, do not waste time. Morning gives 3 nuts, evening gives 4. Like the old fable of monkeys, teaches how sometimes we adjust details to match immediate needs. Misfortunes rarely arise from thin air. They can be formed by hidden convergence, an abrupt clash, or a slow piling up. A gentleman checks them all, turning away from trifling impulses and controlling impulses so they never become unstoppable. To confirm something once might not suffice. Twice or thrice thoroughness leaves no regrets. In all we do, be as if always making space for an 11th contingency. Major tasks require that depth. Then no sudden blow can upset us. Affairs under heaven require extra strength or skill so you can respond to unexpected turns. You might have a surplus of knowledge, so new logic is clear at once. A surplus of skill, so each problem is simple to fix. A surplus of physical strength, so you labour easily. Surplus spirit, so you are calm amid changes. Surplus bodily vitality, so small ailments do not afflict you. When an argument fails, or resistance is stiff, some display their renown. But wise ones quietly succeed behind the scenes, letting people remain unaware until it is done. This is the best method of ensuring success. Many events happen unforeseen. The inattentive relax in calm times, while the wise stay prepared. Thus, they rarely meet with calamity. Outside praise or blame should not define your standing, though, that demands you have real substance. Most base their sense of worth on others' words. Those who rejoice at flattery or fume at coldness show that external opinion outweighs their inner measure. That unsettles them forever. Skills or wealth can become robbery if misused. The gentleman does not fear lacking them, but misapplying them. Often a small lure hides great peril, or a small worry conceals a big treasure. The shallow mind takes the surface bait. The wise mind sees deeper. We might see old leaders not acting vigorously. Did we do better in their seat? Criticism is easy from outside. Let us do our own job better. Fighting about trivial rights and wrongs with smaller minds just places you in the same smallness. It is quite hard dealing with the unknowing, and perhaps even harder with the half-knowing. When two noble people meet, they do not quarrel, for each yields. One noble, one petty, do not quarrel, for the noble forgives. Quarrels come only between petty men. A wise man never stoops to that. A stiffly severe manner is a grave shortcoming. The saints champion universal warmth. Love the many. Gather but do not merge. Unify without partiality. If you remain aloof or frosty, you hamper the world. Even if correct, you help no one but yourself. One seeking national solutions must act deeply and broadly, not shallowly. The crowds see only the surface. Some advanced souls see half. The wise see the shape. The supreme statesman cements it for all time. Others gather scraps of rumour for fleeting self-importance. 3 retellings do not guarantee truth. Tricky cleverness is a ruin to your stable spirit. The gentleman shuns it. True insight must not be rushed. Check the popular sentiment. If it aligns with reason, proceed. If principle demands, otherwise see if you can reconcile them. Only the sagely mind fuses principle with method. Major efforts need boldness hidden within, not flaunted. Doing vast work silently is best, like spring's quiet bloom. This is the apex of mastery. To be incompetent in small tasks and also in safeguarding yourself is misery. The wise do better. Stand with your foot on real ground. Indecision about trifling desires can ruin big aims, just as ignoring details can ruin them. We must unify them all. Loyalty in small tasks readies us for big tasks. Some dismiss small tasks, hoping to excel in large ones, but that is empty talk. Pines that start bent do not go straight. Balancing expansions or constraints can align with cosmic principle if a king's personal outlay is not curbed, or if we never lift the burdens of the people, it is a failing. Principle is stable, but feelings differ. A man sure of the right course must keep going, ignoring suspicion or rumour. People have short vision. Only if it is crucial for the realm's interest do we speak and counsel. Else, remain silent. In tasks or dealings, leave a margin so we can adjust if needed. It is pointless to brood. Better to foresee and guard from the start. If regret surfaces, correct it. People shut in by narrow range see only that. Reaching bigger places or older records humbles them. Let us not cling to tiny patterns. Some turn of events truly surpasses human foresight. Even the wise can be caught off guard. Troubles can gather quietly, or break out through a chance spark, or accumulate step by step. The wise hold them all in check with watchfulness and composure. In big undertakings, 4 points are vital. Resoluteness at the edge of crisis, firmness once engaged, deep calm in planning, nimble response in shifting, fear being too soft, too brittle, too shallow, or too slow. A gentleman might see a path with multiple benefits, no harm. Rare, but if so, he does it wholeheartedly. Usually, we see some ratio. We keep the bigger portion good, or sometimes one major advantage outweighs small harms. Shallow folks cannot see that ratio. If a situation demands waiting, wait calmly. If we tire too soon, we lose prior gains. but if it is hopeless, do not stall. 3 nuts at dawn, 4 at dusk once deceived the monkeys. People similarly adjust details for daily priorities. The wise do likewise. No calamity is random. Some gather over time, some strike abruptly, some are a slow build. The wise guard all corners. A single review might not suffice. Double or triple check, then no regrets. Always hold an extra measure in major tasks. That readiness prevents shock. Facing the world requires surplus ability or resources. Without that, you cannot adapt. Excess knowledge quickly discerns new truths. Excess skill completes tasks at once. Excess physical strength endures labor. Excess spirit meets chaos unshaken, and a sturdy body keeps ills at bay. People who fail or meet strong resistance might start brandishing their rank. It is sometimes better to remain silent and accomplish the goal unseen, letting others remain ignorant. That yields the purest success, consistent with not boasting, and letting virtue do the work. Unforeseen events abound. Ordinary minds breathe easy in calm. The wise never cease caution. When outer praise or blame does not define your sense of honor, you enjoy real freedom, assuming you have enough inner worth. Many pivot at any flattery, or become bitter if they sense coldness. That means outward judgments control them. A talent is a blade, used for justice or for theft. A gentleman's worry is not lacking it, but using it wrongly. Sometimes a trifling matter hides the greater stake or vice versa. One who only sees the trifles is tricked. A wise person sees deeper. People often blame those above for inaction. Might we do better in that position? Possibly not. So we should refine ourselves first. Arguing over trifles with lesser minds shows we share their pettiness. It is difficult to speak with no insight or with a partial, biased insight. 2 real gentlemen do not quarrel. They each yield. 1 gentleman, 1 petty man do not quarrel. The gentleman is big enough to absorb it. Only 2 petty men fight. A wise man would not stoop to that. Being too cold or stiff is a serious defect. The sage's approach is warm. If you freeze others out, you hamper them. Even if you are correct, you do no real service. When an entire land needs solutions, be deep in thought. The crowd sees only the present. A few see half. The wise see the shape. The best fix it for all time, while lesser people cling to scraps of rumor or fleeting interests. Even if repeated 3 times, words are not necessarily true. Even if accepted by 3 people, no guarantee they are correct. Trickery spoils your stable spirit. A gentleman avoids it. When truly sure, a gentleman still checks the common mind. If it aligns, he proceeds. If principle insists otherwise, he tries reconciling them. Only the sage can unify moral principle and skill so deeply. Major tasks demand hidden, not flaunted boldness. Performing huge feats calmly is best, like earth producing life in spring. This is highest skill. Being incompetent in daily tasks and self-safeguard is a great burden. The wise do better. Stand your foot on firm ground. Lingering indulgences or ignoring details, each can sabotage a big aim. We must unify them. If one is upright from small matters onward, we trust them with big ones. Some disclaim small matters, claiming they'll shine in big ones, but that is mere excuse. A crooked pine seldom becomes straight. If you rely on cunning, that is another path. To add or remove worthless doings helps align with cosmic order. If the king never reduces his spending or fails to lift the people's burdens, it is a failing. Principle remains stable, but opinions vary. If sure of your correctness, proceed even if it rouses suspicion. People often lack the same vision. If it is truly vital for the realm, speak calmly. Otherwise, keep silent. Keep a margin of rescue in your dealings so you can adjust if needed. It is no use brooding once a failure emerges. Plan thoroughly from the start. If regret arises, correct it. A man in small territory sees so little. Once he travels widely, old certainties crumble. We must not remain small in viewpoint. Some events surpass all foresight. Even the wise may be caught. Do not blame them. Dangers can accumulate quietly, break out in a spark, or build up over time. We must watch them all. In Shiu-worth tasks, 4 actions are crucial. Being resolute on the brink, firm once started, deep but calm in planning, and swift in changing steps. Fear too much softness, brittleness, shallowness, or slowness. A gentleman might find a path with multiple benefits and no harm. Rare, but if so, he wholeheartedly does it. Usually we measure benefits to harms, or a single major good overshadows smaller ills. Shallow minds cannot see that. If we see a path needing patience, do not tire. If we misjudge, do not linger. There is no shame in waiting if needed. 3 in the morning, 4 at night, was how the cunning adjusted illusions for the monkeys. People do the same, shifting details to match the day's needs. No calamity is random. Some gather from hidden merges, others from abrupt collisions, others from accumulations. The wise intercept them at every stage, controlling small vices, checking outbursts, not letting desire swell to unstoppable force. Checking something once may not suffice. Twice or thrice leaves no regret. Always keep an extra measure in big tasks in case of the unpredictable. When dealing with life, a surplus of skill or readiness is essential for the unexpected. Surplus insight sees new truths at once. Surplus talent meets tasks easily. Surplus vigor shoulders burdens. Surplus spirit endures shock. Surplus health stands robust. People who speak but find no acceptance, or who argue and meet opposition, might then flaunt their name. But true skill may quietly see it through, letting onlookers remain ignorant. Then success is complete with no fuss. Many things come unbidden. The carefree rest at ease in calm times. The wise, aware of hidden threats, remain prepared, thus seldom undone. If you do not let outside applause or blame define your honor, you gain strong peace of mind, but that requires enough substance within. Any shift in courtesy or neglect from others that stirs your emotions too deeply reveals that you weigh external words more than your own measure. Abilities can help or harm. The gentleman worries not about lacking them, but about misusing them. Sometimes a minor decoy masks a bigger stake. The shallow are snared, the wise see beyond. Critics blame older leaders for insufficient vigor. Might we do better in their seat? Possibly not. So we do our own tasks thoroughly, not merely scold them. Squabbling about trifles with lesser minds reduces us too. Dealing with those who have no insight is hard. Dealing with Those who have partial insight can be harder. When two real gentlemen meet, they do not quarrel, each yielding. When a gentleman meets a petty man, they still do not quarrel, for the gentleman forgives. Only two petty men clash. A wise man never stoops there. A stiff manner is a heavy fault. The sages call for warmer expression, merging widely, but without losing their ground. If you remain cold, you hamper the world. Even if you are correct, you help no one. In major national solutions, we must be thorough. Ordinary. People see the surface. A few see half. The wise see the form. The best set it for all time. Others gather passing scraps, acting on petty illusions. Saying something thrice does not guarantee truth. Trickiness undermines your stable energy. A gentleman does not prize it. If a gentleman truly sees the right, he may still pause to align hearts. If principle commands a different path, he tries reconciling them. Only the sage merges principle and strategy fully. Grand tasks do need hidden boldness, not displayed. Accomplishing enormous deeds quietly is best, like the blossoming in spring. Supreme artistry lies in subtlety. Being incompetent in daily tasks and self-protection is dire. Stand on firm ground. Slight hesitations or ignoring details can sabotage big aims. They must be balanced. Faithfulness in small matters proves readiness for big. If you avoid small matters, claiming you'll shine in big ones, you only fool yourself. A pine bent at birth never straightens. Adjusting expansions and retractions can keep cosmic order. If a king's personal consumption is unbounded or the people's burdens remain heavy, it is wrong. Principle stays stable. People differ. If sure your cause is right, pursue it, ignoring suspicion or rumours. If it is truly vital for the realm, speak calmly in council, else remain silent. In tasks or dealings, keep an extra margin so you can remedy shortfalls. Better not to brood if you fail. Use foresight from the start. If you must regret, then correct it. A small domain yields a small view. Travel or reading might expand it. Let us not remain in narrow corners. Sometimes even the wise cannot foresee certain events. Do not blame them. Dangers form by gradual gathering, a sudden spark, or an overall accumulation. The wise watch them all. 4 points in big tasks. Be resolute on the brink, unwavering once engaged, quietly deep in planning, quick to adapt. Fear being too soft, too brittle, too shallow, too slow. A gentleman might see a plan with mostly benefits. That is best. Usually it's a mix. He compares benefits to harms. Or if a single advantage is vital, he weighs how to offset the harm. Shallow minds cannot comprehend. If we see the plan calls for patience, we do not tire. If hopeless, we do not cling. That is the path. Morning 3 nuts, evening 4 nuts was how they tricked the monkeys. People likewise adjust a detail if it suits the moment. Calamities seldom materialize from nowhere. Some are hidden merges, others abrupt collisions, others slow expansions. The wise block them, taming trifles, and never letting desire swell unstoppable. Double or triple checking leaves no regret. Always let a little extra time or margin remain for the unexpected in large tasks. Big matters require readiness to face the unforeseen. A store of knowledge helps you see solutions instantly. A store of skill helps you fix tasks easily. A store of vigour helps you bear burdens. A store of spirit meets chaos calmly. A store of bodily strength keeps ailments away. When we fail or meet stout opposition, some wave their fame. The wise quietly achieve, letting doubters remain ignorant. That is the best path. Many crises appear unannounced. Ordinary folk trust in calm. The wise see beyond illusions, prepared, seldom undone. Do not let external praising or blaming shape your sense of honour. This demands real substance. Within, some can be flattered or offended by trifles, showing the extent to which external words rule them. Talent is a weapon for good or ill. A gentleman's fear is misusing it, not lacking it. A small sign may hide a bigger impetus. The shallow sees only the sign. The wise sees behind it. People scold older authorities for insufficient vigour, ignoring that the older ones faced complexities. Could we do better in their spot? Possibly not. So let us refine ourselves first. Debating small rights and wrongs with smaller minds only proves we are small as well. Discussing with a clueless mind is difficult. Discussing with a narrowly partial mind can be worse. When two worthy men meet, they do not fight. Each yields. A worthy and a petty man do not fight, for the worthy forgives. Only two petty men clash. A sage never stoops that low. A stiff or chilly manner is a heavy defect. The sage fosters graciousness. Love them widely, unify them, do not form factions, combine, but do not yield principle. A purely cold stance can hamper everything. Even if correct, you help no one. For major national solutions, you must be thorough. The ordinary see trifles, a fraction see half. The wise see the structure. The best fix it for ages. The petty sees fleeting illusions. Even repeated, thrice, talk might not be reliable. Cunning saps your stable spirit. A gentleman disdains it. When truly seeing the right path, the gentleman still checks how people perceive. If it aligns, good. If not, he tries to reconcile them. Only the sage merges principle with strategy. Undertaking big tasks needs concealed boldness, not displayed. To accomplish world-shaking feats silently is best, like the silent flourish of springtime. That is the peak of artistry. Old and experienced people find dealing with trivialities lamentable, and those of a profound nature regard them with dread. Today, the world is run with a single word: expediency. How then can our affairs not lapse into negligence? Affairs under heaven often need to seize the current and await the right moment, much like letting an abscess ripen before lancing it. If you strike too soon, you cause unnecessary pain, and if it's truly venomous, you might have to amputate at once. Never swallow food without chewing. Never walk a road without watching. Never befriend someone without weighing their character. Never speak without reflection. Never act without forethought. Things like ginseng, poria, angelica, and astragalus are meant to help the body, but applied wrongly, they worsen one's sickness. Likewise, kindness and closeness are meant to benefit others, but if ill-timed can accelerate disaster. Hence, the gentleman remains cautious. When two sides grind against each other, both suffer. The difference is only one of degrees and timing. A sharp blade cuts all day, but inevitably chips. A whetstone is rubbed all day, but gradually wears away. Hence the gentleman does not seek to clash with others, to preserve himself. To see 1,000 miles ahead, but not notice an inch behind oneself. It is easy to discern the present moment, but hard to reflect on oneself. Easy to see what is visible, but hard to see what is not yet shown. This is where the world is deluded, and the wise alone are awakened. If you accept only the praise that benefits you, how do you argue when blame follows? If you claim the benefits, how can you shirk the harm? If you take the cunning advantage, can you disclaim the ensuing guilt? A superior type of scholar grasps others' intentions. Thus, he uses empathy to gauge them. Influencing through intent can move people more powerfully than family ties or threat of punishment. Indifference can kill more harshly than an axe. Even gulls can sense a fisherman's intentions. Are we humans less perceptive than gulls? Meanwhile, ignoring the signals revealed by someone's tone or face places us well below those who can read them. The scholar who wishes to serve the realm or nation must first set himself aside. That's why people say, once you pledge yourself to a cause, you no longer belong wholly to yourself, much less to personal wealth or fame. If you remain obsessed with your own comfort or profit, it's as if the entire state, all the people, were pledged to your desires, hence a traitorous vassal or a criminal before heaven. The sage's mind is vast as space. Matters drop into his bosom like leaves drifting on the sea. When sages handle affairs, they proceed calmly and gradually, unwilling to gratify a private feeling at the cost of the world's will, or undermine the great public structure. Therefore, though a principle may not be advanced directly, or an action may not be pushed to its extreme, this is sometimes the sage's way. It's like travelling a distant route. You circle around obstacles, not insisting on the shortest path, for your own convenience, because circumstance simply won't allow it. If you forcibly straighten hills and fill rivers to get a direct road between two capitals, it may shorten the distance, but goes against human and natural constraints. Thus, to handle affairs, one must show outward modesty. In study or relating to others, it is harmful to charge ahead inconsiderately. Countless heroes have grown old in the world's bustle, while only the sages could savour the taste of quiet simplicity. And even in bustling times they keep that quiet, simple heart. Indeed, every principle in the world emerges from calm, but is applied amid clamour. Hence, the still is mother to the active. If one's chest has no trace of deficiency, and one's body bears no trace of stain, that is a man even above the time of Fu Qi. Even among barbarians, or in dire adversity, he remains like spring sunlight on a jade terrace. The sage accomplishes earth-shaking works freely, yet without strain. He eradicates harms or evils without rousing anger. He enters peril without unsettling his mind. Indeed, when sages use firmness, they use only as much as the task needs, no more, no less. Their undertakings leave behind no visible marks yet, are uncommonly solid, and once done, they invite no argument. A sage has just one kind of talent, but it ramifies into every need. A bit like possessing a certain currency that can purchase all goods. Ordinary people's talents are like many kinds of goods. Each item might serve one purpose, but not another. Moreover, nurturing talent requires roots, so one never runs out. Applying talent needs strategic insight, so one never gets stuck. Holding on to talent demands restraint, so one does not fail when engaged. Sitting in a posture that invites suspicion means hundreds of words cannot clear it up. Once a man believes he glimpses a real fault, hundreds of words cannot dissuade him. Such is the common plight. The sage, being open, adaptable, and aligned with humanity's instincts, like organs lodged securely in one's body, leaves no hidden motives, no obstinate sense. People feel sincerity, shame, delight. Hence, only the sage can unite all hearts under heaven. If we cannot become such a sage, we still need an open mind. When sages face petty persons, they do not reveal attitudes. If one tries the opposite, brash, forthrightness, then we've shifted from balanced conduct to a slanted approach. Mencius saw his friend Le Zhengzi serving Wang Huan with distaste, but later dealt with Wang Huan calmly. That still showed some outward sign. Confucius, confronting Yang He, resorted to feigned compliance. Dealing with Zhang Tui, he simply hid. Different types of men see the same situation differently. The benevolent empathize, the righteous feel disdain, the ritual-minded keep proper courtesy, the wise keep out of harm, the trustworthy rely on good faith, ignoring profit or danger. Only the sage properly fits the moment. One leaps into a village brawl to break it up. Is that truly evil or rash? Sometimes it's like rescuing someone from a well. The sage never forces a virtue beyond what his nature allows. In, said, an official life, 8 parts of your effort can be exhausted by trivial interactions, leaving no time or strength for genuine responsibilities. I have 3 small methods I consider helpful to both me and others. First, I do not visit people needlessly, sparing them the burden of receiving me. Second, I seldom send them letters, sparing them the trouble of drafting replies. Third, I never ask them for favors, sparing them the difficulty of finding ways to respond. A gentleman is constantly in relationships and situations. All must be handled with a steady mind, weighing urgency and gravity, not mindlessly rushing nor letting self-indulgent feelings run amok. Failing that, you show no calm practice of self or method of handling affairs. A Confucian first must not be vulgar, yet if he goes too far, he clashes with the ordinary. The sage just mingles with others as they do, yet somewhere in the middle is a subtle wisdom. In dealing with the world, first remove thoughts of me. In the midst of armies, first remove thoughts of others. Regarding slander or praise, you need both discernment and breadth of mind. Many aspirants see what the world praises and chase it, see what the world condemns and flee it. This only proves they lack stable knowledge. Hearing themselves praised, they rejoice. Hearing themselves condemned, they rage. This only proves they lack breadth. True right and wrong abide in oneself, unrelated to the chatter. I have always wanted my mouth to reveal my heart, never swallowing or spitting half-truths. A friend said, "Might that conflict with being cautious?" Startled, I thanked him. "You are right. Prudence means, before speaking, my heart must settle on the true point. Then I speak plainly, with no doubt. There's no question of swallowing or spitting. The half-hidden approach conflicts with the principle of speaking sincerely. When, dealing with others, combine mildness with a certain uprightness. When handling affairs, be thorough yet decisive. In discerning principle, stay upright yet flexible. In all matters of the world, we continually need to stir ourselves, never giving up. One lapse can be fatal, so a gentleman alerts his spirit, refusing laziness or slackness. Genuine office, genuine practice, genuine heart, nothing fails to gain trust. Confronting big tasks, keep your spirit tranquil, your energy ample. No single day passes without some unpleasantness. A person of broad tolerance remains serene, whereas a narrow mind can only stew in resentment. When listening to words, proceed calmly. Listen carefully is paramount. Whether to believe or doubt too readily are equal errors. The sage foresees trouble. Next best is to hear patiently. A gentleman handling affairs wants to adapt to each matter rather than forcing each matter to conform to him. Governing people likewise. Adapting to them, not compelling them to adapt to me. The highest intellect never regrets because it discerns fully. The lowest intellect never regrets because it fails to see. The gentleman often regrets. Yet, in repenting, he repents personal mistakes, not the world or heaven's decree. If I've done nothing wrong, the rest is left to heaven and others. My personal failing in dealing with many tasks is that I overlook them beforehand and only examine them afterward, then feel remorse. In free moments I laze, in busy moments I rush, which brings mishaps. A friend said, "You reverse the timing. If only I used that post-check mind before I act, I'd have no cause for remorse. If only I used that urgency when free, I wouldn't be pressed later." In short, it's not the tasks that burden us, but our minds burdening themselves. We fail to be vigilant once, then become hyper-vigilant over trifles, wearing ourselves out. Never suppose a man's easy compliance means he agrees with you. Never assume someone's silence means they accept you. Never presume someone's mild warmth means they love you. Never presume someone's humbleness means they revere you. When a matter arises, don't hurry. Think it over calmly. But once you're sure, proceed swiftly. Some cannot endure complications, trying to bend events or people instantly to their will, or else fuming in anger. They end up exhausted, with the matter undone and people alienated, the height of folly. We must distinguish between words from the heart and words from the mouth alone, faces that reflect true feeling, and faces that just float illusions. Each differs, so we must respond carefully. Wealth is the household's misfortune. Talent is the self's peril. Renown is the seed of slander, and pleasure's the source of future grief. Hence, abiding in comfort is the most precarious. Only with constant vigilance and a slight delay in acting on that comfort do we avoid disaster. The proverb, "One error leads to a second mistake," is easy to understand. A man missteps once and feels shame, which preoccupies his mind. Then he's apt to make a second misstep. If something goes amiss, remain calm. A flustered hurry leads to endless compounding blunders. When matters become intense, hold your inner fire. If you explode, remorse is inevitable. If you endure, endless benefits follow. Imagine sorting out twisted cords by dim candlelight after a hard day, or riding a sickly horse in a chase, or dealing with a clamour of tasks. If you keep a settled mind and remain unflustered, you waste no energy and handle it all. I admire anyone with that capacity. Sometimes an action is morally right within your power, and you truly wish to do it, yet your friends or family deter you. That signals weak resolve. The subtle approach cannot be fixed ahead of time or taught by rote. Facing each situation, one weighs it carefully, possibly using a brief gesture, an urgent push, or a hidden pause. If even one misstep fails, it can be life or death. If your heart inclines to care, then even scolding or blows may arise from love. If your heart inclines to hatred, then even praise or flattery can disguise a hostile aim. To cultivate inner composure means, in higher company, being respectful but not anxious. In lower company, being unstrained but not careless. Among intimates, affectionate but not overly familiar. Among outsiders, genuine yet never tiresome. When dealing with affairs, there are 8 ways: advancing 2, retreating 3, hollowing out 4, filling in 5, moving slowly 6, swiftly 7, silently 8, or not intervening at all for achieving rightful ends. If it's unjust, the gentleman disdains it, even if successful. When reprimanding others, be circumspect. Do not go to extremes. Use gentle speech. Do not be too blunt. If a situation is ambiguous, do not insist you are fully right. Take the example of parent or elder scolding a child. If you do it in public, or when the child is anxious or upset, or during dinner, celebration, or in mourning, or when they're ill, none is fitting. Public opinion in this world takes 5 forms. First, public principle, aligned with heaven's reason and human decency, matching ancient sage teachings and appealing even to spiritual powers, whether people heed it or not. Second, private opinion, shaped by personal liking or disliking, buttressed by cunning words for a partisan aim. Third, reckless opinion, where one's mood is lofty or boisterous, ignoring feasibility, borrowed from shallow custom without deep correctness or insight. Fourth, malicious, slander, inventing false stories, spreading them till many tongues or much time makes them seem true, unfairly blackening good men as criminals. Fifth, naive praise, applauding someone's virtue or small acts without assessing his larger life, so quickly calling him a saint or condemning him a rogue, missing the full truth. Alas, public discussion is difficult indeed. We must weigh it carefully. A quiet, steady man, once roused, can be unstoppable, like long, still water bursting its dam, or a dormant beast awakening with devastating force. By contrast, loud and flashy energies, like a sudden squall, don't daunt the wise so much. At times one must keep the spirit of a soldier, but the loyalty of a devoted woman, or vice versa, depending on the circumstances. The sage is flexible. Calamities mostly build gradually, then break all at once. The wise either check them early or contain them promptly. If it must burst, do so skillfully, like draining an abscess from the outside rather than letting it destroy the inside. If your restraint is shaky, one harsh word sets you aflame. Even if you're in the right, you still share some blame. harsh tones, hasty words, a scolding voice, flaring anger. None of these bring any real solution. By calmly dealing with everything, we gain a marvelous response. I myself, being impatient, by nature have often erred there. I once heard someone complain, "He keeps taking everything seriously. How can he not fail?" I was astonished. If we do not do things seriously, how can they ever work out? Indeed, the greatest ill today is that people won't really apply themselves. Thus, the fundamental moral framework suffers. If everyone approached tasks earnestly, we could revive that great structure. Perhaps the one scorned as overly earnest was indeed faithful in principle. Indeed, people let whole lives slip by in a drunken dream, so they ruin countless enterprises under heaven. Only those who stay vigilant and industrious never slip into that dream. It is easy to know moral principles in theory, but hard to gauge the times. Even pedants can memorize moral talk, but discerning the actual trends of a situation demands a truly resourceful scholar. Seeing the moment can be easy. Reading the real momentum is hard. Failing to read it early, you let it swell until it's too big. If you had foreseen it, it never would have become so dire. The worst is if you appear blameless outwardly, yet sow suspicion inadvertently. That is truly dangerous. Meanwhile, the cunning cannot be hidden forever. If one is feared, many will hate him, breeding slander. If one is friendly, many will love him, breeding praise. That is how extremes arise. The biggest killer in tasks is to laze away normal days, and then scramble in crisis, finishing unsettled and exhausted. This is ruinous. Soldiers especially must avoid it. Wise use of energy can lift 100 weight as if it's a feather. Wise leadership can manage thousands as if one person. When you have no genuine feeling, elaborate pomp is wasted. If your sincerity is real, a modest setting suffices. Records easily twisted. So, can men of letters lightly judge others' hearts? Such is an offence before heaven and ghosts. Beware. A friend asked, "Resentment is hard to conquer. How?" I said, "Where does your grudge truly land? Harsh droughts don't fear your resentment. The crops die anyway. A greedy official doesn't fear your hatred. He remains greedy. If it's truly unchangeable, why torment yourself with endless pain? Better to let it pass and salvage some peace. Seeing an affair is easy. Truly shouldering it is hard. If you fully grasp it, you might stake your life on it, ignoring whether everyone calls you wrong. All affairs are from human doings. If people's hearts were simpler, tasks would not be complex. Confucians say, "Fleeing your neighbours. Quarrels, though you might quell them, is undue passivity, akin to Yang Zhu's extremes. Neglecting your family to serve some state emergency might be praiseworthy, but can resemble mohist severity. It's difficult to live among corrupt or chaotic times, yet we cannot just flee. We do best to stay calm, not combative." Generosity must not reach the point where you can add nothing further. Love that started mild can grow. Love started too heavy can collapse. If you mean to do something, then do it. Empty talk is worthless. If you don't mean to do it, no use prattling on. Using the purest standard to hear the pettiest mouth, you could twist Yao into Jie. Therefore a man who truly weighs all, angles, listens widely without haste, and observes carefully. Then he can act unhurried, never cornered. In office, I disliked endless personal petitions. If you meet them gently, they keep pressing. If you grant them all, you do no real work. So I kept a firm boundary. Yet refusing them all is also too rigid. I summarized it in 2 lines posted in my private rooms. If you have something to say it all. I will not be annoyed, but if it's not proper to grant, do not blame me for refusing. On the road, men yield to women, riders yield to walkers, light loads yield to heavier, and juniors yield to elders. That's courtesy. Where momentum is at its peak, reason can only prune it so much. A rope can snap, or a tile shatter, despite the best caution. Only a sage, weighed in the balance of timely measure of human sentiment, can create or refine great laws and rights for all ages. If someone tries to be too strict or too sweeping, they force the world into chaos and resentment. To use ritual, aim for harmony. If a text like the rites comes from an overly severe or pedantic mind, it might foster negativity. Confucians, after the song, added further locks, ignoring the real spirit of these rites. I, a mere nobody, can only sigh. Never do a kindness without reciprocity. Never sow seeds of unresolved conflict. When a boat catches fire, think how to extinguish it. If you use ivory chopsticks to pick up a slippery morsel of ice, you had better be able to grip it. Sometimes feigned mutual respect is less genuine than an outburst that leads to deeper understanding. When 2 scholars associate, they should meet in ritual and duty, discarding worldly calculations. Nowadays, however, many learned men memorize forms, ignoring the true meaning, delighting in ornate ceremony, feeling smug and demanding from others. As a result, all focus on showy trifles. The old sagely way is lost and society descends into mutual suspicion. This is mere convention, not the true path. The best approach, find that middle in each affair. Then be sure not even a hair's breadth of mistake remains. This is sagehood. In frantic or messy times, if only you do not flare up, your mind remains sharp, and from that calm arises understanding. The moment you lose your temper, everything unravels. Confessing my own life's failing, I keep a haste problem. I plunge all in, leaving nothing in reserve, hence lacking moderation or patience. This is my everlasting shortcoming. When affairs come, we must be calm and methodical. If at the first frustration we rant and rip everything apart, that shows we cannot achieve great uses. Those who rely on zeal alone can be strong in the moment, but may fail in the long run. True internal cultivation shows a balanced perseverance, one that neither tires nor flares. Everything in heaven and earth begins in a gradual easing in, but usually ends with a final push. If you spend yourself too quickly, you burn out. If you maintain a steady pace, you preserve energy. A calm approach yields leftover grace. A frenzied approach runs out of steam. Most people, day after day, handle tasks mindlessly, so they often regret it later. A single mental check or reflection can save them. Indeed, a foolish man's rashness is worse than a less clever man's caution. Do something every day and don't fear 10,000 tasks. Keep going and you'll surpass them. Once the path is clear, don't cling timidly. Be decisive. childish reluctance leads nowhere. Resolution means that you know a matter is just, yet fear entanglements, so you sever them vigorously like an axe stroke. One cannot wait for everything to align perfectly. A single confusion can block all. Good deeds. Act before most people do, then speak after they see the results. Discussing morality with a corrupt man can be disastrous. If he's greedy, lauding honesty hurts his ears. If you then speak of how so-and-so is honest, it stings him. If you then say so-and-so is greedy, that's worse. If you directly advise him to be honest, or scold him for being greedy, he's utterly affronted. One says, what then? If you have authority over him, you can enforce laws. If you're only a friend, discreetly suggest. Otherwise, remain silent. Never guarantee an outcome or broadcast your plan too soon. Life changes. Even a sure plan can alter by the end. It is safer to say, I'm not certain, than risk regret for words spoken prematurely. So many revolve in chaos because they never admit a personal failing. If we only owned up to our faults, and even took some blame for others, the world would be at peace, no arguments left. Everyone who truly admits their own faults dissolves feuds. The cosmos becomes harmony. Once you commit, push forward without ever stopping. No matter the time or place, keep a spirit of unending effort. What challenge can remain? Planning big. Tasks demands amplitude, calm, deliberation, covering all. Then you do not hamper yourself by hurry or pettiness. If you're short-tempered or narrow, you hamper big aims. Often a man's first resolution is one thing, but what he actually does ends up another, and later he sees that wasn't right either. He's unsettled. By contrast, a sage's intention is thoroughly correct from start to finish. Even if the sage ponders, it's still refining that one intention, because the sage has built calm readiness, while the ordinary tries to patch it all last minute. In dealing with people, do not cling to your preferences, study their feelings. In dealing with affairs, do not assume your own view. Examine the inherent logic. No affair is truly impossible if we keep asking how to manage it. No person is unmanageable if we keep affirming we can guide him. Grasping others' feelings fully spares them from wrongdoing and spares us from resentment. It is easiest to neglect a matter until it touches us personally. Then we scramble. Too late. The gentleman does not leave minor issues to drift until they become major. He remains vigilant as a bystander, so no trouble swells. The main obligations for a man of words are first, the course of the world. Second, people's hearts. Third, the populace's livelihood. Fourth, the nation's finances. One who can plan in each area, in large scale, is a man of real achievement. Sometimes there is a local custom that is not too harmful, so we comply to avoid needless friction. If it gravely conflicts with principle, we either change it gradually or gently persuade. Shouting that they're wrong just provokes quarrels, spoiling our good aim. If a matter can be advanced by righteousness, we needn't cling to old ways. If a matter needs independent decision, we needn't wait for the crowd. Yet, if old ways or common sentiment already align with principle, we gratefully accept them rather than forcing our own clever change. A statesman who follows others must appreciate that if the old way suffices, he spares his own effort. Sometimes you use clarity in dark times or use secrecy in broad contexts. That is part of skillful statecraft. If you advocate something and I go along, it's not that I'm merely following you. I'm following that principle which now aligns with me. Conversely, if you advocate something and I disagree, it's not that I'm resisting you, only that I resist error. No personal offense is needed. In daily interactions, everything must harmonize with both moral principle, Qianli, and natural feeling, rendition. Such fitting together is like matching lids to bowls or shapes to molds. Each thing aligns without hindering another. This is the way of heaven. The sage roams in that centre, the worthy strives for it, while the majority remain confused or self-contradictory. What ought not be done is wrong, and to regret what ought not be regretted is also wrong. The sage remains consistent throughout, so why regret afterward? Even if ill fortune comes, the sage recognized it from the start. If your heart is one way, yet your outward manner another, the discrepancy invites suspicion that cannot be dispelled by 100 words. A gentleman thus avoids ambiguous appearances and does not proclaim a hard-to-prove intention. He remains straightforward, easy to interpret. A great man sees life and death lightly, yet he does not rashly throw away his life, because he seeks a worthy cause to die for. If that cause arises, like upholding humanity or righteousness, then dying for it can be nobler than living. When one prepares for a sacrifice, one must purify mind and thought, letting no stray notion emerge. Indeed, not even benevolent thoughts should wander, but stay wholly on the one being honoured. That is total sincerity, for any stray reflection destroys it. Such pure sincerity is the same reason a gentleman rarely dreams ill, and on days of abstinence no stray dreams intrude. Revealing a departed friend's past misdeeds is the height of unkindness. While living, he might have had a chance to correct or defend himself. Once dead, it is unfair to parade his faults. Even if they were real, we cover them in death. Quarrelling arises from clashing desires or opinions. The gentleman sets himself, in broad calm, flexible to yield where possible. Then he keeps an endless store of ease. What is this morsel of rice I eat? It's grown by someone's labour. What is this cloth I wear? It's spun and dyed by someone else. The mansion I live in, who built it? The carriage I ride, who forged it? Reflecting on how one's comfort is built on others' sweat and stress is the daily mindset a gentleman must hold, lest he betray the people. Purge all self-interest, and your mind can hold the entire world. Focus is calm, still assured, careful accomplishing. These 5 words guide us every moment, or else we drift. Handling matters in an upright, impartial manner is easy in principle. Applying it to oneself is harder. Even if one can apply it to oneself, applying it equitably among others is harder still. Lastly, surpassing that distinction of self and others entirely is harder still. If I remain truly impartial about how we allocate advantage, who can find fault? That is the truly public spirit. A saint forgets himself in serving the realm. If forcibly deprived or enraged by others, he remains unshaken. That is the boundary of forgetting self and forgetting others, merging all in oneness. It is what we call benevolence, The moment we begin, we must envision the end. Everything, principle, momentum, timing, has its natural pattern. The sage does not fight that pattern, nor does he indulge it. He simply lets it operate. His success arises quietly, shining nowhere. So principle, momentum, timing all answer him, yet the sage does not contest. Indeed, only one adept at saving the world can manage this. With an undivided heart and pure energy, you can affect heaven and transform beings. No task is impossible. One may hinder an opponent's movement, lure them to speak or act, expose their seeds, or grasp their main chord. The old Daoist method? Not exactly. It's the same tactic used by the ancient kings. One lifts a lever, so the other must yield, reveals what they must avoid, shows them what they must do. The entire cosmos operates similarly. No special trick required. When someone is mourning, do not celebrate before him. Do not laugh among the grief-stricken. Do not flaunt your success before a frustrated man. Mencius's line, "We might envy beasts, but they might as well envy us," means, for ill or good, we share the same breath of creation. So, if we love others, and they do not reciprocate, or if we see villainy we can't correct, remain calm. I once laid out 10 ways to handle an abusive or vicious person. They revolve around reflection, humility, evasion when possible, neutralizing, with understanding, or letting heaven handle it if all else fails. Aggression can seldom do much if we do not respond. He that leaps to blame others stirs trouble on himself. Hence the wise keep some distance, or yield tactically like Prince Tai in leaving Bin City, or accept humiliation like Han Xin crawling under a bully's legs. The more one yields, the more one endures. Finally, if all else fails, trust it to heaven. If one's conscience is clear, let them rave. Our ancestors said, "A peach or plum does not advertise itself, yet the path beneath it is worn by admirers." We are only mortal. For all outrages, place your confidence in destiny. Such calm is what the gentleman holds even after 3 self-examinations. Love a person sincerely, reflect if they do not respond. Do not grow angry or abandon them. That is better than any direct clash. We must not over-expect of people, or we risk ruin. If a relationship is healthy, we each yield. When both push forward, we clash. All fortune lies in mutual yielding. A subtle resonance can exist, from sincerity in the south to empathy in the north, from unspoken cues that others instantly sense. This is spiritual response. Sometimes we speak no words, and yet both know. There may even be times we appear to reject each other outwardly, but remain allied deep down. Understanding these helps one command an army. If young people err, be careful about how and when you scold them. Not in public, not when they are already anxious or distraught, not at mealtimes, not in celebration or in distress, not when ill. The Book of Documents says, "Do not be impatient with them, even if they are stubborn." Human discourse typically falls into 5 categories. The best is an impartial principle that could stand trial before sage teachings and spiritual powers. The worst is cunning invented talk, repeated until it is accepted as truth. Quiet, measured people can erupt with unstoppable power, while boisterous, people fizzle quickly. If you force a dignified man to behave like a cautious woman in calm times, that's misguided. Yet in true peril, he must be as unwavering as a chaste woman. So, when meeting crowds or responsibilities, a gentleman might not show perfect moral corners, yet if justice demands action, he can become bold as a warrior. A sense of looming danger accumulates gradually until it's unstoppable. The wise spot it early or dissipate it in time. If forced, they remove it skillfully, like draining an abscess externally rather than letting it rot within. Weak or shallow composure sets us aflame at the first abusive word, even if our cause is right. That heat taints us with wrongdoing. Harsh tones or abrupt anger accomplish nothing. The calm approach can produce surprising results. I've often failed here, to my regret. I have heard someone lament, "He keeps taking his responsibilities too seriously. Of course he'll fail." This astonished me. In reality, if we never truly commit to tasks, how can they be done? Our society suffers precisely because men do not apply themselves earnestly. If everyone did, the main pillars of morality could stand strong. Perhaps those labelled overly serious are the only ones truly upholding the fundamental way. Men drift dreamily, ruin worldly affairs. Only the vigilant remain sober and helpful. It's easy to see the principle of right and wrong, but hard to evaluate the time's complexities. A mere pedant might recite moral codes, but reading the shifts in circumstance takes real mastery. When momentum hits, ironically, the man who saw it coming early does not suffer. The worst suspicion arises when nothing in your conduct calls for it. Meanwhile, cunning pretenses can't hide forever. If one is intimidating, many will resent him. If one is pleasant, many will flock to him. So blame or praise arises from those extremes. Starting a job lazily, then racing at the end, a pattern that dooms us. The wise keep constant readiness, skillful leadership. You can marshal 10,000 as if one man. When sincerity is absent, lavish displays are wasted. But if sincerity is present, even humble offerings suffice. In 100 years, at 100 leagues distance, judgments of us rest on rumour. A single misplaced anecdote might brand Yao as a tyrant. Hence, can we lightly pen judgments on others? A friend asked, "Resentful hearts are so hard to quell. What do we do?" I answered, "Is resentment truly effective? Elements beyond our control remain what they are. Harsh seasons do not fear your anger. A greedy man does not fear your hate. You only add misery to yourself. Better to set it down. Save your peace. But seeing a matter is easy, handling it is hard. If you truly know it is right, you can stake even your life on it, ignoring censure from a whole nation. All things in life arise from human decisions. If we remain calm and upright, tasks would not be complicated. Some try to remain aloof from disputes they might quell, reminiscent of Yang Zhu's selfishness. Others labour heroically, even while ignoring their own family's dire troubles, like a harsh mohist. The times are corrupt. It's terribly hard to live well, yet there is no fleeing. We must remain calm, uncontentious. Generosity should never reach the point of nothing left to give, because love easily can invert into estrangement. If you intend to do something, just do it. If not, hush your talk. Listening fairly requires openness, with the supreme standard, but also tolerance for the petty. Cautiously weigh it before concluding. When I held office, I disliked people's endless self-seeking. If I greeted them kindly, they kept pressing. If you always yield, your day is exhausted. So I set a boundary. If they are truly justified, they can present their case. If not, I refuse firmly. Possibly this is a middle way. Travellers yield, women before men, riders before walkers, big loads before small, younger to older. The unstoppable logic of events can override the best of efforts. A rope might break, a tile might shatter. We do not fuss once it surpasses reason. Creating rights and laws that last requires a sage attuned to heaven's principle and human feelings, with no harshness or desire to forcibly reform or punish. Then, even if law is strict, it doesn't pain people. If it's lenient, it doesn't violate cosmic order. All can accept it, generation upon generation. That is harmony. If a system is too cumbersome, it drives people away. If it's too severe, it provokes revolt. Reciprocity is universal. Do not sow rancor that cannot be answered. Do not sow kindness expecting nothing. A boat on fire must be doused. Ivory chopsticks picking up a slippery ice morsel had better do so securely. Sometimes false courtesy is worse than outright quarrels leading to real understanding. Two Confucians associating should meet upon ritual and justice, discarding worldly calculations. Some so-called ritual masters recite complicated norms without caring about the heart of sages. People are forced into showy trifles, losing the root way, causing suspicion and rivalry. True approach. Find the balanced center. Refine each item precisely, leaving no excess or deficiency. That is sagehood. Under pressing hustle, if only we do not lose calm, our spirit remains unspent. If we fume, it all collapses. Confessing a personal flaw, I see how easily I do too much, so I lack reserves. If I simply must push every matter to the utmost, that's a flaw. At the first sign of something not pleasing, some break everything off. That indicates they are not fit for large uses. Some rely on a heated sense of duty, but without deeper training, they risk collapsing at the last turn. Good stewardship remains calm and steady. All things begin in a gentle build and end in a final rush. If one rushes from the start, one depletes one's energy. Patience leaves leftover capacity. Most people hustle along day to day without mindful checks, so regrets multiply. Even a single check would help. Indeed, the wise man's occasional oversight is rarer than the dull man's hasty chaos. Act day by day, never fearing endless tasks. Once you see the correct path, act decisively. If you dither like a child, no big deed is done. Resoluteness means you see a righteous cause, but sense obstacles. Cut through them. Act sooner than the masses. Speak after results so they see for themselves. When engaging a morally compromised person, do not lay bare the principle in a way that pierces him. If you do not hold authority, silence may be best, or discreet counsel. Otherwise you only stir indignation. Never declare an outcome certain, nor describe it prematurely. The world changes. Better to be silent than repent lost words. Because no one will admit fault, people quarrel incessantly. If each accepted fault and even some blame for others, the land would be quiet, words exhausted. If each man thoroughly corrects himself, there will be no disputes. The cosmos bathes in peace. Keep at it day after day. What remains unachieved? Large tasks demand broad plans, an unhurried mind. Ancient worthies controlled themselves while empowering others, so subordinates gladly served them doubling results. They weighed carefully, so they saved energy yet achieved thoroughness. People's first notion is often undone by the time they actually carry it out. In the end, they see it was not so. A sage's notion remains consistent, because he is well prepared, not frantic in the moment. In dealing with people, do not cling to your inclinations. Weigh their feelings. In dealing with tasks, do not cling to your view. Weigh the inherent logic. No matter how difficult, by repeating how to solve it, you succeed. No person is unmanageable if you resolve we can shape him well. Deeply knowing others spares them from errors, spares us from conflicts. Overlooking trifles until they become crises is a deadly pattern. The gentleman never dismisses small perils. As a bystander, he stops them from swelling. 4 prime responsibilities for the literati: the world's moral climate, the human heart, the people's livelihood, the national economy. In each, real planning yields lasting work. If some custom is not too bad, we let it be rather than stoke resentment. If harmful, we change it gently. Pushing too harshly invites strife. If the times call for a new approach beyond old precedent, do it. If the crowd already sees the same truth, no need for contrived cleverness. A follower must appreciate that when old ways suffice, or the group is correct, they confirm your principle. Rejoice. No need to force your own brilliance. Skill can apply clarity in darkness or secrecy in openness. If you propose a plan and I adopt it, I'm not following you but the truth we both see. If your plan is faulty, my dissent is not against you, but against error. No personal offence. In daily interactions, ensure everything fits moral principle and common decency. The sage strolls with ease at this core. The worthy strives to find that single point, while most bumble on in illusions. Some actions are wrong to start with. Some regrets are likewise misapplied. The sage is consistent from start to finish, so there's no regrets halfway. If misfortune arises, it was inherent. If your heart differs from your outward manner, suspicion arises. A gentleman avoids such outward confusion. Seeing life and death lightly is the hallmark of a great man. He doesn't rashly die, but chooses the rightful cause. Then death can be nobler than life. Ritual fasting means you remove all stray thoughts, including good ones. 3 days with your mind only on the being honoured. That sincerity is total. A slight intrusion breaks it. Exposing the faults of a deceased friend is unkind to the utmost. In life, he could have defended himself. In death, he cannot. Strife arises from men's clashing wants or views. The gentleman stands in mild detachment, letting them yield. Then no fight forms, and he has an infinite serenity. Think, who grew the grain I eat? Who wove the cloth I wear? Large houses, coaches, who built them? That awareness of others' toil defines a gentleman. Clear away self, and you encompass the world. Calm, still, settled, measured, accomplished. These 5 phases of action guide everything. Handling matters in a spirit of impartiality is easy to understand, but hard to apply. Truly removing self is more difficult. Truly applying it to others is more difficult. And forgetting self and others in total oneness is the pinnacle. The saint might remain poor or wealthy, comfortable or suffering, all with the same forgotten self. That is the true union of self and world, so no obstacle can dull his zeal. Begin with the final outcome clearly in mind. Nature's pattern, reason, force, timing, stays unstoppable. The sage does not fight them. Through skillful, unseen action, he harnesses them. His works succeed silently. Only a great man saving the world can do so thoroughly. If one heart and energy are entirely pure, we can sway heaven and transform all beings. Grasping your opponent's vital thread, letting him see advantage or peril. These are the methods used by ancient kings and also align with the cosmic order. In front of sorrowful people, do not laugh. In front of those in trouble, do not boast. Mencius said, "We do not envy animals, nor should they envy us. We share breath, but differ in use of mind." If we face an adversary, we can adjust or retreat, or let heaven handle it. The 10 measures for dealing with a vexatious person revolve around seeing them as a whetstone for your virtue, or letting heaven's justice handle it, or ignoring them so they cannot harm you, and so forth. If both sides intensify aggression, it ends in disaster. The wise handle it calmly. To muster an army requires synergy among thousands. If one side stands idle, the other can adopt a bolder stance, and so on. When giving instructions, avoid times or places that deepen someone's shame. 5 types of talk swirl in the world, from pure fairness to malicious invention. A wise man listens carefully, neither believing nor denying too fast. A quiet, deep man, once aroused, is unstoppable, unlike someone who rants at length but then fizzles. In times of peace, a man need not behave like a cautious woman, but in crisis he must be unyielding as a heroine. If official duties call for polish, do so modestly. If a righteous stand needs boldness, do so bravely. Misfortune accumulates. The wise spot it early. At times we must remove it forcibly. The abscess is deep. Drain it from outside. When your composure is shallow, one foul word triggers your anger. Even if your cause is right, you share guilt by your temper. Scolding or raging seldom solves anything. Calmness unravels knots. I, being prone to a narrow mind, have erred there repeatedly. One said, "He who takes responsibilities too literally is doomed to fail." That startled me. If we never do anything wholeheartedly, how can it succeed? Our times are precisely harmed by men not striving in earnest. If they did, universal moral order would flourish. Perhaps those despised as too earnest are in fact carrying the torch. All slip by in a dreamy haze. So many affairs are spoiled. The conscientious remain alert, never missing opportunities. It's easy to speak moral truths, but hard to weigh circumstances thoroughly. A pedant might know moral texts, but reading the Times needs deeper cunning. If one sees a looming threat early, he prevents it from growing. Then the final clash never becomes overwhelming. That which has no real sign yet fosters suspicion is, the most dangerous. Meanwhile, something cunningly staged cannot hide forever. Being formidable invites fear and resentment. Being affable invites affection and praise. That's how extremes of love or hate arise. Many bustle in daily tasks, sluggish at first, frantic at the end, unsteady all through. That defeats them. If you use your mind well, a huge weight lifts easily. If you organize people well, leading them is like moving a single body. If sincerity is absent, lavish display is hollow. If sincerity is present, a mere handful suffices. Across centuries or distances, our legacy depends on second-hand accounts. They can easily misrepresent. Let no literatus lightly proclaim judgments. On the dead, it risks heaven's wrath. A friend asked, how to quell resentment? I said, if it's beyond your power, why torment yourself? If you can address it, do so calmly. Otherwise, you only add misery. Better let it go to salvage peace. Seeing is one thing. Truly undertaking is harder. If you truly see it is just, you might sacrifice life or fame. Others might decry you, but that matters not. All worldly affairs come from human hearts. Our hearts are calm and straightforward. Tasks are not difficult. We might spurn quarrelling neighbours, though we could help, like Yang Zhu's selfishness. Or we might volunteer in a crisis at home's expense, like Mohist extremes. Each is partial, it's wretched living among corruption, yet we cannot simply vanish. Let us remain upright without aggression. Generosity must not reach a place where there's nothing left. Where love began softly, it can grow, but where love began with fervour, it can sour. Stop talking if you don't intend to act. Empty words do nothing. Listening from a vantage of absolute fairness to the petty speaker could twist Yao into a tyrant. So gather broad testimony and reflect thoroughly. Acting as an official, I disliked dealing with repeated requests. That wasted my day. Or else, if I block them all, that's too rigid. So I posted, if you have something to say it fully. I won't resent you, but if it's not right to grant, I won't grant. Don't blame me. On the road, men yield to women, horsemen to walkers, lighter loads yield to heavier, juniors yield to seniors. This is courtesy. Even if a tile breaks or a rope snaps, sometimes no caution can prevent it. The sage making laws and rituals for all time must keep perfect measure of principle and feeling, strict yet not painful, lenient yet not lax. Then all accept it. Harmony is precious. If a text is too rigid or cunning, people chafe. Return is always required. You cannot sow strife or debts forever. If a boat is burning, we must quench the fire. Handling an ice morsel with fancy, chopsticks requires real skill. Sometimes perfunctory respect is worse than plain conflict that yields honesty. Two Confucians should unite through rightness and ritual, discarding worldly smallness. Today, many brag about their knowledge of rites, focusing on superficial forms. People become enslaved to elaborate trifles. We lose the real tradition, turning everything into suspicion. That is fancy convention, not true principle. We must find the core correctness in each matter. Let us be precise, with no overshoot or deficiency. That is sagehood. in intense confusion, as long as we don't kindle our temper, our spirit retains clarity. Losing our temper scuttles everything. I personally have a failing. I rush everything to the extreme, leaving no grace. So I lose depth and appear unsubtle. It is my life's biggest regret. If at the first small setback you break the matter, you show you cannot carry large duties. Zeal that flares may help you run ahead for a time, but eventually you risk collapsing. True self-cultivation means balanced diligence, unwavering in rightful tasks. Heaven and earth begin in leisurely harmony and end in powerful surges. If you start in a surge, you soon run out. Those who remain steady endure. Most people handle daily tasks mindlessly, leaving regrets. A single mindful check can fix it. The wise man's occasional slip does less harm than the fool's random boldness. Act daily, never fearing 1,000 trials. Once you see the correct path, do it. Don't cling with petty reluctance. Resoluteness is deciding what is right and cutting entanglements swiftly. If you wait until everything suits your comfort, you'll accomplish nothing. Act before others do. Speak after. Debating virtue with a corrupt person can be fatal. They cannot bear it. If you hold official power, enforce the law. If you're only a peer and care about them, discreet counsel might help. If you have no authority nor strong relationship, better remain silent. One must not expose a taboo, never guarantee an outcome, or finalize your plan in public. Better to seem uncertain than regret rash words. Because people seldom admit error, they wrangle incessantly. If each accepted his share or more, the land would be serene. If each wholeheartedly rectifies himself, all arguments vanish. The cosmos breathes harmony. Push forward daily. What challenge remains? Plan grand tasks with thoroughness, adaptability, decisiveness, and resolve. If you slacken, you become a fiasco. If eradicating a great criminal, you must account for deep cunning, abrupt action, no compromise. Otherwise, you merely provoke. A big matter requires unwavering resolve, at death or dishonor. A calm man in a crisis remains steady. One might bear mountains lightly. Another might hold 4 seas in his mind. Heaven knows all. Man cannot hide. Your nature and duties must be fulfilled without prolonged gaps. Knowing right or wrong is easy. Thoroughly applying it is harder. Meanwhile, real heroism demands one stand for universal principle. If we truly ignore us and them, we unify the whole. In launching deeds, the sage does not fight nature. He finds no conflict with principle or timing. He invests deep sincerity and remains silent about it, so success emerges with no fuss. That's how you ride them all without contention. With one mind, perfectly pure, we can move heaven and shape things. Then no task is unachievable. One might operate behind an opponent's illusions, revealing a path for them, or letting them trap themselves. These are the methods of ancient kings, indeed just universal cunning. Meeting a sorrowful or grieving friend, do not show delight or arrogance. In a swirling world, we might sense the gloom. Freed from illusions, the wise remains calm. People who truly love others or truly find them wicked can choose to help or avoid them. attending to routine often devours 8 parts of our energy, leaving only 2 for real duty. That is why you should simplify. A gentleman always has multiple tasks. He uses a quiet mind to weigh urgency, never letting confusion or feelings scramble him. Confucians first must avoid vulgarity, yet if they stray too far, they clash with the norm. The sage remains among ordinary people, but with a hidden subtlety. Facing slander or praise demands both knowledge and breadth. Some see what the world lauds and chase it, see what is condemned and flee it. Lack of stable insight. They rejoice at praise, rage at blame, lack of breadth. True good or bad arises within oneself, not from chatter. I used to speak directly from the heart. A friend asked if that risked mistakes. I realized we do need caution, but only before we speak. Once certain, we speak plainly. When relating to others, keep kindness with a backbone. When handling tasks, stay thorough but decisive. When seeing principle, remain upright but flexible. The world's tasks need constant motivation. One lapse can ruin it all. So we keep our spirit bright, our muscles active, for fear the next reawakening becomes impossible. Positions that are genuine, actions that are genuine, hearts that are genuine. These win trust. Before a big affair, settle your spirit, keep your energy full. No day passes without something unpleasant, no place that is free of friction. The broad-hearted man remains calm. The narrow man only adds to his troubles. When hearing a statement, go slowly. Suspicion or credulity both mislead. The sage anticipates trouble. Next best is quiet thoroughness. A gentleman aligns himself to each matter, not forcing it to conform to him. Likewise, governing people, he adapts, not forcing them to adapt unnaturally. The highest intellect never regrets because it foresees thoroughly. The lowest intellect never regrets because it sees nothing. The gentleman regrets often, but that regret is for his own mistakes, not blaming heaven or others. If I'm blameless, let heaven or people do as they will. My personal flaw is failing to check a matter before it arises, only repenting afterward. During quiet times I laze, under pressure I rush and err. That's because I mix the timing. Placing a checking mind before acting spares me remorse. Placing an urgent mind in idle times spares me chaos. Never assume that because someone shows you compliance, they truly agree. Never assume silence means acceptance. Mild courtesy means deep affection, or humble posture means real deference. When a matter happens, do not rush. Think calmly. Once certain, move swiftly. If we cannot endure external friction and demand it bend to us, we fume at every delay. If we cannot contain others and require them match our desires, we rage at every shortfall. Then we never find peace, sabotage tasks, and breed resentment. That is utter folly. Some talk from the heart, others talk from the mouth. Some show authentic expressions, others feign. We must carefully distinguish. Wealth can ruin the home, talent can ruin the self, fame can breed slander, pleasure can seed sorrow. Hence, adversity is easier to manage. In good fortune, keep fear, go slowly, avoid disaster. One error leads to 2 mistakes. If you slip once, you brood and slip again. In conversation or routine, if you notice an error, remain calm. Don't flail. Panic leads to endless errors. In chaos, remain calm. Outbursts lead to regrets. Endure, and you reap great benefits. When you must handle complicated tasks in messy surroundings, or ride a sick horse in a chase, or untangle a cord by dim candlelight, if you remain unruffled and still handle it well, I truly admire your capacity. You see a moral task within your power, but you abandon it because friends deter you. That shows no resolve. The subtle factor cannot be defined or taught in a formula. We weigh each moment. Sometimes only a hint or gentle push is needed, like thunder or hidden gloom. The real skill is to fit precisely, no mistake. When your heart tends to love someone, even curses or blows arise from affection. When your heart inclines to hate them, even praise can manifest hatred. Nurturing calm means, with higher people, you are respectful but not servile. With lower people, relaxed but not arrogant. With close kin, loving but not overly familiar. With distant folks, sincere but not pushy. There are 8 modes: stepping forward, stepping back, being intangible, substantial, slow, fast, silent, or simply abstaining. Each is a tool to achieve what is right. If it is not right, the gentleman disdains success. When reprimanding someone, restrain yourself. Avoid extremes. Be tactful rather than too blunt. If the facts are uncertain, do not assert them as certain. Even a child gets hurt when scolded publicly or at the wrong moment. How much more a stranger? Confucius said, admonish them kindly, but if they cannot accept, stop. That not only preserves the relationship, but also your own energy. No disaster is greater than treating someone as an enemy, though you have no quarrel, or feigning to be someone's benefactor, though you never helped them. Gentleness conquers hardness. Reserve overcomes verbosity. Yielding shames contention. Humility tames arrogance. Hence retreat often doubles your gains, while pressing often doubles your losses. I once leaked a private matter. My father scolded me. I answered, but I told them not to spread it further. He replied, you cannot restrain your own tongue, yet you expect to restrain others. Is it easier to warn them or to check yourself? Beware, boy. Sincerity at the highest level can move heaven and earth without outward shape. Words or deeds are minor if the heart is not genuine. A hen broods its egg by silently warming it, not by noise or display. Realizing this, we do not blame others or heaven. Dealing with infinite variety requires calmness. It's like still water reflecting, or a balanced scale weighing items. Some do manage affairs in a dreamy way, or talk the Tao while half asleep, occasionally getting results by luck or partial alignment. But that's no thorough mastery. The worst misdeed might be intensifying someone's hardship rather than relieving it, or exposing someone's fault rather than covering it. Being able to think from others' perspectives is the finest learning. Don't fear thorough caution for 1,000 days. Fear only a single moment's oversight. If sincerity is total, there is no gap for cunning. If an object has even a hairline crack, time reveals it. If our body has even a hair of weakness, time brings it out. Set yourself outside right and wrong, then you can judge righteously. stand beyond profit and harm. Then you can truly see advantage and danger unfold. I once served as an inspector in Jinzhong. Whenever I ascended the hall, 4 subordinate officials attended. First I'd greet the main official, then each would bow in their position. In departing, I would nod farewell, and the 4 would bow once more. One day, only one of them was present. Forgotten in the routine, he went through the motion of bowing to a colleague who wasn't even there. Then bowed to me, realizing his mistake. Very embarrassed. The others stifled their laughter. I quickly said, "If you have matters to attend, please go," and dismissed him so he could recover his composure. Previously, when I governed Datong, a new county vice magistrate arrived. I offered him writing tools, but he looked away, missing his cue. I openly chided the scribes. Why didn't you instruct the new officer in courtesy? The vice magistrate apologized and appeared ashamed the entire banquet. Later, I regretted embarrassing him publicly. This new approach, covering the subordinate slip so others would not laugh, made amends for my earlier error. I recorded it as an example of kindness. A skilled leader can use anyone. One lacking skill can use no one. If you discard someone for large faults, citing a trivial new offence as the reason, you give him a pretext to claim injustice. Once I had a clerk who violently thrashed people, so I punished him but spared him. Then he stole money, so I punished him but spared him again, warning that a third strike would see him expelled. Later he was drunk, missing an assignment, yet lied about being ill. I finally discharged him. He told others he fired me for falling ill, and folks doubted me. But I accept that. He needed an excuse to exonerate himself, so I gave him a trivial reason to claim. Let him. I do not regret it. One mustn't be too ambitious in scope or too scattered in details. Otherwise, you can't complete them all or track them properly. Real right or wrong is seldom a matter of rumour. People chase illusions, saying they have no personal bias. Yet they easily mislabel sages as criminals. If we trust such talk, we are naive. We could have made them ashamed, but instead they grew resentful. We could have led them to repent, but instead they turned angry. We could have inspired them, but instead they hated us. Is that how to enlighten others? Never create a situation that fosters another's wrongdoing. For those already low, humility is no virtue. For those impoverished, thrift is no virtue. For the exalted, humility is a virtue. For the rich, thrift is a virtue. A bold spirit can be righteous, yet rough. If you let it run fully, it can become reckless. Use only part of it to get the job done. The rest would be destructive. The gentleman never receives help that someone provides only under coercion, nor does he force others to do things they can't refuse. There are 16 ways to guide someone: encouraging, praising, guiding, warning, nurturing, steeping, inspiring, stirring, and so on. Each must be applied aptly. When you provoke something, you cause it to backfire. Like water reversing its flow, or fire raging in blasts. People, if provoked, can become reckless. The wise watch how they provoke. Sometimes shame can turn a small mind into a great one, but harshness can make a great mind small. It's easier to endure frustration before a task than in the midst. hard to endure regrets during a crisis. 1,000 possible arguments do not guarantee 2 rights. So, discussing principle needs to converge on one truth. Deciding strategy must fix on one choice. Every affair has a sweet spot, a best proportion of caution. If you heed one part, you gain one part. Overlook one part, you lose one part. Minor tasks often ignored can spoil major ends. The wise keep mindful. Visiting a new place, we ask about local customs. If they're harmless, we follow them. If they conflict with moral principle, we gently steer them otherwise, so they scarcely notice being reformed. Yelling at them that they're wrong only leads them to resent us, defeating the good. If old precedent fits righteousness, or public opinion is correct, we happily adopt it. Why forcibly innovate to show cunning? This is how a successor to someone else's office or policy should think. One might use light in the midst of darkness, or secrecy in the midst of openness. That's skillful statecraft. If you propose something and I comply with the principle, not merely with you. If I disagree, it's because I oppose untruth, not you. In day-to-day social dealings, we want each match of principle to align with local feelings. The wise merges them seamlessly. The foolish tries to hammer squares into circles. Act not on what shouldn't be done. Regret not what shouldn't be regretted. The sage never regrets after the fact, because he saw all along. Even if disaster arrives, it was foreseen from the outset. If your heart disagrees with your outward manner, you invite suspicion that no words can dispel. So, a gentleman avoids suspicious conduct. A great man sees life and death as minor. He doesn't rush to die except for righteous cause. Then death can surpass life in meaning. During a sacrifice, we focus the mind wholly on the honored soul, letting no side thoughts intrude. That is perfect purity. Exposing the faults of a dead friend is supreme unkindness. Contention arises from personal desires or opinions. A gentleman remains open, letting people yield, retaining infinite calm. We should recall one morsel of rice, who planted it? One length of cloth, who wove it? Even the house or carriage we enjoy, someone else built them. If you remain mindful, you do not betray people's labor. Expanding past self-interest, one's heart can hold all the world. Steadiness, tranquility, composure, forethought, accomplishment. These 5 words must be present in every moment. Lacking them is carelessness. Balancing public interest for others is straightforward in theory, but extremely challenging to enact. More difficult is applying it consistently to one's own claims. And most difficult is transcending any other boundary entirely. A saint might be poor or rich, or engaged in harsh duties or easy ones, forgetting himself in all. That is the peak of the one mind. Begin all tasks with the end in mind. Principle, momentum, and timing all move with a natural course. A sage does not fight them, but glides among them unseen. No traces, yet all success. Only one adept at saving the realm can do so thoroughly. 1. Concentrated mind and pure vitality can reshape heaven, so no undertaking is impossible. You might manipulate your opponent, letting them do what they must, channeling them gently or forcing them cunningly. This is how ancient rulers managed the world, aligned with cosmic creation. In front of a sorrowful person, do not smile. With the downtrodden, do not parade your fortune. Said Mencius, we envy neither birds nor beasts. We share cosmic breath, but differ in usage. If a cause only consumes your time with trifles, you might manage 8 parts of labour with only 2 left for real duties, leaving you drained. A gentleman is forever dealing with multiple ties. He uses quiet reflection to rank their weight, never letting confusion or personal feelings overshadow. Being a Confucian first requires not being vulgar. But if you go too far, you clash with common norms. The sage simply fits in among the masses, with a hidden subtlety. Concerning slander or praise, keep knowledge and breadth. Many chase what the world praises, flee what it condemns, showing no stable viewpoint. They smile at praise, frown at blame, showing no broadness of mind. True good or evil stands in one's heart, not in rumour. I used to speak plainly without guile. A friend said that might clash with caution. Indeed, we must be cautious before speaking, but once we see the true point, we speak openly. When dealing with people, keep mildness with a spine of principle. When dealing with affairs, be thorough but decisive. When discerning truth, remain upright yet flexible. All tasks require consistent drive. The moment we pause, it's hard to restart. Hence, a gentleman keeps energy alive, refusing laziness. Genuine positions, genuine deeds, genuine hearts, these do not fail. Facing a major crisis, keep spirit calm, energy abundant. No place or day is free of frustration. One who develops broad tolerance lives at ease. The narrow man only multiplies woe. When hearing statements, slow down. The person who preemptively disbelieves, and the one who preemptively believes equally, ear. A sage anticipates. Second best is thorough caution. The gentleman tailors himself to each affair, not forcing the affair to conform to him. He also adjusts to the people's needs, not forcing them to revolve around him. A genius rarely regrets, for he sees fully. A fool rarely regrets, for he sees nothing. The gentleman regrets often, though only his own misdeeds, never cursing heaven. If he's done no wrong, he leaves the rest to heaven. My shortcoming is that I often fail to prepare, only spot mistakes afterward. In free times I loaf, in busy times I scramble, leading to mistakes. So I must place reflection ahead, place urgency in free time. Never assume a man's quick yes, yes means real approval, or that his silence means genuine submission, or that his mildness means real affection, or that his humbleness means deep respect. When a matter arises, wait a moment, think carefully. Once you see the path, proceed swiftly. We must endure all that's not to our liking, else we're anxious all day and ruin tasks, fueling grudges, the height of stupidity. Discern words from the heart versus from the mouth, expressions from one's core versus a mere surface. Each demands different responses. Affluence can harm a household, talent can endanger oneself, fame can invite slander, fun can presage sorrow. Indeed, a favourable situation is hardest to manage. Keep caution, proceed slowly. One misstep can end in ruin. One slip leads to 2 mistakes. If you panic after the first slip, you commit another. Calm acceptance stops the chain. At the heart of chaos, like a mass of tasks or a dull horse in a chase, if you remain calm, you triumph. If you lash out, regrets follow. Imagine having to organize a complicated affair by dim candlelight, or riding a sick horse in the final race. If you can remain unflappable, not behind schedule, your capacity is great indeed. If a task is right and within your ability, do it, no matter who tries to hold you back. Subtle solutions cannot be rigidly prepared or orally taught. Sometimes you need a quiet sign, a storm-like push, a hidden shift, anything to meet that moment. A single miscalculation can be fatal. If your intention is love, even scolding or hitting might be out of caring. If your intention is hatred, even compliments can hide hostility. Nurturing composure. With superiors, be reverent but unpressured. With subordinates, relaxed but not slack. With intimates, affectionate but not lax. With outsiders, sincere but not tiresome. In dealing with affairs, we can employ directness or retreat, emptiness or fullness, slowness or speed, silence or abstention. 8 methods. The aim is to uphold righteousness. If it's not righteous, the gentleman disdains it. Rebuking someone. Do not push too far, or be too blunt, or claim absolute certainty if things are vague. Even a child cannot bear to be scolded in front of others or at ill moments. How about a stranger? So Confucius said, admonish kindly. If they cannot accept, stop. The worst shame is pretending kindness to one you did not truly help. The worst harm is appearing hostile to one who never harmed you. Softness conquers hardness. Slowness tames speed. Yielding shames contention. Humility subdues arrogance. Retreat often doubles your gains, while pressing often doubles your losses. In childhood, I once revealed confidential words, then told my father, I warned the others not to spread it. He said, you cannot control your own mouth. How can you trust controlling others? Is it easier to warn them or yourself? You must be more careful. Sincerity at the utmost level can transform everything without outward display. A mother bird warming her egg rarely flutters noisily. If you truly grasp this, you do not resent heaven or man. Facing infinite changes and searching infinite truths, only the calm person thrives, like still water reflecting or a balanced scale. Some produce partial success by fluke or cunning, but that's incomplete. The gravest error is intensifying someone's private struggle rather than relieving it, or exposing his shortcoming rather than covering it. Thinking from others' angles is the highest study. We do not fear 1,000 days of careful vigilance, only a single moment's neglect. If you keep sincerity, no cunning can enter. If there's a hair's crack, eventually it appears. Position yourself outside right and wrong. Then you can see rightly. Step beyond profit or harm. Then you see how they shift. I recall a day in Jinzhong. In the main hall, 4 subordinates preceded me, each bowing in turn. Then on leaving, I nodded, and they bowed once more. Another day, only 1 man was present. He went through the usual motions, bowing at an empty spot, realized too late, and felt embarrassed. Others stifled their laughter. I said calmly, Please excuse yourself if you must," letting him exit gracefully. His face settled, but once at Datong, I sharply rebuked a newly appointed county underling for a slight ceremonial slip, leaving him mortified all day. I regretted it. This time, by gently covering the slip, I remedied that previous error. I record it as an example of warm-heartedness. If you can use all types of people, you are truly skilled. If you cannot, your skill is lacking. To discard a man for large faults, but claim a small new offence as the cause, is letting him excuse himself as a victim. That might spare him blame. It's clumsy, but if he needs an excuse, so be it. Strategy must not be too big or complicated, hard to complete. Must not be too diffuse, impossible to track. We see ungrounded talk about right and wrong, or random illusions. People claim impartiality, but can brand Yao as a tyrant. The unwary treat illusions as fact. We might have induced them to guilt and repentance, but instead made them resentful or hateful. That is not skillful teaching. The best is not to create wrongdoing in others. Both humility and tolerance befit someone in high position. Thrift and plainness befit someone wealthy. Hence, the poor do not need to learn thrift, nor the humble to learn deference. A powerful or heroic energy is often righteous, yet can be too coarse. Using only a fraction of it might suffice. Letting all of it out leads to strife. The gentleman does not accept a favour someone can hardly afford, nor compels them to comply if they lack true willingness in teaching. We attract, encourage, uplift, warn, nurture, steep, inspire and rouse. These are various ways. When we anger someone, it's like water reversing or fire bursting. People, if provoked, can run wild. A small mind can be turned righteous by shame, or a noble mind can be driven petty by unfair triggers. Easier to endure frustration early, but once entangled, it's tough. Easier to regret something immediate than after the fact. We can produce 1,000 arguments, but not ensure even 2 truths. Discussion must converge on a single correct path. Deciding a plan requires finalizing one choice. Every event has a precise measure. The wise abide by that measure. If you ignore trifles, they undermine bigger things. When going somewhere, ask about local ways. If not harmful, adapt. If indeed contrary to principle, correct them gently. If you arrive with harsh language, condemning them as wrong, you rouse enmity. If old precedents are righteous or popular opinion is correct, a wise man is relieved. No need to change it. If old or popular ways fall short, do not let fear of uniqueness stop you. One who follows must appreciate that if old or popular ways already align with truth, it is good fortune. We needn't contrive new ideas for show. Using clarity in hidden times or subtlety in open times is part of mastery. If you propose something, I follow because it is right, not just because you said it. If it's wrong, I oppose it because it's wrong, not because you said it. No personal offence. Day by day, interactions must align moral principle with human feeling. Each must fit like lids to bowls. Failing that, we muddle or conflict. An action that should never be done remains wrong, and a regret that is unwarranted remains useless. The sage does not second-guess himself. If something ill befalls, the sage saw its cause from the start. If your heart is mismatched with your outward show, hundreds of words can't fix suspicion, so a gentleman avoids suspicious behaviour. A man sees life and death lightly. He only seeks a worthy cause. That cause might overshadow life. Then it's better to die upholding it. For instance, in sacrifice or vow, we do not let even good thoughts intrude. It's absolute sincerity. Exposing a deceased friend's errors is the worst cruelty. Conflict arises from personal desire or opinion. The gentleman stands aloof, letting others yield. He gains limitless peace. Every morsel is someone's sweat, every cloth someone's loom. Great houses or carriages come from others' labour. This sense of gratitude guides a gentleman. Remove your petty self, and your mind can embrace the world. Steady, calm, quiet, thoughtful, fully done. These 5 words shape each act. Without them, you are reckless. Balancing public good is conceptually easy, but practically tough. The real test is forgetting self entirely. A saint might dwell in adversity or comfort, forgetting himself. That is the ultimate. At the start of an act, we see the end. Principle, force, and timing revolve. The sage does not clash with them. He invests sincerity, remains silent. Then he accomplishes great feats gently. Only a man bent on saving the world can do that deeply. One mind in pure synergy can reshape heaven. Nothing is impossible. You can manipulate cunningly or gently. These are universal methods. In front of the sad, do not exult. In front of the anxious, do not boast. Mencius suggests that humans and animals each have their own path, and so on. The confusions of daily life devour our time. The wise tries to cut them short. A gentleman shoulders multiple ties with calm reflection. A true Confucian avoids empty flamboyance, but going too far can conflict with norms. The sage remains among the people, but with inner insight. Facing slander or praise calls for both knowledge and generous tolerance. Many track the world's applause or condemnation, showing no stable mind. They feel delight or anger at personal praise or blame, lacking broadness. True virtue arises within, not from rumour. In earlier days, I used to speak straight from my heart. A friend asked if that risked oversights. Yes, we must weigh carefully first. Once decided, speak plainly, no half measures. When relating to others, hold mildness and uprightness. Handling tasks, thoroughness and decisiveness. Judging principle, uprightness and flexibility. Never let the drive fade. Once it slackens, we cannot easily revive. A gentleman keeps his mind sharp, limbs active, ever ready. Honest posts, honest deeds, honest hearts. These always inspire trust. Before a big matter, keep spirit tranquil and energy full. No day is without friction, no place free of trouble. A broad spirit calmly absorbs it. A narrow spirit only agitates itself. Hearing a statement, be slow. Either rejecting or swallowing it wholly is an equal error. A sage sees trouble beforehand. Second best is slow, careful analysis. The gentleman conforms to the situation, not forcing it. Likewise with people, he shapes policy to them, not them to him. A great intellect seldom regrets. A low intellect seldom regrets. The gentleman regrets often, though only blaming himself. If he has no fault, let events or others do as they will. Personally, I often neglect tasks until it's too late, then regret them. In calmer times I laze, in busy times I panic, leading to mistakes. A friend said, reverse that timing. Indeed, never assume a man's easy yes is sincere, nor silence is consent, or a mild courtesy is genuine affection, or a humble posture is genuine reverence. When a task arises, take a moment. Once settled, proceed with vigour. If we cannot bear adversity without forcing the situation, we entangle ourselves with anger, spoiling tasks and people's goodwill. That is ultimate folly. Some speak from real conviction, others from the mouth only. Some show expressions from the heart, others show illusions. Knowing how to respond is key. Affluence can ruin the household. Talent can destroy the person. Fame can invite slander. Pleasure can seed sorrow. The greatest danger is in comfort. Keep fear. Hold back. That prevents disaster. One slip leads to two mistakes. If we brood on the first error, we slip again. Calm acceptance halts it. In complicated environments, remain calm. If you explode, remorse follows. If you endure, you gain infinite benefit. If you must manage chaotic business, ride a sick horse, or untangle a cord in dim light, but remain calm, finishing it well, your capacity is remarkable. A cause may be just within your power, but you yield to the entreaties of friends, proving weak resolve. The subtle method cannot be rigidly planned or taught. You weigh each moment, sometimes a single sign or a silent nudge. A single slip can be fatal. When your heart is loving, even a reprimand or a beating is from kindness. When your heart is hateful, even praise becomes malicious. Nurturing calm means, with superiors, you are respectful but not anxious. With inferiors, unstrained but not careless. Among kin, affectionate but not lax. Among strangers, sincere but not tiresome. In affairs, one might step forward or back, be intangible or solid, slow or fast, silent, or refrain from acting, all to uphold justice. If it is unjust, the gentleman refuses, however effective. When rebuking, do not push too far, nor be too blunt. If uncertain, do not pretend certainty. Even a child recoils from harsh public scolding, let alone a stranger. Confucius. Warn them gently. If they can't accept, give it up. No tragedy is worse than punishing someone who never harmed us, or pretending care for someone we do not truly help. Softness overcomes hardness. Inarticulacy neutralizes rhetoric. Yielding checks contention. Humility subdues arrogance. So, retreat often doubles one's gains, while contention doubles one's losses. In youth, I once divulged private info. My father scolded me. I replied, but I told them not to repeat it. He said, you cannot rule your own mouth. How can you trust you can restrain someone else's? Which is easier? Check yourself. Deep sincerity quietly steers everything. Talking or outward methods are trivial if lacking that heart. A bird incubates eggs by silent warmth, not by flapping. If we realize that, we won't resent heaven or blame others. Meeting infinite changes or seeking infinite truths demands calmness, like still water or balanced scales. Some get partial success by random illusions or dozing, nothing thorough. The gravest error is intensifying another's private troubles or exposing another's weakness. Caring about others is the supreme knowledge. We do not fear 1,000 days of vigilance, but 1 moment's carelessness. If sincerity reigns, cunning finds no entry. A hair's crack eventually emerges. Set yourself beyond right-wrong or profit-harm, then you can truly see them. I recall in Jinzhong, 4 subordinates greeted me. One day, only 1 arrived, forgetting to mimic the standard routine, bowing oddly, causing embarrassment. I smoothly dismissed him. Another time, I scolded someone publicly. He spent the day ashamed. I regretted it. This new approach covered his lapse kindly. Skilled managers can handle all. The unskilled handle none. If you discard someone for major faults, but cite only a trivial fresh offence, he uses that minor cause as self-justification. So be it. Strategy must not be oversized or overcomplicated. Real right or wrong seldom emerges from random rumour. People chase illusions claiming no bias, but can invert Yao into a tyrant. We might have invoked shame leading them to repentance, yet we only triggered resentment. That is poor persuasion. Don't cause others to sin. For those high in station, humility and forbearance matter. For the wealthy, thrift and simplicity matter. A strong or heroic spirit can be generally righteous, but also rough. You only need a fraction of it to handle the job. Letting it all out causes conflict. A gentleman never accepts support that someone offers unwillingly, nor coaxes them if they cannot freely comply. Teaching can involve guidance, encouragement, warning, nurture, subtle influence, inspiring action, stirring zeal. Riling someone is like reversing a river or fueling a fire. People, if provoked, can respond unpredictably, but shame can turn a small mind big, or big to small. Easier to forbear early in a matter than in the middle. Once deeply involved, regret is bitter. 1,000 arguments do not ensure even 2 rights. So we must converge on 1 correct solution, or 1 correct plan. All affairs have a certain sweet spot. Overshoot or undershoot, you fail. Minor tasks often get neglected and spoil the major. The wise keep watch. Arriving in a new place, if the local habit isn't harmful, comply. If it's truly harmful, alter it gently without inciting them by saying, "You're wrong." That only stirs hostility. If old precedents or popular sentiment are righteous, no need for personal brilliance. If they fail, do not wait on approval. The wise keep the principle. This is how a successor handles inherited responsibilities. One can employ clarity in obscurity, secrecy in publicity. If you suggest a path and I follow, it's because I see it's right. If it's wrong, I resist it because I see it's wrong. There is no personal offence. Day by day, interactions must align moral principle and compassion. The sage strolls freely in this centre. The worthy strives while the majority remain lost. Some deeds must never be done. Some regrets must never be indulged. The sage never second-guesses himself. If ill follows, he foresaw it. If your intention differs from your display, suspicion cannot be quelled. So the gentleman is free of shady outward signs. A great man weighs life and death lightly, but chooses a worthy cause. Then death surpasses life in nobility. In a vow or major ritual, we disallow even benevolent thoughts that stray. Pure sincerity is the key. Exposing a dead friend's misdeeds is ultimate cruelty. clashes come from desire or opinion. The gentleman stands mild, letting others yield, and has infinite calm. Think, who sowed the grain I eat? Who wove the cloth I wear? Who built the great house or carriage I use? Remembering that humbles us, eliminates self, contain the entire world. Keep a calm, measured, watchful mind, always concluding tasks thoroughly. Impartial dealing is easy in principle, harder in practice, hardest in forgetting any self, other boundary. A saint forgetting his bodily comfort among the wealthy or poor is truly absolute. Form the final outcome as you start. Principle, force, and time revolve. The sage merges into them unseen. One heart in pure synergy can reshape heaven, making all possible cunning or gentle methods, like the ancient kings, harness the cosmic pattern. In front of sorrowful folks, do not exhibit joy or arrogance. Surely, the world has illusions, and men or beasts differ in function. An official can be mired in trivial routine. If that devours 8 parts of his time, only 2 remain for real duties. That is draining. A gentleman has many ties but uses calm reflection for each. Confucian stands not in petty amusements, but tries not to clash with the normal. The sage is always among the people, yet remains subtly distinct. Slander or praise calls for knowledge and capacity. Those who sway with every rumour show no stable view. They rejoice at compliments, fume at slander. They lack breadth. Right and wrong rest within, not in rumour. In my youth, I spoke spontaneously. A friend worried it might be rash. Yes, we must weigh carefully before speech, but once sure, speak frankly. Dealing with people, hold a kindly spine. With tasks, be thorough, but resolute. With truth, upright yet flexible. Ceaseless is the need to maintain impetus. If we slacken, we can't resume easily. The gentleman keeps alert, never lazy. True office, true action, true mind, these do not fail. Before big duties, keep spirit quiet, energy strong. No day is frictionless, no place free of trouble.